Good morning once again and welcome at Gahanga Cricket Stadium. It's Round A. We're having a game between Brazil and Nigerians. And earlier at the toss,
It is the fourth game of the 12th edition of the Kwibuka Women's T20 International Tournament, and it is Nigeria up against Brazil. The two captains are here with me. Favor Esibe, the captain for Nigeria, Laura Cardoso, the captain for Brazil, and the 30 of the morning, Veronica Irejo. We've come here for the toss. Tails is the call, and head it is. Favor, you've won the toss. What will you be doing first and why?
We'll be batting. The ground looks very good to bat this morning. The grass is good and the batters are ready to bat. We want to be comfortable setting the score while they come in to chase, while we defend.
Yesterday you scored 98 runs. They looked not to be enough, but later you went out with it. What do you hope to improve in terms of batting?
We are just going to sit and bat. Yesterday we had a bad day during the batting lineup and session. And today we are just going to sit and bat. Regardless of what's going to happen, we're just going to remain there and play at the 20 overs.
Any changes in the team?
Yeah, Harriet Tumba is going out and If Young Favor is coming in.
All the best and go well, Favor.
Thank you.
Laura, if you had won the toss, what were you going to do first and why?
And if I won the toss, we are going to choose from the first to keep in our plans and do what we have the best. Yeah.
Yesterday you didn't chase well, and again you have another opportunity to give a chase. What do you hope to change in terms of chasing?
Oh my God.
In terms of chasing the target?
I didn't understand.
I'm saying yesterday when you're playing Zimbabwe, you chased a target and you collapsed during the chase. What do you hope to improve in terms of chasing a target?
And about the bowling, we need to change some things, and we spoke about that. And I hope we do in this morning.
Changes in the team?
No, not changes.
All the best and go well.
Thank you.
And that is the news coming from the center. Nigeria has won the toss and opted to bat first.
good morning again. You heard it from the middle. Earlier on, Nigeria won the toss and opted to bat first. And it is their fourth time playing each other. And in those games, Nigeria managed to win 2 of the 3 games that they played. And but the last one, Brazil won it, and won it by DLS, won by 53 runs. And Nigerians team, we have Favor Esebe, Christabel Chukwonye, Esther Sandy, Jessica Bieni, Lilian Ude, Omoshingo Igwakun, Oseende Omonkobio, Salome Sande, Salah 18, Shola Adenkule, Favor Ofingo, and Deborah Pese. My name is Eric Nyomugaba on the mic, and I will not be alone. I'm with Sajabi Ivan.
Thank you so much. Happy to be here. The Brazilian team there. First things first. No changes in that Brazilian team. And the captain, Laura Cardoso, Monique Rufino, Roberto Moretti, who is also the president for the Brazilian Federation, but still on court, Ana Clara Sabino, Lara Bittencourt, Laura Agatha, Linda Severas Boaz, Maria Eduarda Makage Rivero, Maria Rizla Garcia, Marianne Ator, Nicole Monteiro, Evelyn Kristen Muller, and Monica Rufino, the wicketkeeper batter. Nigeria winning the toss and opting to bat first. Yesterday they scored only 98 against Malawi. And when you see this Brazilian team, it has some bit of resilience. But here we are headed for another exciting match. The 2 umpires standing in this game, 2 female umpires, both of them born and bred in Rwanda. And Nicole was standing alongside Yani Dusabemungu, one they commonly call Bebish. But here we are for another exciting clash. Eric, what are your expectations as we head into this game?
Not much expectations, but remember the last game these two played. Again, Nigeria won the toss and opted to bat first. They batted, but again, Nigeria won that one. And this time as well, Nigeria won the toss and are batting first. Wondering if it is a good move or note. But again, welcome and stay tuned to watch this game. Very, very sunny morning here at Gahanga. It's Gahanga A. And Ivan, this time Brazilians are opening bowling with a spinner. I don't know if they did their homework well to understand that it's a slow pitch.
Yesterday they conceded so many runs from the seamers, so you would love to make sure that you do some bit of changes. But Maria Eduarda is not really a spinner. She is a seamer who's opening the bowling. I think they have changed tactics a bit to continue with their same tactic. But Mr. Belchukwenye, who was batting in the middle order, the Yende of Bimbo. And when you look at the Nigeria team, they have made one case. Favor FPO is it and create up but this is the first ball of the innings. Down the leg and it's wide, not a very good area for Brazil.
True, not a very good start from opening bowler Maria, bowling that one down the leg, and it was that very, very slow. Though the batter didn't do any movement, but it was really going down the leg. The bowler very lucky that the wicketkeeper was there and corrected the ball well.
This time round onto the bat and driven but straight to the fielder, but that's a much better line. I think now the wicketkeeper is keeping the wickets into play. But she's now adjusted the lines because she went to the pads and now she's pulled it slightly outside.
Yeah, Maria finally bowling a good one and starts off with a dot ball. It is the over number 1 being bowled by Maria Eduarda.
And that is uppish and straight to the hands of the fielder. Catch is taken. And it is the first wicket. Villas Boas there with the brilliant take, getting hold onto that opportunity. And Christabel Chukwonye will depart without putting any runs for Nigeria. 1 for 1 as Brazil gets something to celebrate for.
Yeah, Maria bowled that one slow and into the plate. And Christabel wanted to take that one over the fielders, but there wasn't much pace to work with. She ended up giving a catch into covers.
When you look at the way she went with that, she might have rushed a little to play the shot instead of trying and wait for that ball to come to her. Christabel Chukwonye departing early, and you'll feel that maybe the tactic hasn't yet worked out for them a bit because she's promoted down the order. Still make sure she keeps getting the runs. She's been showing aggression playing in the middle order, but she goes without putting any runs. And the new batter in is Omosiko Egwakun, replaced Christabel Chukwonye.
It is Maria bowling her third ball, and it's a miss. Egwakun, no idea yet. It is the first over running, 3 balls to go. Batter on strike is Omosiko Egwakun, batting with the Oseyende Omokobio.
The off stump is uprooted and it is another wicket. Beaten completely by the pace. And another wicket there goes Maria Eduarda, making sure she keeps the wickets into play, and Brazil have 2.
You see, Egwakun didn't make any movement towards the ball. She just did. She went back in the back foot, and then the ball wasn't really there to play on the back foot, and it cleared the middle stump. That's the departure of Omosiko Egwakun, going for naught of 2 balls.
Very, very good start. A great start there for Brazil. They have already 2 wickets in the bag, and both of the 2 wickets falling in this first over. Good bowling this way there from Maria Eduarda. She's kept the wickets in 2 and she's now picked up 2 wickets. But when you look at the way Omosuko was posing, she was having some bit of a stand and deliver stance instead of keeping a little low, because when you look at that ball, everything looked correct from her, but the ball went on. Jessica Dean is the new batter in to the pads. A loud appeal, but the umpire says that's going down the leg, but it's a very good bowling this there from Maria Eduarda, keeping the wickets into play each and every time. One more to play in this over. Beautifully driven. That's played to the field, and it will be a dot ball to end the over. An over that you would wish to start off with if you're a Brazilian fan. 2 wickets falling and just 1 run. That 1 run being a wide. Nothing off the blades of the Nigerians. And 2 for 1 is the score after the first. That's the dugout for the Brazilian team. But the table standing so far, Zimbabwe women high performance topping the table. They have played 2 games and won both their games with a very healthy strike rate of 1.51. Nigeria also has a good net run rate of 2.600. They are second on the log. And the teams that are yet to pick up victory in this tournament include the hosts Rwanda, who are taking on Malawi in the other ground. Updates will be coming shortly. The other being Brazil and Malawi. And now Lara Bittencourt, who picked up wickets yesterday, will be the bowler to go the second over for Brazil. Width on the offer, but beautifully fielded at covers. Fine stop there from the field at covers. Linda Villas Boas, who took a catch previously in the first over. Down on the line. It's a very, very fine stop. And this is a very good start for Brazil. Longo off. Down. That one's played over the head of the fielder. And he should go all the way to the boundary, breaking the shackles. And she brings up the first boundary for Nigeria.
That's the reply. Oseyende, that was ball short. Oseyende hits that one over the fielder, and it raced away for the boundary. She played with a straight bat and managed to get that one over the fielder's head. And it's another boundary to the total.
First boundary for Nigeria. Sorry, first boundary for Nigeria, but Brazil missing something in the field setup. Wide again, but this time straight to the field. When you look at the field setup there for Brazil, they are using cow corner and longo on. Yet when you look at the way the batters of Nigeria are playing, they are trying to play in front of the square. Look at the first shot in the over. It was fielded by Villas Boas. Second shot was played before over the long off, and another single still at mid off. So I think it's okay to make some changes and maybe put longo on and long off down instead of having a cow corner in place. Beautiful, and it is a dot ball. Pace of delivery there from Lara Bittencourt. A quick one, and it is another dot ball. When you look at yesterday's results, Brazil fell 47 runs short of the target set by Zimbabwe women high performance. Zimbabwe scored 153 for 6, but during the chase, Brazil crumbled a bit, whereas Nigeria defeated Malawi by 52 runs. Nigeria scored only 98, but they managed to defend them. But that's much better bowling there from Lara Bittencourt. She's made sure that she bowls it slow, not giving anything away to the batters. And even though the batters are getting to the ball, but of course in women's cricket, you don't see so many using power. And that dot will bring us the end of the second over. The scoreboard still reading well in favor of Brazil, and it is 6 for a loss of 2 wickets after 2 overs. That's the Nigerian dugout right in your frame. The female Eel Greens, a team that loves moving the world and winning. And in this edition of the Kwibuka, the head coach for that team is a gentleman called Theophilus Ibodeme, who is doing work alongside Sarah Bakita. Sarah Bakita is a Kenyan international. She played for the Kenyan women team and earned many caps there on that side. Here we go for the third over of the game. Sharp outswing there, beats the bowler completely as Maria Edward returns to ask more tougher questions.
The bowler appealing, thinking that that ball hit the stump, but again the bell didn't go off. It is Maria Edwalda bowling from pavilion end. And
This time inside out, but will pick up the field at extra cover. Well fielded. And only a single they will do take. Osiende was interested in taking the second run, but sent back very, very quickly by her partner. The shot which was played with a lot of confidence, that ball would have carried the extra cover fielder. The set up there for Maria Edward, the third man, extra cover all at the boundary. From the edge, and he picks up the third man fielder. He will take another single.
Maria Edwalda bowling length balls and drifting out, going away from the batter, and the batter getting the width that she's looking for. Bowls that one into the broker and well fielded by Moretti at the mid-off, managing to stop that one very quick and sharp.
Yeah, it is the type of athleticism you would need. Putting her body down on the line and making sure that she cuts off what could have been her boundary. Good display here being displayed by Brazil. Yesterday they didn't win against Zimbabwe, but today they have come out all guns blazing. Full toss and hit. One bounce, two bounces, and she's 4 runs. A very beautiful shot there by Jessica Bieni to bring up another boundary for Nigeria. And when you say they are for Maria Edward, I put a blame on her. When you look at the first ball of that over, she pitched it close to the center, the ball swung away. So you need to make sure that every time you're pitching the ball and you're putting the wickets into play, because when the ball is swinging out, every time she's pitched it in the surface, nothing is hit for her. But when she went full, it was hit all the way. Sometimes bowlers use full tosses to pick up wickets. But this is the final ball of the over. A quick one, tries to go for a drive, Jessica, but misses, and it will be a dot ball. But a good over for Nigeria, 7 runs in the over. And after 3 overs, 13 for 2 is what the scoreboard reads.
Nigerians dugout at the moment looking not sharp as we always know them. And it is Maria who is really giving them tough moments, taking 2 of their key wickets.
One thing about the Nigerians, they are a very passionate team. Anything they will put on board, I tell you, they will come out and defend. But it is Lara Bittencourt who returns into the attack, still using cow corner and Longo on as the boundary riders. She gave a 5 in her first. Lighted ball and hit straight, but there is a fielder long on with work to do. Beautifully fielded, and they will only take a single. Yesterday we saw against Zimbabwe that Brazil wasn't fielding so well on the boundary. But looks like John Lee Booth, their head coach, has taken some notes. You can see some improvement in the way they wait for the ball to get, because when you're at the boundary, you're just saving your team extra runs. So you are okay if they do take the single, but when they take more than that, put some bit of questions. Much better there. You'd feel that Jessica is struggling to hit those pace-off deliveries. So if I'm Lara Bittencourt, I would call it even more slower to pick up those dirty balls. A rare misfield will give Nigeria another single, but too much to play in this over. A little fool there, and I tell you, for Oseyende, she's been getting to the pitch of the ball and driving it down the ground. And now it is a good passage of play because what Nigeria is doing, they're taking care of the wickets. They lost early wickets, but now they have made sure that in the previous 2 overs, they don't lose any wicket. And they'll be happy to take the singles. Fair, in the previous 2 overs, they took 2 boundaries. But then, if they are getting the singles, it is okay because you have to keep protecting strike as we wait for the bad balls. And now this will be the final ball of the over. Fielders hanging on the 30. A short pitched ball, carry away, but doesn't go all the way. It was a hit me ball, but it results into a dot ball. And a good over there for Lara Bittencourt. 5.5 first, 3.5 second. And after 4, 16 for 2 is what the scoreboard reads for the female yellow greens.
Yeah, yesterday, Brazilians, the way they were bowling, and today is totally shows that they did their homework very well. They were bowling down the leg, most of the balls. And today they come up with a different plan using more of their slow bowlers and making sure that they don't give width to the ball and keep the balls interested into the stumps. And speaking about Libut that you've been talking about, he's been here for too long. He's been helping our national team main, and he knows really what exactly in the morning Gahanga pitchers do and how to adapt with this.
And Brazil, not a very new team on the continent. A few months ago, they were in Botswana. They have also been around twice. And it is a national team which is looking forward to growing. The tournament can be won by any country. Given the fact that the champion is Kenya out of this. That one carries to the field, and yes, it is given by the umpire. Jessica Bieni trying to keep a very low stance, but a little further to the first slip fielder, and it is the 3rd wicket that falls for Nigeria. A growing partnership is broken.
Yeah, if you see the trick of bringing Maria back in the attack, bowling her 3rd over worked really well because she managed to get them another wicket. And bowling that one a little bit fuller, and the batter didn't make any move, just took the bat towards the ball, and the ball was connected with outside edge and went straight to the slip fielder. It is Malia Eduarda picking her 3rd wicket.
What a performance here for Brazil. A thick outside edge of the blade of Jessica. And out she goes. Now we see experience coming into play. Salome Sande is the new batter in for the female yellow greens. But still work to be done there for the team. Salome Sande, not a player who can quickly book down. She has squad runs and her caps. Been struggling with form. Yesterday she scored only 7 of 8. But now there she comes in. 2 Sundays in this team. Esther Sande, Salome Sande. But Salome Sande coming first. 7 of 8 for her yesterday. She'll be hoping she can put runs for the female yellow greens. Very, very good on leg side. And she breaks the shackles right away. That one is hit off the pads and all the way. 6 runs as indicated by the umpire. But what a shot there to get off the mark.
It is Esther Sande who connects that one. Got it all. Salome Sande, who is that one with full energy behind that one. And this is a very good matchup. Salome Sande usually likes to play the balls on the leg side, and she's facing Maria Eduarda, who bowls more of a ball that are moving outside from the batter. This is really a very good matchup.
Nearly into the hands of the fielder. But it is an opportunity squandered away and a single taken. And I tell you now, because Maria Eduardo has that ball which swings away from the batters, you need to bowl it a little backward of length. Because when you bowl it close at Salome Sande, because she's so good on the onside, she will go and drag you to the onside. So Maria needs to make some adjustments there. 2 more to play in this over. leaning back in that shot, but straight to the field, and it is a dot ball. Final ball of over number 5. Well struck. Should be a maximum. Oseyende with a shot of authority. Right in high hitting arc, and she sends it all the way for 6.
Oseyende gets that one with the mid of the bat and connects it very well with full energy behind that one, and it sails over the boundary to the mount. It's extra 6 runs added to the total of Nigeria women. Currently on the run rate of 6. Nigerians 5 overs down, 30 runs on the board for 3.
Melolo Greens have lost 3 wickets, but I tell you, they are not stopping scoring the runs. Salome Sand on 7 off 2 and Oseyende on 16 off 11. Bowling change there for the Brazilians. It is Nicole Monteiro who comes into the attack. Balls on to the pads. Not a very good blunt ball to Salome Sande. Nicole will be happy that that one did not connect, because if it had connected, it would have been sent all the way. But they will take the single. Projected score reading 128. 32 for 3 after, 33 for 3 after 5.1. This is the final over 20, the power play. Up in the air, there is a fielder running behind. Oh, the opportunity is put down. Laura Cardoso, the captain, will be guilty of not getting hold onto that one. She had gotten to it, but it is another opportunity created and squandered away.
Yeah, Nicole Monteiro creating a chance, but a fielder makes a meal of it.
Actually, when you look at that opportunity there, which was created, fine, she was running backwards, the captain, Laura Cardoso. But she didn't get hold onto it. Struck that one powerfully, Salome Sunday, but it picks up the field at long on, and it is another single taken.
Nicole Monteiro being one of the experienced players that Brazil has. She came with the first team that came to Rwanda to play Kwibuka. With that 32 years of age, Monteiro still making sure that she creates chances for Brazilians to make another breakthrough before the partnership gets going. The ball was there to take. It was balled on the plate, and Oseyende trying to go big on that one, but she goes across the line, hitting that one straight to the fielder at the mid-on.
Four wickets rolling inside the power play, 17 for 4 as Oseyende Omokobeo departs. Really not very, very good there for the side. 34 for 4. One more to play inside the power play, but 4 wickets have already been lost by the Female Greens. It will be something of concern for Coach Ibodeme and Coach Sarah Bakita, who are really leading this Female Greens team. They have come out aggressively, which is a good thing. But unfortunately, the plan is not working out there because they are losing many, many wickets. And what they need now is to make sure that they rotate the strike, hit the ball around. make sure that you keep finding the gaps. But Adeshola Adekunle is the new batter in. First time I saw Adeshola playing was right here in Kigali when she played for the under-19 women's team. That was back in 2024. That team that later qualified for the second ever World Cup. And she comes into this game at the back of a player of match performance yesterday. But her performance was a bowling performance off the pads. And it will run away to the boundary because this outfield has been electric. And Adeshola Adekunle is off the mark with a beautiful looking boundary. That boundary will bring us to the end of the over and the power play with the board reading 38 for a loss of 4.
That was bowled on the leg side by Nicole, and the batter Shola passes that one between the fielders at the fine leg and races to the boundary. What you been talking about? This is the highlights of the power play. First wicket, the second wicket was bowled. The third wicket, it was that's the boundary from
Linda was coming in to bowl the 7th over. It is a bowling change as the opening bowler is taken out of the attack and being replaced by Linda Villas-Boas. She took a blind of a catch in the first over to give Brazil the first wicket. And now she's been given an opportunity. Half-hearted effort there from her as a bowler. You need to make sure that you're in position to stop your own balls. You must be your first fielder, but when you see that ball was struck, fine, you're playing safe not to injure your hands, but not, it wasn't traveling so quick. So she could have had her hands there. But good start, a dot ball and a single, not very, very bad for her. She's trying to complement the bowlers who bowled inside the power play. And have really set up interesting long on, long off cow corner. Third man for the balls that will be getting off the edges and swing away from the batters. Playing with a lot of control, Shola Adekunle. There's a musician called Adekunle from Nigeria. Simi's husband. Adekunle Gold, edgy baby. Edgy baby, as many would love to say. But for now, it is the cricketer Shola. But I tell you, Adekunle means you come from a royal family in Nigeria. The people who are called Adekunle have something rare about them. I was trying to make some bit of research when that musician came down to Uganda. So might be that this Adekunle, the player, might be linked to him. Maybe they come from one of the royal families in one of the tribes or clans. But the 4 runs have come up there for the female yellow greens. 40 for 4. Some dot balls there. It is indeed a fruitful over there for the Brazilians. Just 2 runs from Linda Villas-Boas' first over. And at the end of over number 7, 40 for 4 is what the scoreboard reads.
So far so good for Brazilians. If Nigerians, what they have to do, I think they have to make sure that they get the partnerships going. If you check the worms, they bowled 24 dot balls, singles, 14 singles, and 3 boundaries with 2 maximums and 3 extra runs.
And having 3 extra runs is not really bad. They're bowling some good spin. Yesterday we saw Zimbabwe bowling 10 extras inside the power play, whereas Rwanda bowled 13 in the entire innings. Those look to be many. But Nicole Monteiro returns into the attack with the dot ball as we are joined by Bob Marco Isonga here in the comms. Bob, we've been watching everything from the sides. Good morning and welcome.
Thank you, Ivan. Thank you, Eric. An interesting game we have here on our cards on our match day 2, game 4. Full on that occasion takes the outside edge into the vacant third man region as they pick up yet another single. Very good game we have here on our cards, Ivan. These two sides would love to battle it all out, given that, of course, Brazil in the last year's edition of the Kwibuka beat Team Nigeria on DLS. They've already picked up 4 wickets for 41 runs, having won the toss. Already the 4 top order batters are already into the dugout, courtesy of the good bowling of the Brazilians. Another full toss again, well swept by Salome Sande as the ball races away to the boundary.
You'd feel that a Brazilian is learning nothing and forgetting everything. Every balls that have been bowling to the pads have always been hit away. So you need to make sure that you don't bowl it to that area. But that's well picked up by Salome Sande as he picks up another boundary. Good looking shot there.
Absolutely, she is very, very strong on the onside. There is Salome Sande, and this should be the partnership you would say here. Ivan Sajabi, Salome Sande alongside Shola Adekule. Two experienced players out there in the middle. Hard hands on that occasion in the air, but who beat the fielder at covers, Lindsay Vias Boas, looking for the second run opportunity. The best of throws from the 40-year-old Roberta Moretti. Very, very good player, very athletic. She is. She's taken a catch and she saved her team already a boundary.
She also serves as the president for the Brazilian Cricket Federation.
And also a former captain, you'd say. She was the captain for the very first time they came in Rwanda in the 9th edition, you'd say, for the Brazilians. Again, when you look at Nigeria, of course, they're cruising to get to that 50 mark. You ask yourself, when is the standing captain, Aurora Cardoso, going to come into the attack? She's been very, very good for the Brazilians, especially in the Kalahari tournament in Botswana, picking up the best figures of 9 for 4 against Lesotho. And yesterday she was very, very handy with the bat, contributing in that loss, I believe, if I'm not mistaken, 42 runs. As we come to the end of the 8th over, it is 48 for the loss of 4.
To the hands of Nyasha Kwanjura, who was finding hitting arc and hitting everything. But this is the tournament in terms of wickets. Kusaichi Agora is leading with 5 wickets at an economy of 5.68. 5 wickets from 2 innings, whereas Luse Malino Malawi has 4 wickets from just 1 match. 3 apiece for Shola Adekunle, Michelle Mavunga, and Nyasha Kwanjura. Whereas Favor Esibe, Ishime Henriette Rwandan, and Lara Bittencourt have 2. Villas Boas is back into the attack. She gave away to her first, but that is a bad ball from her onto the pads, and well swept away for a boundary 4.
Not the best of deliveries there from Lindsay Villas Boas against her. These two who are very, very strong down, straying into the pads, using the pace into the vacant field region for yet another boundary as the 50 comes up for the female yellow greens, 52 to be precise, for the loss of 4 wickets. These two are moving steady Sunday alongside Shola Atekule. In no time, she's already into the 20s. With a very good strike rate, is Salome Sande. She's been looking for runs. She's not had a lot of runs in the past 3 tournaments. Is Salome Sande.
And I tell you now, Brazil losing the plan instead of just keeping bowling outside off stump, because it has you've seen clearly that Salome Sande and Shola Adekunle are so good on the onside. So try and bowl outside off stump and force them to play with a vertical bat.
Much better comeback there from Lindsay Villas Boas. Tatulo on the occasion. Again, when you look at the way the female yellow greens have been batting, Ivan, you would ask yourself, when is the likes of the captain, the standing captain, Rora, and Maria Artul, left arm, who will be spinning it away from the right-handers? Going to be introduced into the attack.
Yes, that when it is bowled outside off stump, even though they hit it hard, it picks up that extra cover. Favor Esibe, who is the captain for the female Greens in this tournament, was batting at the top of the order. She somehow went away from the team when she had the academic commitments. Missed out on the qualifiers last year in the Nigeria invitation. Lucky Pate was the leader then. Lucky Pate is now also with school commitments in Nigeria. She's missing this tournament. Favor is back in the team and she is the captain. But not sure when she comes into bat.
At the outside edge on that occasion, a chase will be on by Monterio. They will look to capitalize and pick up a double at these two. Very good communication and running between the wickets from Salome Sande and Shola Atekule. One short run there indicated by Rwanda International Jihozo Nicole, who also made her debut in the Women's Invitational Tournament in Nigeria. Interesting field here for the Brazilians. They have deep extra cover and deep mid-wicket, long on, long off for these two. Swing and a miss there on that occasion from Salome Sande.
I tell you, Nigeria is moving at a very good run rate, 6.11, with the projected score reading 120. If they can get there looking at their bowling attack, maybe they stand a very big chance of winning this match. One more to play in this over.
Task ahead is between these two, Shola and Salome Sande, if they are to get to that 122 runs. Swing and a miss again. A lovely piece of bowling there from Lindsay Villas Boas. As we come to the end of the ninth over, it is 54 for the loss of 4. Still moving at 6 runs and over.
Yeah, picking up on the message of Roberta Moretti, the president of the Brazilian Cricket Federation, ahead of this tournament. She said that returning to Rwanda for a third time is a significant milestone for our women's program and a reflection of the progress we are making as a federation. We work hard in creating the right environment for the athletes to develop, perform, and compete internationally, and Kwibuka tournament is an important part of that strategy. It provides our players with an opportunity to test themselves against the strong opposition in one of the most respected cricketing environments in the world. The batting card popping up a bit there in your screens, but there is a bowling change for Brazil. Yeah, Bobby asked for it, and there it is. Marianne, the left-armer, will be coming in to spin the ball. She'll be bowling round the wickets, trying to create some bit of an angle there.
Swing and a miss straight away there from Salome Sande. Interesting field here, Ivan Sajabi. She has no deep extra cover. She has a long on, a deep mid-wicket and deep square leg. And a whitish fine leg, interestingly. Given that she is bowling it way outside the reach of Salome Sande. Indications there from the umpire, wides on offer. Love to see her targeting that middle stamper. Plays it on the back foot, but straight to the fielder at backward pointer. The dot ball, very good comeback there from Marianne Atul. But again, when you look at the female yellow greens, of course, coming into the 12th edition of the Kwibuka Women's Tournament, they're missing out some key players. Kehinde Amusa, Hussein Peace, alongside Peculiar, and Lucky Paiti, the captain. Should be interesting to see how they go by this tournament with the youngsters. A team full of experienced players, the likes of Lilian Ude, Salome Sande, and some youngsters into the side. And of course, Favor Esebi, the captain, who's back into the side. Hard hands again, was straight to the field at mid-off. Very good run between the wickets from Salome Sande. She knew she was running into the danger zone. She didn't shy taking on the arm of that lady there on your screens. 40-year-old Roberta Every Moretti.
One thing I like about Salome Sande in that case is that after facing 3 dot balls, she manages to squeeze in and pick up the single.
Yeah, this time round, between those two fielders at point and covers as the ball races away to the boundary with offer there from Marianne Atul and punished. Very good over. It is turning out to be from the yellow greens.
I love the way Additional Adekunle waited for that one. Low stance. After the ball turning away, she manages to pick it up. And say, look at that one there. Transferring her weight forward and cut it all the way to the boundary. A welcoming boundary for the female yellow greens because this was turning out to be a very good over. The dot balls avoid a single. But now Adeshola Adekunle picks up that one nicely and sends it to the boundary, maintaining a rate of 6.10. Final ball of the over, and it will be a dot ball, but a good over for the female yellow greens. 6 of 8. And at the halfway mark, 60 for 4 is the score.
Marianne also being one of the bowlers that bowled very well, that in the last account that these teams played was the one that took 2 wickets with economy of 3 and went for only 9 runs. Marianne also it's halfway of the game and it's drinks time.
And as the team take the drinks, remind you the stronger message of this tournament. After 32 years, when there was a genocide in Rwanda, the 1994 genocide against the Tutsis, we come together to remember, unite, and renew. Many people were killed during that massacre. And Rwanda wants to find a way of peace. For us who come from outside Rwanda, may come from Uganda, we carry the message to wherever we go to make sure that we reach against it, because there weren't so many good scenes. The teams, upon arriving, had a visit to the Kigali Memorial Genocide site found in a place called the Gisozi. And what will happen during then is something that no one would ever wish to happen again to humanity. So even for the fans who are watching, make sure that you send the message of remember, unite, and renew. Because Kwibuka is a Nyarwanda word to mean remembering. So we do remember the life that we are lost. Thousands and thousands of lives were lost during that genocide against the Tutsis. But as we come to the end of the 10th over, 60 for a loss of 4, that if Nigeria scoring at the same rate, they can get close to 120, 130. And looking at their bowling attack, we have players like Lilian Ude, who was the best bowler in 2024. Bowls a lot of raw pace. Additional and with Haspin. All these bowlers will be coming into play. Maybe Nigeria will stand a very big chance of picking up victory this one out of 2.
It'll be an interesting next phase, the next 10 overs. This particular fixture. Nigeria finding themselves 60 for 4 after 10. Because earlier you guys mentioned that they've been trying out a lot of things in their batting lineup. I'll tell you, they miss out 6 players due to exams. Education is always key, Ivan. One of the reasons, of course, the likes of Christabel Chukwonye has been opening the batting for the female Yellow Greens alongside Salome Sande being promoted. It's because the likes of Kehinde Amusa, Lucky Paiti are missing out, and also Anointed Akibe. Aurora Cardoso, the standing captain, comes into the attacker. She has the best bowling figures of 9 for 4 against Team Lesotho.
I have a friend in Lesotho called Alicia Nyapera, who is the captain for Lesotho women. She tells me that one of the games she doesn't want to remember is that match where Laura Cardoso ran through their batting lineup, picking up 9 of them.
Something we normally see in Test cricket, Ivan. I'm not sure who's going to beat that record of that lady there on your screens. Full on that occasion, beats the outside edge straight away. Quicker on that occasion from Aurora Cardoso.
And a quick update from the Gahanga B Stadium, where Rwanda is taking on Malawi. Malawi won the toss and opted field first, but Rwanda currently has 36 for no loss after 5 overs. Otagushimani Defani is on 9 of 8, and Ishel Gizimo is on 21 of 22. The 2 openers for Rwanda still in. Rwanda still looking for a way to bounce back. And remember, I tell you yesterday, Rwanda clearly had a very big chance of winning the game. 139 looks like to be enough runs. But an expensive first over there from Belisa Murekatete. Another expensive over came in from Alice Kuza that went for 15, and another one from Giovanni Sosa that went for 18. And that's how the game fell out of their hands. So you feel that maybe if they brought Henrietta Ishimu, who had the best bowling figures, and she went with an over to play at the end of the game, they stood a very big chance of winning up that game. But the passage of play now here is that Salome Sande and Shola Adekunda still finding the runs. Yellow Greens.
Very good point there you make, Ivan. When you look at the way the female Yellow Greens are moving at 6 runs and over, you feel for them, they can get it to that 7-run mark and over. Maybe they stand a chance given that the outfield is electric and it gets better and better batting second on this particular pitch at Gahanga A. Sloppy there at pointer. Should be looking for the double at these two, but she is not interested. Is at the cooler shoulder alongside Salome Sande. She knows this partnership is very, very key. Is Salome Sande, who is on 24 of 21. Can't afford to give her a run out this particular stage of the game. A fine leg again for Rora Cardoso. Soft hands there from the young Shola Atekunle, the player of the match in yesterday's game.
And 4 runs of Laura Cardoso's first. As we come to the 11th over, 64 for 4 is what the scoreboard reads. And as we look forward a bit, today is the double-header day for the female Greens, the return in action against the Zimbabwe women high-performance team at this very ground. But one of your friends from Nigeria, Rickson Tete, who also helps them with social media and communications, is watching in this game and saying he is rooting for the female Greens.
So far, so good for Salome Sande, who is amongst the players that played last game. They played Brazil in 2025, but that time she couldn't make a big difference for her team. She scored only 1 run off 3 balls, and she was batting with Aden Kule. And Aden Kule that time scored 6 of 9, not out. And this time it's Salome Sande's day, taking the game ball by ball.
Yeah, Salome Sande somehow finding her form. 25 of 22, she's doing most of the heavy lifting for the Melo Greens. But from international cricket, Manas Labuschagne has also scored a half century for Australia. Manas Labuschagne has been struggling a bit with finding the runs.
I was asking myself why you have that excitement.
At the moment, Australia was...
Opportunity goes baking. Second time and she is gone. Comedy of errors between these two. Shola Adekule and Salome Sande communicating on 2 different networks, Airtel and MTN, and they pay the price.
I tell you, it is a big wicket that falls because it is Salome Sande who departs. Salome Sande has really been... She had found her hitting arc, 25 of 22, but miscommunication, 2 batters running. At one time, they were in the middle of the crease, and a good throw, the throw going the right end. Look at the comedy of errors. She played it with the soft hands, backward of the square. Well, the wicketkeeper had to do some work. Direct hit at the first time missed, but this time round, look at that brilliance in the field. Salome Sande was miles away from her ground, and it is the 5th wicket that falls for the female Greens, and a big one.
It's only the big one. You would ask yourself, why did Salome Sande sacrifice her wicket, given that she is the experienced batter, the most experienced player in the female yellow greens. Those days where you just have to be very, very stingy and stay in your crease, Ivan.
Now what will happen for Shola is that she will keep thinking about it all the time. But for now, it is Esther Sande who makes her 25 of 22 at a healthiest record of 113. Every time you have it above 100. But brilliant work there from Lara Bittencourt, getting that ball and chipping in a timely throw. 65 for 4. Beg your pardon, it is 65 for 5, not for 4 as per the graphics. There's some bit of error there. And some good bowling areas there from Marianne Atul. You did mention about her bob, and as soon as she comes, she's made the mark. She's not going for many. 8 runs after 1.2 are real good figures.
There on that occasion from the new batter in Esther Sande. She normally takes her time to get going. She's up against Marianne Atul, who is a little bit turning it away from her. Some stage you'd feel the female yellow greens were into this, trying to see if they can get to that 130, but that run out has made sure the Brazilians are back into this context of the game.
What has noted us that a run out means you've given out your wickets. But long on and long off are at the boundary for Esther Sande. Esther Sande eventually manages to get off the mark. Every time she gets going, she finds the runs for the female yellow greens. So they will be hoping that she can stick in for some time and defend the runs. I think that Yellow Greens will be looking at getting to 120 despite what happens in terms of the wickets. So Shola and Esther will have to rebuild.
Talking about rebuilding, this is the full face to block that one out is Shola Adekunle. But again, a lot of credit goes to the Brazilian side, captained of course by the starting captain Laura Cardoso. Every slow baller has been coming from the airport end, using the dimensions of the ground, making sure they force the female Yellow Greens to hit at the bigger part of the ground. Where of course they have chipped so far 2 catches, trying to clear the boundary ropes at cow corner.
And Bob, this is a very good over for the Brazilians. Just 3 runs off that over and the wicket falling, a big one. We don't want to play in the over. Good display here from the Brazilians, and work to be done by the female Yellow Greens. Leaning into that shot. One thing I've loved about Shola is that she leans into the shot. She has been looking good at playing those balls dropping outside off. But a dot ball will bring the over to an end. 12 gone and 68 for 5 is what the board reads. The run rate now dropping to 5.67, and the female Greens have found them stuck in the 60s.
Esther Sunday coming to rescue Nigerian's team, being played the last game that they played in 2025, and that game she was one of the top scorers because she scored 14 or 14 balls. Today she's coming back and make sure that her and Adenkule get a partnership that pushes them to their desired target.
Very intelligent bowling right after the drinks breaker. Brazilians have managed to concede only 6 runs. Swing and a miss. A pace on from Laura Cardoso, threatening that outside edge again. Interesting, she has no third man in play and fine leg. Has a long off play and a deep mid wicket. And a deep extra cover is Laura Cardoso. Soft hands again from Esther Sandy, the new batter in. Not sure why Adekunle Shola is in a hurry. You can't afford to lose another wicket at this particular stage of the game. 68 for 5 after 12.2. Quick run on that occasion. Not a bad single taken by these two. Can't get bogged down by the dot balls, given that Brazilians have been very, very tidy. Soft hands there from Shola Adekunle. They don't mind these dot balls, the Brazilians. They know anything below that 100. They'll give it a go. The Brazilians, they have a very good batting lineup, led by that lady there, shot number 8, Aurora Cardoso, alongside the likes of Roberta, Aurora Agatha, Ana Clara Sabino. Very good hard hitter she is. Looks to work it on the onside, but no timing whatsoever from Adekunle Shola. Another dot ball.
Brazilian bowlers, knowing that Nigerians mostly play on the leg side, today they came up with a different plan, knowing that they have to make sure that they bowl on the offside and give tough times to the Nigerian batters who are trying to hit the ball on the leg side.
It's a very good over there for the Brazilians. But Laura Cardoso overcompensating with the wide down the leg. It was going to be an over there, of course, just 1 run. And at least now the Nigerians will move into the 70s. Laura overcompensating. And you've seen that the Nigerians have been so good on the pads. Keep going outside off stump and keep them guessing.
Very tempting field that you would feel for Adekunle Shola trying to play it on the fine leg region where there's no one patrolling that particular region. Last ball to come from her second. Down the leg side again. Back-to-back extras working in the favor, of course, of the female Yellow Greens. Is Laura Cardoso. course, if you're just training us, it's the Yellow Greens who won the toss and decided to have a bat first. They find themselves on 71 for 5 after 12.5 overs. We're sitting at 60 for 4. Ivan, right after the drinks breaker, and they have made sure and the Brazilians to keep them just under 3 runs. At exactly 3 runs and over. Dot ball to end her second over. It is the end of the 13th. 71 for 5. I'll tell you something, Ivan. As we see the very calm and composed dugout of the female Yellow Greens. They are in her shades. Is the legendary Sarah Bakita. Alongside, of course, Theophilus, the coach. Last time they were coached by Coach Leke. Last time, of course, they were here in the Kwibuka edition. I'll send a message to you, Ivan. As we see, there will be a change in the bowling as Roberta Moretti, 40-year-old, also the president of the Brazilian Cricket Federation, comes back into the attack. The gentleman who is in charge of the social media of the Nigeria Cricket Federation is called Mr. Zil Ibe, a very good friend of mine. I'm not sure how you're going to survive Ricky Tete when he comes to Rwanda. I believe next week. He is now the administrative head and facility manager for the Lagos office of the Nigeria Cricket Federation and also a board committee secretary of the events and management. Might send you back to Kampala as he lands here. Back to the cricket here. 71 for 5 after 13, moving at 5.6.
Beaten completely. Good start there from Roberta Moretti. But when Ricky comes to Rwanda, we'll have issues to start. I know we'll be coming with the 4 o'clock team who always at such a time come around to play the Abakambu. So it will be interesting times down here in Kigali. Sorry for the miscommunication, maybe because Sot has done a lot of good work in making sure that it teaches many people how to do the branding and marketing of the game. You know, his position is having events manager. Maybe at one time we could feel that he was doing such a role.
It's a man with a lot of talent. He was part of the commentators group back in Uganda for the first edition of the Pearl of Africa series.
Yeah, I do recall such exciting times. But it is all about giving back to the game and making sure that we stick around in this beautiful game of cricket. But they don't pose there for Roberta Moretti. Footballing this day. She's made sure that nothing is hit away. We're going to drop offer at the boundary. Pace off. It's slower there. She wanted to pick up that wicket of Esther Sunday because every time the ball is slower, there's a part you feel like going through for the shot. But Sunday still keeping her head calm and playing it down the ground to get just a single. Not sure why the dugout of the Royal Queens is erupting with that single. But it was good anticipation. Current run rate is 5.27. They need to keep it at 6 for 7 to get to a more respectable total of the Royal Queens. Pulls that one away. Shola at the corner and it picks up the fielder. Much better fielding display on the boundary at the Brazilians. Final ball of this over. Another slow ball off the edge of the blade of Salome Sanda. It is a dot ball to end the over. But a very, very good over there for the Brazilians. Just 2 runs off that over. And as we come to the end of over number 14, 73 for a loss of 5 is what the scoreboard reads for the Nigerians.
If you're just joining, this is 12th Kwibuka T20 tournament in Rwanda. We are at the Ground A at Gahanga Cricket Stadium.
There are some of the results for this tournament so far. Zimbabwe women. Sorry, the first game was between Zimbabwe and Rwanda. Zimbabwe winning that one by 3 wickets. And Nigeria also defeated Malawi by 52 runs. Then in the afternoon, Zimbabwe came out and defeated runs. Villas Boas is the bowling change. She comes into the attack replacing Laura Cardoso. But she manages to start off with a dot ball, and that's a good line to bowl. Ball it out for stamp and the ball keeps swinging through. Long on, long off, extra cover, and cow corner at the boundary for Linda Say Villas Boas. Two dot balls there on top, and I feel that 5 wickets at hand, the Royal Queens will need to do something out of nothing. Break the shackles, get out of the crisp, find some runs, hit hard, go for power, or keep protecting the strike. And what I've loved about the bowling for Venus Boas is that she's bowling it outside off stump, and she has a fielder who's standing towards short third, near gully, around that area, because she knows that what the additional will be that she'll try to tap into that gap and sneak for the run. So there is protection already. And the only issue now for Adekule is that she's not moving her feet. She's just trying to throw her bat around. Instead of moving her feet and get close to the ball, that is much better at least. She's moved and made sure that proper stance, though not power, she's going to block instead of trying and swing through the line. Because Brian, you drive the ball, when you go for that off drive, you can get past the field that covers and take that single. And now what Nigeria needs to do is try and make sure that even though they don't get the boundaries, at least they do fight with the singles. But 2 more balls are remaining in this over. Leaning into that one and cutting it past the point fielder, just for them to take 2. Yes. Esther San and Salome Sande good running as they come back for a double. But that was a much better location there from Ade.
Today, Sabino doing the job very well. Yesterday, she was the victim of the runs that they leaked. They were all passing through her legs and going for the boundary. But today, she came up with a bigger plan and the very good way of executing.
Gloriously driven this time round. Straight to the fielder, but they'll take the single, but that was a good looking shot. And it will bring us to the end of the over. But what an over there from Linda Severas Boas. Just 3 runs from that over. And after 15, 76 for 5 is what the board reads. The target now for the female yellow greens will be that the remaining 5 overs, they try and at least 5 or 6 every over. But that's the upcoming match, which will be happening in the afternoon at this very ground. It's a double-header day for the female yellow greens as they return against the Zimbabwe women high-performance team. It will be an exciting clash. These teams have been in qualifiers and they have issues to settle. And for now, it is Lara Bittencourt who will be coming to bowl over number 16 for the Brazilians. Longo on, longo off, cow corner, and keep the wicket all at the boundary. Full toss. Dispatch down the ground and through the boundary. Don't bowl that to Shola. She's gotten it very nicely. She's starting the house off to be a proper all-rounder. I remember when she came to play the Under-19 World Cup, she was more of a bowler.
Lala bowls a full toss and it was easy for Shola to pick that one up and hit that one straight in the gap at the Kaukona region, and it's another boundary adding to the total of Nigerians.
Goes again into the surface. Chance for them to pick 2. But another miscommunication. A run turned down by Shola. just one single. But you put that ball was in the gap, they had a very clear chance of second run. They had committed it. Take the first run first, but the only set of operation. But it's turning out to be a very good over because at the time, Nigeria should be targeting about very over the world. So if in the remaining three balls they can at least get singles, make it 9, it will be a clear passage of play for them.
Nigerians been going at a run rate of 5, and I think it's the time for them to make sure that the run rate climbs and get that 7 runs per over. That would give them around 120 mark, 130. Lara beat Coat to bowl the 5th ball.
They're picking up the fielder, but it is okay. They will take the single. And you look at the previous about 4-5 overs that have been bowled by Brazil. It's a very good over for the Nigerians. 6 already in it. We don't not play this over. The additional one, 1 on 30 during the final ball. Face off, but the pads, she didn't take that one well. Because you see the shot that Ade used to get off the mark, she played it back out of the square for a boundary 4. And after 16, 83 for 5 is what the scoreboard reads. 4 more to play in the first innings.
Of course, to let you on what's happening at the Gahanga P. Malawi, who won the toss, had decided to have a ball faster. Rwanda find themselves on 77 for naught after 9 overs. Giselle Ishimwe once again registering another half century of 38 balls with 7 boundaries alongside Fanny Utagushima Ninde, who is on 19 of 17.
Yesterday, she was in a very good form, Giselle Ishimwe, before, until she ran herself out. Because she really made an unnecessary call. The ball was hit straight to the fielder, then she called yes, and she could not make her ground. And I believe yesterday she could have scored another half century because she's been having a very good run of form. But the table standings there so far, Zimbabwe right on top. The Nigerians also saying that London at the top. But now it's Zimbabwe who are enjoying that moment. 4 more overs to play in this innings. Bowling side there for Monteiro. Look at her bowling. Her first 2 overs were bowled from the airport end. And now she's trying to change sides so that she could maybe find change in fortunes. Call Monteiro. A very good friend to Ugandan skipper Janet Mbavas.
As a deep extra cover, long off, long on, and deeper mid wicket. Those are her 4 boundary riders. Played seat on the back foot, but straight to the fielder at covers is Shola Adekunle. I would love to see her now rotating the striker. She's been out there for 33 deliveries. Try and make sure Esther Sandy, who is no rabbit with bat in hand, to also take charge. Healthy outside age on that occasion as they pick up a much needed single at these 2.
I love the way you emphasize the much single. But this is what they should be trying to do as much as possible. Try and play to the singles and make sure that they keep getting some run. Projected score reading 102. Beautifully driven, and they will take another single. Brilliant there. It's a good passage of play there from Estasan and Shola Adekunle. They should be making sure that they don't concede dirty balls. Keep finding the gap, keep finding the singles. Because in fairness, several over and remaining about 3 overs, you can get yourself close to 120. Their bowling this to 120 should be dependable. Power, raw power there from Shola. And it is another single taken. Now 1 more to play in this. Final ball of the over. A bit of a half tracker. There is an appeal. But Nicole Gihozo not involved. And it is a dot ball in the over. 3 in the over, and after 17, 86 for 5 is what the board reads.
That was a good shout there from Nicole Monteiro. Very good decision by the umpire, Andre Nicole Rwanda International. 86 for 5 after 17 into the last 18 deliveries here. Ivan Sajapi with, of course, 2 batters at the crease. What do you think would be a very good total here for the female yellow greens?
But I think 120 is a good total for the female yellow greens. But those 68 dirty balls, they look to be very many. they should be fighting and making sure they do reduce the number of dot balls. And now the fact that Esther Sunday and Adesha, they could have both been in and they also have wickets at hand. 18 balls are remaining. Try and go hard at everything. Even when you lose your wicket now, when you're trying to attempt to find the runs, it doesn't be much of a risk. But they should stop playing. They try and make sure that you are attacking. But with Roberto Moretti gave away 2 in half past 4 for returning into the attack for the Brazilians.
Talking about the attacking, as we see Roberto back into the attack, I don't mind seeing a batter at the back end. As we see this ball racing away to the boundary, a big chase there from deep extra cover. She had to cover a lot of ground, but in vain. Much near boundary here from the female yellow greens, courtesy of Shola Adekule. Very, very strong square the wicket. So on the occasion, with offered went into the line. Full face of the blade, no chance whatsoever from the fielder at pointer as the ball raced away to the boundary. Edging closer and closer to that 3-digit mark. They need to capitalize, as you just mentioned. You can't afford in a T20 game to give away 68 dot balls. That's 11 overs in dot balls, Ivan. Change of pace again there from Roberta. Well swept. A lot of work to be done by Sabino. Run out opportunity. She is safer. Not the best of communications there from Esther Sandy.
I tell you, Bob, these are the winning runs, and this is now turning out to be a very good over. 6 already up front in the over. Shola didn't time that one nicely. We saw her getting off the mark playing that same sweep shot for 4. And now Moretti, because she bowled one wide and it was cut for 4, she bowls it to the pads. Instead of just bowling it maybe a little straight.
Full again from Roberta Moretti, but this time around picks the fielder at mid-wicket. But again, a lot of credit from the young Shola Atekule, who is now on 30. It's always nice to pick up a boundary at the very start of the over. It allows you to capitalize and pick up those doubles and singles with ease to make that over, turn into that over into the 10 runs, which they are really needing at this particular stage. That's away again, powerfully straight to the fielder. Run out opportunity again. I know the best of throws. As she makes it is Esther Sandy.
Yeah, when you look at that boundary in the first ball of that over, that same fielder, Maria Eduarda, missed too late and went to the boundary. So it means she's not a very, very good fielder maybe at that place. If you're the captain, maybe you try and switch and put her maybe at covers. And still the ball was straight to her and they did sneak through for the run. So Brazil might be missing something in the field. But look at the way she takes off already. Adeshola Adekule. By the time the ball was reached, she was already midway of the crease. And they take another single. Very, very good over there for the Nigerians. 10 already in this over. Beg your pardon, it is 8. With one more ball to play in the over.
Intelligent batting there from Shola and Esther Sandy. She knows is Esther Sandy. She is the experienced batter. I will tell you out there at the crease, but she's made sure she is rotating the strike for Adekule Shola. Change of pace again, plays it to the back footer. Straight to the sweeper. They'll settle for only 1 run. 9 runs comes off the second over of Roberta Moretti. As we come to the end of the 18th, it's 95 for the loss of 5.
More 12 balls remaining before we come to the end of the first innings. The female Greens won the toss and opted to bat first. And that's the captain. Yesterday they scored 98 against Malawi. She said that today they hope to get more. And now have 95. Eric, how many should we hope to find in the remaining 12 balls? And how many look to be enough for the female Greens?
With Shola Adenkule on 32 and Esther Sandy experienced one down there, we would expect 20 runs in 2 overs, 10 every over, hit that boundary and rotate.
Some good wicket keeping display there from Monico Rufino. The ball could have gone away because it got quickly off the edge of the blade. But it is well stopped there, and it is a dot ball as Maria Eduardo returns. During her final over, she's already gone for 22 in the first thing that she bowled. She should be hoping that she can complete this one very, very well. Apish past the head of the fielder, backward of the square, and it is racing away. Gahanga, very, very electric, and it is a boundary there for Ade Shola Ade Konole.
Yeah, this is what I was talking about, Ivan. She tries to hit that one across, and it gets to the outside edge and races away to the boundary. She was trying to hit that one in the gap at the deep square egg. There is no fielder outside the circle. That's the area she was targeting, but again, she didn't get that desired connection and ended up edging it. That's well connected again in the air. Catch was the call, but again, it was in no man's land, and it's another single adding to the total.
The one thing I love about Shola at the moment is she's trying to make sure that she goes high, because now we are into the back end overs. They still have wickets. Go hard if you can time well. But Esther Sand is also playing something out of nothing. Esther Sand has faced 15 balls and scored only 6 runs. Not something you'd expect from her, because she's really a very, very good player of that cricket ball.
Esther Sand been there trying to give strike to Shola Adenkule, who's been there out in the middle for quite a while, hoping that she'll be the one that seeing the ball very well. Big appeal, but again, it's a leg bias. What we've been talking about, if you're asking me, the runs I think they will get in these last 2 overs, and I told you 10 per over. If you get a boundary and keep rotating the strike, it's now 6 runs in this over, and they're remaining with 3 balls. If they can manage to get only 4 runs, they'll be going well.
$109.5 is what the scoreboard reads as we come to the end of over number 19. There's a bit of mix up in the scores. 104. I beg your pardon, for 5 is what the board reads after 19. Ball, the final over will be Lindase Villas Boaz. There is some bit of an issue there with the scores, but here we are for the final 6 balls. Boaz changing bowling ends, but that is it over the head of the field and into the gap, all the way to the boundary. Esther Sand is picking up it very nicely, and she takes it to the boundary. I tell you, there, Captain Esme is at the dugout shouting, 5 more, 5 more. Not sure if she's trying to tell Esther Sand to score 5 more boundaries, the remaining 5 balls. She's remaining her about the balls, but that's a good start to the over. Now Lindasa will be on pressure, because when you consider bound of the very first ball, it means things are not working as per the plan. Cut it away, and another misfield there. But the sweeper will do the roll. The throw going the wrong end. If that had gone to the bowler's end, it could have been a run out. And the female yellow greens will take the double.
It is Lindsay Villas Boaz keeping the balls, and the batters interested to hit the ball at the leg side, where they deployed only one fielder at the corner region. That's straight to the ball again, and it's another dot ball from Lindsay. It's a run out, And Nigerians loses another wicket.
I tell you there for Ade Shola, she was already midway the crease by the time they hit that ball, and the ball was hit straight to the fielder. So it had to be easy work there for Villas Boas. Look at that one there. She had already taken off, and she was midway, and the ball was straight to the fielder there. She went and just wiped off the bails. The female Greens lose another wicket, but you feel that Adeshola has already done a good job for the side. 38 of 44. She's been the highest run scorer in this game. And that's why she's welcomed as a hero to her side. Good batting display there. 5 boundary fours for her as she departs Ade.
If I'm not mistaken, Ivan, I believe that's her highest score in T20 International is at the Kule Shola. 6 runs already in the last over. 3 deliveries to come, 110. Swing and a miss again there from Esther Sandy. I'm not sure she will take on that single. Is Esther Sandy. She'd love to capitalize on these next 2 deliveries if she can get a boundary or even 2 to make it much better for the female Yellow Greens. Done a tremendous job, you would say, having lost 4 wickets early. They've managed to cross that 3-digit mark. It can be very challenging. Mentally crossing that 100 gives a scare to the batting team, of course, coming in to chase.
Yeah, the batter who walked on is Lilian Ude. Lilian Ude is a slogger. So now they're thinking for the Nigerians, how many more can we find these remaining about 2 balls? But it will be 1 ball for Lilian Ude.
Seen her clearing the ropes, I'll tell you. It's Lilian Ude. She has only 1 delivery to see if she can clear the ropes for the female Yellow Greens. Last ball to come from our very first innings of match day 2, game 4. It will be a dot ball to close off our first innings.
Yeah, a slow bouncer there coming in from Lindsay Villas Boas. And the dot ball to wrap up the innings. Nigeria won the toss and opted to bat first. But the positive for them is that they've got to that 111 for 6 after 20 overs. It's very important and crucial that you cross that 100 runs mark. You start feeling that you can bowl at the 3 digits. And from 120 balls, the Brazilians will need 120 if they pick up a victory. But look at the beautiful scenes here at the Gahanga main oval. 112 is what the Brazilians will need, and this is the batting card for the Nigerians. Christabel Chikon did not disturb the scorers, 9 of 2. Oseyende Omokiboho, 17 of 14. Omasugo Igwakun, 9 of 2. Jessica Bain, 6 of 13. Salome Sande scored 25 of 22 before running herself out. But most of the heavy lifting was done by Shola Adekunle, 38 of 44. And the late 15 there from Esther Sande.
See the batting, the partnerships, I beg your pardon, there 44 of 50 from Shola and Esther Sande, alongside 32 of 32 from Shola again alongside Salome Sande. Should be very key here in this particular game as they made sure they go to that 111 in their allotted 20 overs for the loss of 6 wickets. There you see the bowling cut over the Brazilian side. Maria Eduarda Ribeiro, of course, opening the bowling, bowling at 3 overs on the trot, picking up 3 wickets. Ended up with an economy of 7, a little bit expensive. Laura Bittencourt, nothing much there from her. 3 overs, 15 runs, no wicket. And of course, Nicole Monterio picking up 1 wicket, going for 19, and nothing much from the wicket column from Lindsay, Marianne, Arona Cardoso, and Roberta Moretti. 10 extras being bowled by the Brazilians in their allotted 20 overs. Big task ahead for the Brazilians, having lost their first game against the Zimbabwe high-performance team on this particular ground. They will need 112 in the next 20 overs. We'll be having a short break.
112 runs to get from 120 balls for the Brazilians. They'll pick up the first victory in this 12th edition of the Kwibuka Women's T20 International Tournament. The game live at the Gahanga main ground. And here we are for the run chase. Dusabe Mungu Diani and Angie Nicole Gihozo are the two umpires standing in this game. 4 female umpires being used in this tournament by the Rwanda Cricket Association says a lot on how the association is trying to make sure that they grow this tournament in terms of capacity for the women. They have one female umpire from Nigeria, Adepeju Bolgun, who has come to make a mark. A few years ago, we had Temitope Onkoye coming here. I saw we had Azifai come from Rwanda. But here we are for the run chase. My name is Evan Cyprian Sajabia in the comms. I have Bob McCoy, Songa, and Eric and Yomugaba who will be joining me in the comms. Bob, welcome back from the break.
Thank you, Ivan. Opening the batting, of course, out there on your screens with the ball in hand is none other than Lilian Ude, shot number 3, who will be bowling at Lindsay Villas-Boas alongside Laura Agatha opening the batting for the Brazilians. She will start off, of course, with the third man in play. And a long on is Lilian Ude, who has her best bowling figures on this particular ground. She picked up 6 wickets, if I'm not mistaken, against Team Rwanda. Play says the umpire Ange Nicole for the chaser. Full on the occasion, wall driven but straight to the fielder at mid-offer for a dot ball. Very good shot, you'd say, from Lindsay Villas-Boas. She didn't have much with the bat in yesterday's game against the Zimbabwe high performance team, as she went for only 7 runs, having faced 12 deliveries with 1 boundary alongside Laura Agatha, who only scored 2 runs, having faced 8 balls. They would love to forget that game and stay focused on this clash between the female Yellow Greens, who are red-hotted, very, very energetic in the power play, and the female Yellow Greens. Down the leg side, obliges is the umpire Ange Nicole, signaling wide on offer.
They somehow changed their jersey, that shade looking a little different for the female Yellow Greens. Just that the white needed to be a little thicker to bring out the Nigerian knit. But Lilian Ude was the best bowler in the Kwibuka 2024 edition. She bowls some good raw pace, but she should make sure that she doesn't give away so many whites because they're not working with so many runs. That is a much better line there. But they'll take the run because that ball was going into the gap near the captain, Favor Esibe. No communication whatsoever between the two, but they'll cut off. That's only a single. But it's a much better line there coming in from Lilian Ude. You make sure that if the Brazilians are getting the runs, let them get off the bat.
Very good batting there to get off the mark from Lindsay Villas-Boas. Very good technique, playing it on the back foot, working it on the onside. One of the players, of course, with the best techniques. With on offer, left alone by Laura Agatha. Keeping a tad too low on that occasion from Lilian Ude. Sure why she's trying to bowl it wide in the very first over. She's always liked operating into that channel of the middle stump, bringing, of course, the LB into play or even ball. When you look at most of her wickets, she loves getting knocked over the batters. Much better there. Works it on the onside. Quick running between these two. As she gets off the mark is Laura Agatha in the similar fashion as her partner Lindsay Villas-Boas.
Nigeria missing something in the field setup. I feel that maybe Favor Esibe should stand a little closer so that she cuts off that single, because she's already having a square leg fielder, so there is some bit of protection. But now she goes to the bowler, Favor, telling her to try and bowl it outside off stump, because that is a much better plan for her. And the field setup, because Ude is bowling it into the bat, so she's not having a fine leg, and she has the third man. So bowl it outside off stump, make sure that they are hitting you on your pitch. And you see when she bowls it offside, it is a chance for, it was a very big chance of the run out, but the fielder going for a long barrier inside the 30 gives the Brazilians a chance to sneak through for a single.
Very risky there, Ivan, from these two. Lindsay Villas-Boas, Laura Agatha on the other side, caught napping, but not affected by the fielder at covers at the cooler shoulder. Last ball to come from the very first over of the chaser. 4 runs already from the Brazilians. Goes back on the back foot. A full face of the blade as we come to the end of the first over. It is 4-0 Team Brazil.
And that's the equation, 108 of 114 balls. Erika, what is your take in this game? Will we see the Nigerians coming up? You've already seen the first over, or we will see the Brazilians picking up the first win in this edition?
Thank you, Ivan. To me, Brazilians don't have much to do. They just need to keep rotating the strike, knowing that they need only 108 runs to win this game. They won the last one between these two, and I think if they do the same like they did last time, but as taking responsibilities and knowing when to go big and when to rotate the strike would help Brazilians to take the game away.
Indeed, but for now, it is Favor Effiong who will be into the attack for the Nigerians. It is a change in their 11. She comes into the lineup replacing Henrietta Mbam, who played against Malawi yesterday. Good start there for her. That's the area should be bowling. The line of uncertainty, because when the ball is dropping at the foot stump, the batter is stuck between leaving and going forward to play it. But she manages to start off with a dead ball. But if you're one of the new kids on the block for the female yellow greens, ready to make a mark.
The debut, of course, in the Women's Invitational, picked up a wicket in a very fast over in T20 internationals. Cut away powerfully, up and over. There you see the first boundary coming off the blade over. None other than Lindsay Villas-Boas, with offered there by the youngster Favor Effiong. And boy, oh boy, has she been punished.
Too wide and hit away. She needs to ball it a little closer or ball it straight. Because every time you give the batter with it, they can easily cut it out. And she's not having protection. No third man. All her raiders are front of the square. It is extra cover. And long on who are protecting the boundary. The boundary brings out the drums for the Brazilians.
Again, offered again, but this time round, there's protection at deep extra cover. They're very okay to keep the scoreboard ticking. The Brazilians gonna be a very, very big boots to fill is Favor Effiong at this particular stage. Of course, opening the bowling with Leon Ude is Peace Hussein and the likes of Kehinde Amusa, who are missing out. Again, Ivan, these are the moments where you step up, make a name for yourself. Into the pitch. Well guided that shot, that man run out opportunity, goes baking, goes for the direct. It is Salome Sunday, misses it by a whisker. She had all the 3 stumps to aim at.
Take all the positives from her fielding. Short barrier, didn't really go down. She picked up the ball very nicely and took a shot at the stumps. And something done beautifully there by the Nigerians was the backup there. The captain Favor Effiong making sure that everything is in line. And that's much better bowling there from Favor Effiong. Up and over. It doesn't carry all the way to the field at longer on. But they will take the single. Looking to break the shackles. Villas-Boas.
Nigerian bowlers attacking the stumps and make sure that they deploy long on field and knowing that the batters will make sure that they go big. Every ball that is bowled in the stumps line is very, very good idea by the bowlers.
I was going to say it is the final ball of the over, but you have to ball it again, as that's very, very wide from Laura Agatha. Laura Agatha and Inase all making a mark for the Brazilian women team. 204 for Laura. Villas-Boas on 8 of 7, 100 more needed and 109 balls, close games. Nigerians don't have a very big room for error. You need to make sure that you're bowling the good areas, not everything come off the bats. Bat and pad, and it is a dot ball. A muted appeal, but 8-1 is also Efyongo's first over, a little expensive. And as we come to the end of the second, 12 Fenolos is what the Brazilians have on board.
That was a big bill from Nigerians. But again, if you check the way Brazilians are batting, especially Lola, she's not staying low in the such balls, and she's playing without step forward, just making sure that she gets her bat on the ball. To ball the next over.
Is back into the attack. Very good shot on the back footer from Lindsay Villas-Boas. She looks to be the aggressor in the two. Already on 9 of 8. Make sure every time she's faced, she's rotating the striker. Again, for the female yellow greens, they would love that lady on your screenshot number 3 to draw fast blood and try and see if they can pick up wickets. 1 or 2 in the power play. One opportunity turned down by the umpire. Very good running between the wickets by these two, Laura Agatha and Lindsay Villas-Boas. They understand each other here, Ivan. They know what is at stake. They need to get to that 6 runs and over.
And you'd love the batters who are opening the batting to have some bit of good communication, because every time you lose an early wicket, it puts some bit of pressure onto the batting lineup. So they will need to make sure that they continue communicating well and picking up the runs, get the team to a very good start. 98 from 106. Lilian Ude still trying to find something out of nothing. She's very, very aggressive balls, a lot of power balls, a lot of raw pace.
Again, Ivan, 2.2 overs pace owner from the female greens. I would love to see them bringing in Atikula Shola, the player of the match in yesterday's game, to turn down the music for these two. They love pace on. Is Lindsay Villas-Boas and Laura Agatha. They look to be very, very comfortable at the moment. Try and think outside the box. Give her 1 over and see is Atikula Shola. She picked up 3 wickets, went for only 15 runs in her 4 overs.
I think we have some bit of a crumb worker in the African setup in terms of bowling, because we every time in the power play we bowl pace, but you look at nations like West Indies, they always bowl Akil Hussain, the spinner, right inside the power play.
Only Akil Hussain, back in the days, they used to use Samuel Badri to bowl his 4 overs on the trot, 3 in the power play and 1 after the power play. I remember back in the days, I used to have this argument with my captain, Eric Tusinkisimana. They used to use 2 pace bowlers from both ends. Again, Ivan, coming back to that point, it's never an easy skill using a spinner with a new ball, gripping that ball. It's never easy. Eric himself here is a spinner, you tell us.
Yeah, Bob, when you're bowling with a new ball, as a spinner, holding that ball really gets difficult. But again, sometimes it's the technique that you need to use, making sure that you don't give the batters that pace they are willing to get from the bowlers. It's Lilian Ude continuing from pavilion end.
Trying to access the onside instead of playing it the way it was, and it is a good ball for Lilian Ude. Nigeria will be looking forward to winning this game to carry the momentum forward into the Zimbabwe game. Have another uphill task. Zimbabwe looks to be having a very, very long batting lineup. So when you're going to play them, you need to make sure that you come with some bit of momentum and motivation. And this win should be the boost for them. Much better bowling there from Lilian Ude. She's kept the wickets into play for the first 3 balls of the over. And even on the 4th, she's bowled some good area. She was bowling some ball down the leg, and they are being called wide by the umpire. But as soon as she adjusts the lines, she picks up the dot balls. 98 in 104. As Ude continues asking the tough questions here for the female yellow greens. Time round, that is hit. They do a hit and run because the fielder inside the circle was going down to collect that one. It was traveling, But every time you're fielding inside the circle, you need to make sure that you can collect the ball when you're still up and make that timely throw.
Very wrong end there from Esther Sandy throwing at the keeper's end. I would have preferred her to aim at this non-striker's end. Very risky running, you would say, but effective at the moment for the Brazilians. Who are already sitting on 15 for naught. Full on the occasion, deft touch there from Laura Agatha. A lot of work to be done by the fielder, covering a lot of ground. They will stick to only one run as we come to the end of the third. It's 16 for naught at Brazil. Already into double digits is Lindsay Villas Boas, 10 off 11.
.96 from 102 balls for Brazil to pick up the win. No extras in Lilian Ude's second over. And now we will see a bowling change right away for the female Yellow Greens. Oseyende Omonkobiho. Oseyende Omonkobiho will be now the bowler coming into the attack, replacing Efiongo Favor from the airport end. Bob didn't call for a spinner, but instead of bringing Adeshola Adekunle, it is now Oseyende who is coming into the attack with the long on and cow corner deployed at the boundary. Trying to work that one leg side. Some contact and they'll take the single. Not a very good ball there coming in from Oseyende, because that can easily be guided with the bat. It can easily be hit down behind of the square. So you need to make sure that you keep the wickets in two places, but you keep bowling it maybe outside off stump and it drips in to keep the wickets in check. Much better line there from Oseyende, and it is a dot ball.
Ivan, I don't understand why she's trying to bowl it quicker given the fields that she has. She has no fine leg. Third man is inside the ring, very wideish. I think that comes out of the blade of these two who run away to the boundary, you would say. Much better on that occasion. Hit harder, straight back to the bowler. Butterfingers, but again, well enough to put her hand out. Is Oseyende.
Did not follow through very well. That was an opportunity, but the ball came when she wasn't even expecting it. The Brazilians will take the single.
Omonkobio being one of the bravest, putting her hand out there, trying to catch that one. That's well connected, but straight to the field at the covers, and they managed to get a single. It is Laura Agatha and Rinse Villas Boas. Another single added to the total. 18 runs so far from these 4 overs.
Balls it quick. Straight to the fielder. Another run out chance. Big opportunity at the bowler's end. I think maybe because we do cram that every time we're doing practice, the coach is telling you to throw to the wicket keeper.
Just normally say it's the safest place to throw. Again, you feel they've missed out 2 run-out opportunities as Brazil move into the 20s for no loss. Last ball to come from Oseyende. It's gone for 4 runs. She would love to close off her over without leaking any other single or even a run. Full on that occasion, lovely shot again. Butterfingers there from the fielder at covers. As the ball races away to the boundary. Much needed boundary here for the Brazilians. Culprit there being at the cooler shoulder there at covers. 8 runs coming off. Her first over is Oseyende. It is the end of the 4th, and the scoreboard reads 24 for naught.
Omonkobio bowls that one fuller, and the batter Agatha had nothing else to do, just to hit that one straight, and it went through the field at the covers. Elise shoulder, And it's another boundary adding to the total of Brazilians.
Partnership is now what? 24 over 24. Is Lindsay Villas-Boas, who has contributed 12 over 14, and her partner, who's already moved into double digits. On N is Rora Agatha. There you see the warmer going up and up, still within the reach, moving at 6 runs and over is the Team Brazil. They need a wicket or two, are the female yellow greens. If they, of course, stand a chance to defend 111. 88 to get in 96 balls. 2 more overs in the power play, and they've decided to give a little Ude her third on the trot. I beg your pardon, there will be, that's a change in the bowling from the female yellow greens. Ifyong who changes ends coming in from the pavilion end. Works it on the onside. Make that back-to-back boundaries. Close the 4th over with a boundary and started the 5th with the boundary is Brazil. Laura Agatha and Lindsay Villas-Boas putting on a show of their own.
Laura being one of the clever, hits that one, knowing that the fielder at the mid wicket is inside the 30-yard circle, and her job was just to pass that one to that fielder, and it is another boundary from Brazilian, but Lindsay Villas-Boas, who is on 16 or 15 balls so far.
Taking their chances are the Brazilians in the power play, given that they only have 2 fielders outside the ring. They're trying to capitalize. Change of pace again down the leg side. White on offer again from Favor Ifyong. Changing ends but not bringing her the fortune they muchly deserve is the female yellow greens. She's been bowling it all over the pitch. 29 for naught after 4.1. Every dream start here for the Brazilians. Yesterday, of course, they crossed 100 mark against the Zimbabwe high performance, getting to that 106. They fell short, of course, but they know a thing or two about this wicket. Full on the occasion, well driven again, not enough timing. There's protection in the deep at long gone. They keep the scoreboard ticking. Is what the Brazilians and these two have done.
Bob, wondering what's Favor Ifyong thinking, deploying extra cover, deep extra cover fielder and long on fielder, but again you're bowling on the leg, knowing that all the fielders on the leg side are inside the 30-yard circle, really helping Laura Agatha and Lindsay Villas-Boas to get their runs.
Again, throws the kitchen sink at that one. Run out opportunity again. Ooh. She makes it. Is Rora Agatha. Risky but not affected by the female yellow greens. Much better there, as you just mentioned, there from Favor Ifyong. Bowling to her field should be the key moving forward. You can't afford to bowl the channel into the pads where you have no protection whatsoever at fine leg. Much better there. Tattoo on the occasion from Favor Ifyong. Looking to play it through covers and points. I don't mind that kind of line and length, given that she has deep extra cover in play. But again, you got to feel for the youngster. She is still new in her career, very young, to be precise, in her career.
Let's say that the batters are also being clever, knowing that the fielders, all of them are on the offside, and in the 30-yard circle, they're on the leg side. Lindsay and Laura using that opportunity of a very big gap at the mid-wicket region, and Favor Ifyong bowling most of her deliveries the pads, and helped Lindsay Villas-Boas and Laura getting the score ticking.
Into the pitch on that occasion, hot hands from Lindsay Villas-Boas. As we come to the end of the 5th, 7 runs coming off a second. It is 31 for naught. Moving at 6.2 is Team Brazil.
If you're just joining, it's 12th edition of Kwibuka T20 tournament 2026 happening here at Gahanga Cricket Stadium, and we are the main oval. Brazil taking on Nigerians. Scorecard so far: Christabel
31 for Nota into the last over of the power play. There you have it on your screens. Lindsay Villas-Boas opening the batting alongside Laura Agatha. It's 17 of 19, 2 boundaries. And her partner striking it at exactly 100. 11 of 11 from Laura Agatha. Very good start, you would say, here for the Brazilians, given that they bat very, very deep. They have the likes of the former captain, Berta, alongside Ana Clara Sabino. Favour Ezebi puts matters into her own hands. Is the captain bowling the last over of the power play. Slow in the air on that occasion. Decisive delivery there. She would love to pick up a wicket. She picked up 2 wickets in yesterday's 3 balls she bowled against Team Malawi. She has a long on in play. And the deep mid wicket, the only 2 fielders outside the ring in the last over of the power play. How many more is the question? Can the Brazilians get? Or is the female yellow greens going to break the shackles and pick up their first wicket? Shot on the occasion, but there's protection. Runner opportunity. Sloppy fielding again. Should have been an easy run out, but they end up picking up a single. Napping there at short leg.
Lindsay Villas-Boas and Laura Agatha making sure that they use every opportunity that they get, sneaking singles wherever that they have that opportunity to.
Singles and partnerships is the way to go. One of the reasons, of course, that female greens go to that 111 is because of Atikule Shola's partnerships, 2 partnerships with Salome Sande and Esther Sande that got them to that 111. These 2 are putting on a show of their own. 32 for naught after 5.3. 3 more deliveries, Ivan, here. How many more can they get?
One thing about the Brazilians have taken care of the wickets column. They have made sure that they don't lose wickets inside the power play. Nigeria lost a minute. Direct hit there, but she was safe and dry. So that is a clear message that if you try running, I might get you out. But they'll take the single. They make sure that they don't lose any wicket inside the power play. So this is some good clean batting for the Brazilians.
Would love to have a look at that replay again. It looked like her bat wasn't grounded, Ivan. But again, a friend of ours called Dennis Musali, our fellow commentator, saying the wickets in hands, they don't mean runs on board.
Maybe yes, but we're going to reach out to the batting lineup. So I think it's good for them to make sure they keep finding the runs without losing the wickets. Shimmy down the track. This time round, that might go to the boundary. This ground is electric. Every time it goes past the fielders, it is a boundary. That is well struck there by Laura Agatha.
Lovely shot, you would say that from Laura Agatha. Putting on her dancing shoes, getting to the reach of the ball. Flighted on offer, using the full face of her blade up and over the field at mid-offer as the ball rests away to the boundary. Much near boundary. Of course, they are trying to capitalize in these last couple of deliveries before, of course, the field is going to be spread right after the power play. 37 for Nota, last ball in the power play. They have deployed a long offer, courtesy of that boundary. Rocks back on the back footer, works it on the onside. They'll pick up a single at these 2 as we come to the end of the power play. A very good power play, would say, having not lost a single wicket is Brazil. They find themselves on 38 for naught after 6. Let's have a look at some of the highlights of the power play.
No wickets falling in the power play. It has been boundaries around the place. That one will cast away. And it was the first boundary there which was scored by the Brazilians. The misfield, the rare one through the cover area, had also run all the way to the boundary. Fiongo there coming into the attack. She went for 18 in her first over. It was some clean batting there from Linda Sebastwas and Laura Agatha, making sure that they do find up the runs. Favour SB also scored, also considered the boundary on the second last ball of her first over. 38 for no loss after 6. And now we do see Ade Shola Adekunle coming into the attack, but we did call for her. Yesterday she picked up 3.5 overs. Maybe they might be harder as well.
I feel again, yes, given that she will be operating from the pavilion end, she's coming a little bit too late to my liking, given the player of her caliber. She comes in when the field is spread, allowing these two, if they are smart enough to keep rotating the striker, keeping nudging it around the corner. She has a deep extra cover, long on deep mid wicket. Starts off with a short ball into the vacant region. No one patrolling that fine leg region. Not the best of deliveries, given that she balls a leg break away from the right-hander.
It was going to be wide, but well guided there by Laura Agatha. She just guides it all the way to the boundary. Very loose there from Adeshola Adekunle. Looks like she wasn't ready to deliver that one. And she's having a longer run up compared to what she has been using previously.
Back to our point, this shows you can't keep players of her caliber out of the action for too long. Should be an easy single. It's exactly what the Brazilians need at the moment.
You know, it wasn't a very good ball still coming in from Shola. I think she's starting to find her groove. Yes, she needs to make sure that because there is no room for error. You can't afford giving her 5 runs in an over. Just make sure that going the good areas, not giving the opposition a chance.
This Shola Denkule still trying to find her rhythm, line and length. Both that one on the leg side again and connected by Lindsay Villas-Boas for another single.
One bad thing that the Nigerians have done at the moment is setting up a field for a bad ball. Because she bowled it short and loose on the first ball and it was hit to the boundary. They have deployed the fielder at a fine leg but standing very wide. But if ever SB not getting tired of speaking to the players, she gives some fresh instructions to Shola Ade. That's a much better delivery there from Shola, but it is hit again to the boundary. Laura Agatha has found her hitting arc. And hitting that one backward past the deep mid-wicket area for another boundary.
She bowled that one fuller and the batter plays it with a closing bat, full face of the bat and connected that one through mid-wicket region and very good going by Laura Agatha. Making sure that the scoreboard keeps ticking and an addition of 4 runs to the total.
Turning out to be a very expensive over for the Nigerians. Already 10 with too much play in this over. Method appeals of LBW, but it is a dot ball there.
They'll be hoping, of course, Favour Esebi, the captain, he is taking lessons from this particular game. You can't afford to have a weapon like Shola Adekunle. It's like having Sunina run in your team and giving him the fast over right after the power play. 10 runs so far coming off her first 5. Swing and a miss, and the finger is up. Much flighted delivery there from Adekunle Shola. Enticing delivery. Moving past one is Laura Agatha, but you'd feel she's done her part, contributing 26 as the draw first blood is female yellow-green.
Yeah, flighted up out of her ground. Good glove work there from the keeper, but looked close.
Have to have a look again on the replay. It looked very close as she walks back to the dugout for her 26 off 20 with 4 boundaries with a very good strike rate of 130. Walks back to a very good round of applause from her teammates. Agatha, 48 for 1 after 7 overs. Just needing 64. There's no rocket science in that equation. No, something's going to give in this particular game, Ivan. Let's have a look again on the replay of that stamping chance. Move past one. Enticing delivery there from a very close call. We'd say a very good decision there from the umpire, Diana Shimge.
There will be mixed reactions there for Papa SB that will give Adeshola the second over. She's been the most expensive in terms of bowling, but again she's picked up a wicket. So as the captain, you're having mixed reactions. You're like, maybe if I bowled her early, could have had a chance of picking up many in the power play.
Big lessons to take, of course, from FIFA SAP. She brings herself back to bowl her second shot number 10. She has a long off, long on, deep mid wicket. The whitish, deep square leg.
Yeah, 10 runs off favors, 7 runs off favors first over. And the new batter in is Laura Cardoso, but good start there from Favor. Dot ball, much needed for the female Greens. Current 106.7 and required just 4 every over. Looks very gettable for the Brazilians. Cut that one away, and it will run to the boundary because there is no protection at extra cover. A little short and wide, and it is 4 runs for the Brazilians.
Lindsay Villas-Boas making sure that she connects that one very well. It was bowled short, and she works that one between covers and point, and it's another boundary adding to the total of Brazilians. So far, so good for Brazilians. Is 8th over running and 52 runs for 1 on the board.
Looking at bowling it a little closer to the stumps, closer to that 4th stump. That's much better. They are plated and they'll take the single, but it is better than giving it with it and you cut away for a boundary.
Yeah, this time Esebe coming back strong, knowing that the Brazilians are waiting for width, and she's not giving any. On the strike, please, Lola Cardoso. The captain herself comes in and joining Lindsay Villas-Boas, who is on 24 of 25 so far.
Hit upish. The ball is spinning away from the fielders and a chance to take 2. Escabe not putting in a timely effort, and the Brazilians will take the double. Laura Cardoso is off the mark with the double. 57 needed in 74. The number of runs and the balls is starting very big, and it is going very big in the favor of the Brazilians. Looks like they are fading the runs. 2 more in this over. Onto the back foot, but it is a dot ball. Much better there from Favor. Every dot ball keeps the female Greens in this game. And wickets come as bonuses. Every time you get the dot balls, they cause some bit of pressure to the batters. 1 more ball to play in this over. Later than it is driven, but there is a protection and just a single taken. 8 in Favor's second over, and after 8 overs, 56 for 1 is what the scoreboard reads for the Brazilians.
Watching Nigerians taking on Brazilians in the Kwibuka T20 tournament, 12th edition at Gahanga. And we are main over. So far, Brazilians are going well. The current run rate of 7 and required of 4. 56 needed from 72 balls.
Trying to look for a change in footing as changes bowling ends. Oseyende, her back over went for 8, and it was from the airport end. Now she's coming, replacing Adeshola from the Gideon end. Flighted and hit away. Full toss. The umpire and the fielder square leg had run for their lives. It is a boundary there for Laura Cardoso.
That was a full toss given to Lola, the captain, and make sure that she connects that one with ease and comfortably. And it sails to the boundary. It is 60 on the board, needing 52 runs, the Brazilians.
They are really finding the runs. Runs are coming thick and fast for the Brazilians. Current 107 and required 4 every over. Nigeria will just be hoping that they can find the wickets. If they pick up this victory, the dot balls might not be enough, because now Brazil is looking to be well poised for this matchup. 52 in 71. The game swinging right in the favor of the Brazilians. Cow corner, longo on, and longo off. The boundary raiders being used by Oseyende. A little short, but it is a dot ball. That's better there because he's gotten some pitch off the surface. The other one was a little full and was hit away for 4. So need to ball and extract something from the surface. Short and quick, and hit to the fielder at cow corner, and only a single be taken by Laura Cardoso.
One of their best players, if not the best players of the Brazilians, shot number 8, the standing captain, Laura Cardoso. Can't afford to experiment on her. The question here is, why not try your best bowler in Adekunle Shola to see if she can pick up one of these two?
You see that was a little expensive, but she kept on improving with each and every delivery. And on her final ball of the over, she picked up a wicket. You really need to give her a chance. Maybe he's thinking that if Oseyende is bowling here, people will go out of the attack and Shola goes the other side. But if he's taken her out of the attack because she went for many, even Oseyende is going for many, as that one is clapped down the ground for 4.
You can't afford to hide your best bowler, as they are capitalizing on that is Team Brazil. They're on the screen. They're putting on a smile for that occasion from Oseyende. Throws everything at that one. A full face of the blade, straight as a die. No chance whatsoever from the fielder, covering a lot of ground. 9 runs coming off the first 5 of a second. Very good batting, you'd say, from the Brazilians. Staying within the reach. Now need only 47 runs in 67 deliveries. Moving slow and steady is Lindsay Villas Boas, 28 off 27. Short ball on that occasion again. Gets away with that one, given that there is no protection in the deep. As we come to the end of the 9th, it's 65 for the loss of 1. Interesting movement again here, Ivan, as the captain comes in to bowl her 3rd. She's gone for 15. She deploys a long on, long off. Deep mid wicket and a deep square leg. No one patrolling the offside. Shot on the occasion in the air this time round. Can this be a wicket? She makes a mess of that one. Nearly sends it over the ropes in the fielder in the deep. Way, of course, to welcome the spinner, the captain herself, half tracker on the occasion, rocked back on the back foot, picked up length quite early. Should have been an easy catcher, nearly going for a maximum. Nothing is turning out to be good for the female yellow greens. Soft hands again there from Laura Cardoso.
Every boundary scored by the Brazilians takes them victory. And they have found a way of finding the runs they need in every over. 42 now in 64. The yellow greens looking not so clueless, but they don't look like they have a plan of picking up the wickets, because they needed to get the early wickets, break a partnership or 2 here, make sure that they are back in the game. But as it stands, the current passage of play, Linda Villas Boas and Laura Cardoso are finding the runs very, very easily and comfortably. And Brazil is inching closer and closer to victory. Hit up, but it will fall short of the fielder and they'll take the single.
From my point of view, I think Nigerians need to bring back the pace bowlers, and because when they were bowling, Brazilians were hitting balls on the leg side, and the Nigerians were bowling on the pads. So if they bring a pace bowler and tries to bowl on the offside, that would help. That's connected and into the hands of the fielder. That's the departure of Lindsay Villas-Boas. I beg your pardon, c'est Laura Caldoso, the captain, who is walking off, trying to hit that one and ending up giving an easy catch.
Maybe a breather of sorts, as the Nigerians will take everything the way it comes. A little tossed up there by Favor SEB. Everything looked to be proper there for Laura Cardoso, but she could not maybe swing her bat through. And a brilliant catch taken there by Lydian Ude at long off to give the female Yellow Greens the second wicket.
Of course, with that wicket, it will be Drix breaker, as Brazil is sitting on 71 for 2 after 9.5 overs.
71 for 2 after 9.5. One more to play in the 10th over. But this tournament played with a very, very strong message. As we continue remembering the lives that were lost in the 1994 genocide against the Tutsis. Families were broken. People up to now are still traumatized because of the acts that happened back in the years. And now it is upon us to try and make sure that we do preach the message that can help the people to heal. And it is important that we do know that the genocide really happened, and we pray and wish that it can never happen again. Remember, unite, renew. We are back from the break. Still work to be done by the Yellow Greens, so they'll pick up the victory in this game. Final ball of the 10th over. Still Trevor ACB in the attack there for the Yellow Greens. She'll pick up the dot ball. The new batter who walked in is Roberta Moretti, the president of the Brazilian Cricket Federation. But we've come to the end of over number 10 with the scoreboard reading 71 for 2 after 10.
Christabel Chikonyi bowling from pavilion end and deploying long on field, long off and extra cover, as well as deep fine leg. Batter on strike is Roberta Moretti.
You did speak about the Simas. And now here we see Christabel Chikonyi. She bowls some bit of medium pace. And maybe when the Simas come on the attack, maybe they will put some bit of pressure to the batters because they were looking so comfortable playing spin.
If you check how the field is set, Roberta Moretti, they have deep extra cover, just bowl it on the offside. You know that they all love hitting the ball on the leg side. Just keep it on the offside and make sure that the batters, if they want to work it on the leg side, they move there and play against the line of the ball. It is Christabel who bowls her first delivery, and it is a single from Roberta Moretti's bat. Roberta Moretti on strike to face the second ball of this over.
Another wide there. It was with the first inning. The Brazilians against the Nigerians, and looks like there is a bit of generosity by the Nigerians. They are also holding some extras, but the industry was on 30 of 30. It's really been a standout. Plays that on it. On and female openings in action against the Zimbabwe women high performance team. The game will be starting at 2 p.m. Kigali time and the 3 p.m. East African time. Good work here between Roberto Moretti and Lindsay Villas-Boas and Roberto have made sure that they keep rotating strike and they are finding the runs quite easily.
So far, so good for Christabel Chukwonye, who is bowling exactly according to the field set and making sure that she's not leaking the boundaries at the moment, with the Brazilians needing 36 runs. That's well connected again, passed through square leg region, and it is just a single from Lindsay. Squad rate 3. Brazilians getting closer and closer to the target, making sure that the batters do the job and cross the line. That's well bowled again, soft hands, but again straight to the fielder, and it's another dot ball.
I think the plan so far is working out for them, bringing back as a fifth bowler, because if Christabel Chukwonye comes and she doesn't consider boundaries, that's good for the Nigerians. Final ball of the over, and it is a dirty ball. Bring us to the end of over number 11. 77 for a loss of 2 and 35 more needed in 54 balls for the win.
Brazilians needing 5 runs from 9 overs with a required rate of 3.89. GSAB coming back to ball from airport end, and the first ball of this over, it is a single from Lindsay Villas.
A little casual in terms of fielding there, as another single is taken quite easy there by the Brazilians.
For the tournament.
We do. It just happens.
78 for 2 after 11.1. Roberta Moretti alongside Lindsay Villas-Boas, who's putting on a show of her own, striking it at 133 of 33 deliveries to be precise. She would love, of course, to capitalize and get into that milestone of a half century. She's done a tremendous job. She saw out the power play with her partner Agatha, who had to depart, of course, having moved past one against Adekula Shula. Takes a little shimmy up and over. There's a protection in the deeper. Very good use of the feet from Lindsay Villas-Boas. It shows you the confidence she's had. They keep telling us the more often you occupy that crease, the more runs you get for your side. And boy, oh boy, she's standing out to haunt the female yellow greens once again. Slow on that occasion from Favor SAB. It's been a little bit expensive. Yes, she's picked up a wicket. He's the captain, but she's gone for 24, defending 111. A little bit expensive for my liking, Ivan.
And when you come back, when you've not bowled well, and then you come at a time to bowl more spin, because the foot movement for the Brazilians show that they are very good players of spin. So you need to maybe bring a seamer so that they drag the game on. It doesn't make sense for you to keep Lilian Ude, yet you even don't know whether the game will reach the death. So bring her now and make sure that she gets for your wicket or two, then you can have a liberty of bowling the other bowlers. But this is the final over of Haspel Favor SCB. Shame down the track, half-hearted effort. Work to be done there by the fielders down the ground, and it will be a single taken. Bring that spell to an end. 26 are given away by Favor SCB in half 4 overs, picking up just a single wicket. And after 12, 82 for 3 is the score, and Moffat ended in 48. Sorry, 82 for 2 is the score after 12.
Still moving at 6.8 runs and over is the Team Brazil. Well within the reach, of course. 30 there, the equation on your screens from 48 balls. I would agree with your point to bring back, of course, Lane Ude and, of course, Atikule Shola for me. Yes, she is a spinner and they are very good playing spin, the Brazilians, but she is being a weapon for the female yellow greens. She has a lot of experience. There's tag to Christabel Chukwonye, who went for 6 runs in a very fast. They need to create an opportunity of a wicket here. Try and, especially the one of Lindsay Villas-Boas, try and plan for that wicket. She's been using her feet. I would love to see even the wicketkeeper coming closer to the stumps. Loud appeal on that occasion. Trying to work it on the onside is Lindsay Villas-Boas, where she has a very big gap. Look at this field set, Ivan. They have a long off, long on. Nearly 2 long ons. 2 long offs, you'd say here for the female yellow greens. A very big Venkat onside region. Runner opportunity on this occasion. A little bit of fumble. Kane make that 3 run outs that have gone begging for the female yellow greens.
But you see that one was even going to be hard because Christabel Chukwu already acquainted with the wickets. And also a misfield there, not very, very quick wheels from the field at square leg, giving these batters a chance of getting to their grounds. But Roberto Merit very, very interested in getting to strike. And you look at the way Lindsay Villas-Boas is batting. She knows there is a very big area on the onside. So she's trying to make sure that she gets access on that side, because anything that goes past the fielders will go to the boundary. Third man, extra cover who is close to long off, as you did say, then long off and long on. She goes into the surface. There is a fielder. Takes the catch. And it is a wicket. Big one that goes. Good work there done by the Nigerians. Good anticipation there from Oseyende, taking that catch at long on. And it is the third one that goes for the Brazilians. 82 for 3.
Big wicket, massive, you'd say here for the female yellow greens. And it's none other than Christabel Chukwonye. Into the pitch on that occasion, looking to work it on the onside. Hard hands on that occasion. Not enough timing from Lindsay Villas-Boas, but what a catch. She had to cover a lot of ground on her right as she took a beautiful catch to dismiss Lindsay Villas-Boas. It feels she's done her part. Shot number 15, scoring 35 of 38 with 4 boundaries with a strike rate of 92.11, caught by Osayende. Of course, a very, very good catch. 3 wickets down for 82 runs. 2 new batters at the crease, you would say, is the wicketkeeper batter, Monica Rufino, alongside Roberta Moretti. Now they need to switch on how to get Roberta Moretti, because she can stay out there and play out all the overs.
Yeah, the opening 2 for the Brazilians have done the job, making sure they get the team a very, very good start. And now Monica and Roberta will be having that role of making sure they continue batting. From the Gahanga big ground, Rwanda is taking on Malawi. Malawi wanted to bat first. Rwanda posted 174. Sorry, Malawi wanted to bowl, and Rwanda scored 174 for 6 and 20 overs. But in response, Malawi has 24 for no loss after 5.5. No foot movement and off the edge of the blade. And it is another single there taken by Monikero as she gets off the mark.
Yesterday she was out on a golden duck as she lives today. Another day is the wicketkeeper batter Monique Rufino.
Yeah, biggest issue has always been around the foot movement. So if she can move her feet well, maybe she stands a chance of picking up some runs. But still work to be done. More wides. They are coming in. Christabel Chkonye trying to keep the wickets in check. And that strays down for wides. And when you look at this game in terms of wides, in the first innings, 10 extras were given away by the Brazilians. And the Nigerians have so far given away 6, meaning they are paying back the generosity they did receive. That beats the outside edge of the bat, but it is a good line there from Christabel Chkonye bowling it outside off stump. She bowls with the shades on. Not very, very common for seamers. It is very, very common for spinners. But she's kept bowling it into the good areas with her specs on. 28 in 43. Might be a matter of time for the Brazilians. Unless the Nigerians can pick up the wickets needed. But those dot balls keep them in the game. And this is a very, very good over there. 4 dot balls in the over for Christabel Chkonye. 2 runs given away and a wicket falling in that over, a big one. And as we come to the end of the 13th, 84 for 3 is what the scoreboard reads.
Ivan, I'm telling you, I would love to see Rebelta keeping her foot on the pedal where Lindsay left it and make sure that they score this one quick, because the more you lose the wicket, the net run rate will also come to count. If you look at the Manhattans, to bowl Manhattans at the 18th over and the 19th and the 5th one being the expensive one, going for 14 runs, and the 18th one going for 9, as well as 19th one. It is Shola Adenkule bowling the next over, the 14th one.
Hit away and hit into the gap. It is a boundary. Her first over started with a boundary, and so has a second over.
That was well connected by Rufino, who is on 5 of 2 balls.
Yeah, favor Esibe right away walking to Adeshola, telling her that wasn't on their plan. A little loose there and to the borderline. But you feel that the issue for Ade is that her ball is not turning back. So every time your leg spin and the ball is not turning back, it becomes a picking with batters because they'll get it here from the leg side and just get it with the bat into the gap. Ade already under the pressure. Same attempt there from the wicketkeeper batter, but this time round not well timed and it will not get to the boundary. But they'll take the double. The double means 6 in the first 2 balls there by Ade Shola. 22 more in 40. Looks like Brazil is inching closer to victory if the Nigerians can't break this partnership and take up more wickets. Right now, the dot balls cannot give the Royal Greens an opportunity. It's only the wickets that give them a very big chance of winning this match. That's a much better ball there from Ade. Because she's been bowling it down the leg and it has not been turning, she now flates it and bowls it straight. And Monica not really going through for it. She just drops it down. And it is a dot ball for the female Yellow Greens. It will be wide because the ball is not turning back. She will be looking at bowling it stump to stump or maybe closer to the fourth stump and get it maybe drift a little. But she should be looking at keeping the wickets in check on each and every delivery there that she bowls a day.
Even when you look at this particular pitch and here at ground A, it's not a pitch that you love your spinners to ball it quicker. Give it some flight and see if you can get that patches out of the wicket. Every time she's balled quicker, it's kids on. Should love, of course, close off her over. She's been very, very expensive. 17 runs coming off half 1.4 overs. Much better line there, you'd say. That should be the line and length there to be bowled by Adekule Shola.
And Bob, this pitch has not been favoring the spinners a lot. This looks like a pitch for the seamers, but when you're bowling from the Gahanga B Stadium, you extract a lot as a spinner.
That's why, especially a squad has 14 players, Ivan. You got to adjust as soon as the toss is done and make sure you know who is going to play. Shot on that occasion again, struggling with her line and length. They should be looking for the second. Roberta Every, the 44-year-old, is taking on Monica Rufino and the fielders in the deep in Esther Sandy. Very good over again there from the Brazilians as we come to the end of the 14th over.
But do you know why that's actually Salome's, and you know why she's laughing? It is because when she got the ball, she threw it the side of Roberta Moret where she was going. Because they were really trying to make sure that they do find that wicket. But at the end of the 14th, 93 for 3 is what the scoreboard reads for the Brazilians. Current run at 6.64 and required 3.17. 19 more in 36. It's now becoming a matter of urgency. But that's the dugout there for the Brazilians. 63 dot balls in the first innings and 34 now. 42 singles and 37 singles. The comparison is there. 10 boundary fours and 11 boundary fours for the Nigerians. But the only difference is that there are no maximums in this innings. Maybe positive for the Nigerians. But Christabel Chukwonyi, who has been the most economical so far among all the bowlers, he's bowled 2 overs and considered only 8, picking up a single wicket, will now be returning.
It's Christabel coming back to bowl the 15th over from pavilion end. Bowls that one straighter and the batter Roberta made sure that gets that single with a straight bat.
Here, Roberta Moretti at 40 still has something to offer to the game. We've seen LeBron James play for the Los Angeles Lakers at 41.
I'll tell you, Ivan, she's more fitter than me and you. At this stage, with this heat, we would have blown our lungs out there, taking those doubles and singles.
Bob, please get me out of your conversations.
Extras on offer there from Christabel Chukwonyi.
I wonder why you're dragging me into your conversations. But the extras are something that will be concerning the Nigerians. Not sure what the plan is for Christabel Chukwonyi, because the ball is swinging a lot. Ball is outside of some that you keep the wickets in the check as that ball swings back. And look, when you look at that stance there for Monkeru, she poses facing the bowler, pulls that one away, but there is a fielder. Took a catch on the previous occasion, but this time round she doesn't get hold onto that one. And that hurts because it went on to hit her chest.
She took a blinder of a catch, and this time round, that effort ball from Christabel Chukwonyi, tagging in too short, rushing the batter, not taken by Osende at the boundary. They needed this wicket, I'll tell you. You need to drag these kind of games and chases into the last overs. Wax it on the onside straight to the captain at short mid-wicket. Just needing 16. Would have been very, very interesting if she had held on to that catch.
Yeah, that catch would have changed the things here for them because it brings a new batter at the crease. It also had some bit of pressure to the batting lineup. But now 16 more in 33, the Brazilians.
Lovely piece of bowling. Top of off from Christabel Chukwonyi. Gonna be a very good headache to the coaches and the technical team. She's bowled tremendously on this particular pitch. Is that young lady there on your screens, Chukwonyi, Christabel. She's not the happiest, having missed out, of course, on that opportunity down the leg side again. targeting the pads. I'm not sure why. She's been very, very effective outside off stump. She was part, of course, of that Under 19 World Cup back in Malaysia. Touch and go, nowhere to go. Says a favor. SAB there at a short mid wicket. One of my favorite players. I think, if I'm not mistaken, Ivan, she made her debut for the female yellow greens back in the All Africa Games in Accra. Since then, she's not held back. She's been putting in a lot of effort and work. She's very determined and very well poised to be a legend in her country.
When she made the debut, she took over leadership from the current manager now, blessing a team, Ejala, because she retired during that African game as well. So Favor Esibe took over the leadership. We've come to the end of the 15th over. Good bowling figures there from Christabel Chukwuonye. Just 12 runs in her 3 overs plus a wicket. And after 15, 97 for 3 is what the board reads. 15 more in 30. When you look at that current run rate, 6.4 and required 3, it means that it will be only dot balls that can keep in the game. Lilian Ude bowled 2 overs and went for only 8. So you feel that maybe Favor Esibe missed something in her field changes. Herself, she bowled 4 and she went for above 20. So she could have brought Lilian Ude back in the attack earlier on to make sure that she looks for the wickets. And Lilian Ude is a wicket taker. Fine. In her spell, she bowled a little, some extras, but she can bowl that good line for you and pick for you the wicket that you much need. But now Ude is back in the attack.
Changing ends are coming from the airport end. Change of pace straight away. Hit harder. Nothing much there from Christabel Chukwuonye at point as they pick up a single. That was struck powerfully with a lot of venom. She did actually very well to get something behind her.
Now you look at Ude's field setup. Long off, who is very straight, and long on wide, extra cover plus 30 man to do the super roll behind of the square.
This is very intelligent batting by the 40-year-old shot number 5, Roberta Moretti Every. Making sure she keeps the scoreboard ticking. She doesn't want this game to come into the last 2 overs. Just needing 13 off 28. Whereas, of course, the female yellow greens here, Ivan, they need this over if she can pick up a wicket or 2 to make things more and more interesting. She has no fine leg. She has a third man. Long on, long off, tip, extra cover. Those are the 4 boundary riders for Lilian Ude and the female yellow greens. Left alone from Monica Rufino.
You did just mention that she doesn't have a faint leg. So if you don't have a faint leg, you don't want to bowl to the pads because you can easily be hit to the boundary. So she now bowls it outside off stump, and the top of off stump line is a very, very good line to bowl. She picks up a dot ball, much needed because they need to pick the dot balls and drag the game on as they wait for something to happen.
On that occasion, into the stump, into the pads, I beg your pardon, wax it on the onside, looking for the second, but this time round, Roberta, the experienced one, tells her partner, Rufino, hold your horse, young lady, we still have 12 more runs to get.
Some calculative cricket being played by the Brazilians. They know at the time they don't need to overhit the ball because they need only 2 every over. Just keep rotating the strike and keep killing the Nigerians softly.
Pace owner on that occasion from Lilian Ude beats the outside edge. You can tell the intentions are clear as of course, that single brought us to the 100 mark for the Brazilians for the loss of 3 wickets inside 15.5. She is trying to guide it through that region between backward point and point.
It is the final ball to end this Lilian Ude over. and it will be a dot ball to end the over. But this is a much better over. She's given her just 3 runs, so I feel that maybe Favor Isabel wrote her back a little late. And after 1600 for a loss of 3 is what the Brazilians have on board. 12 more to get in 24 balls for victory. Brazil fell 47 runs short against Zimbabwe women high performance team yesterday. But an opportunity for them to bounce back to winning ways is right on the cards. And for the Nigerians, they should get ready, because if they fall short in this one, they have another big one against Zimbabwe.
But again, when you look at that equation, it's Brazilians' game to lose. They're just needing 12 of 24. Surely with 7 wickets in hand. Roberta Moretti out there and Monica Rufino, who's already moved into double digits. And again, the beauty of these T20 international games, ranking points are always at stake, Ivan.
Coming back to ball to the pads, and a loud appeal but not given by the umpire. An instant shake of the head there, but Victoria's there. The plan for Monica, she knows there is no protection on the onside, and she's trying to make sure that she accesses it.
Risky, but again, you'd feel for Christabel Chukwonye coming in to ball her last in her quarter. She's trying to go full and straight into the block hole. Come on. You guys.
Another appeal, but she's made sure that she keeps the wickets in check on each and every ball, and it is a dot ball. The dot balls will keep the Nigerians alive in this match. Good start there from Christabel Chukwonye. She's been the most economical so far. She's given away 12 in 3.2 overs with a wicket in her spell, and she's making sure she continues to do the good work. And the dot balls have kept the Nigerians believe. You could hear it from the body language on the pitch.
Had hands on that occasion. But there's protection in the deep. A little bit of fumble. Roberta looking to sneak in for a second, but this time round, no chance whatsoever from the fielder in the deep. Good feel for Christabel Chukwonye. She's done a tremendous job, but she came in as a batter in this particular team. But she's been the pick of the bowlers, having gone for only 13, picking up a wicket in her 3.3. She would love to close off her quarter by picking up a wicket or even more dot balls to build more pressure. Full on that occasion into the pads. Looking to heave it over the 5-leg region. She's been looking to nail that Yorker, Ivan.
Yeah, Christabel Chukwonye's plan has been simple. Ball stamp to stamp and keep the wickets in check on each and every ball. That's why you see she's picked up the dot balls, and every time she's gotten something to the pads. 2 more to play in this over, 11 more to get in 20 balls for the Brazilians. Very quick raw pass they are coming in from Christabel Chukwonye, and it is a dot ball.
Very good delivery there from Christabel Chukwonye, keeping Roberta Moretti in check. On the occasion, very good wicket keeping there from Sarah Etiva. Should love to close off a quarter without leaking any single run. Change of pace down the leg side was on offer. Left alone by Roberta Moretti every. Do you think Ivan will have a twist in this game?
But I think we have a twist because you feel that the dot balls have now changed. By the time we came to this over, they needed 2. But now they need 3, so it means more dot balls can take it to 4, and we keep going on. But this will be the final ball to end the over. 10 more to get in 19. It is still close. A wicket or 2 here could bring back the Nigerians in the game. Another appeal, but another dot ball bring us to the end of the over. What an over there from Christabel Chukwonye. Just 2 runs given away. And as we come to the end of over number 17, 10243 is the score. 10 more to get 19 balls.
Very terrific over there, and spell from Christabel Chukwonye, keeping every Nigerian on their feet. Just needing only 10 of 18. Big question here for the captain. There you see on your screens the equation, 10 of 18. The big question, who is going to bowl? It's none other than Lilian Ude, who will be finishing her quarter from the airport end. This should be the over if they are, of course, to upset the Brazilians in this chase is the female yellow greens. She's picked up, of course, 6 wickets, her best figures against Team Rwanda in the Kwibuka edition 10th edition, I beg your pardon, on this particular ground. She knows a thing or two. She has a third man. Long on, long off, a deep extra cover. Outside off stamp, a wide signal by the umpire. The best way to start her last over of her quarter is Leon Ude, yet to pick up a wicket.
A wide outside off stamp is a wide on the plan. You never want to go that one. You never want that one to go down the leg. 3 required every over by the Brazilians, but the Nigerians are fond of keeping themselves alive in this match. The Zimbabweans somewhere watching closely on what might happen in this game. Much better there from Lilian Ude. Top of off, and it is a dot ball.
Very, very well bowled by Lilian Ude. Bowling on the off length balls. And Monica Rufino trying to cut that one. But again, there wasn't desired timing that she was looking for. She bowls that one a little bit fuller again. And Monica Rufino tries to hit that one at the boundary. But again, not that much of the connection that she wanted. And it's just a double adding to the total.
It is an interesting matchup here between the Nigerians and the Brazilians. 7 more from 16 balls. It is an interesting matchup. The Nigerians still finding the necessary field setups that could see them win this one. A wide deep of point fielder they are put in place by Lilian Ude, because that plan has been clear bowling outside off stump. Longer on and longer off are both at the boundary. That one is Karasta away and well fielded. There is a run out chance, but not completed. You look at the athleticism being displayed by the Nigerians here at the moment.
Very tidy effort, sir. You'd say from the female yellow greens. A little bit too late for my liking, given that the Brazilians need only 7 runs from 15 deliveries. But nonetheless, a very good effort in the field.
I tell you, Brazil might cross the line and pick up this win, but they are going to really work hard for it, because the Nigerians have brought the fight right in their faces. Karasta away and straight down the ground. Just a single will be taken.
Coming back to your point, that's the beauty of having this kind of tournaments. It's worth all the money in the world, of course. But as for now, Brazil are just one step away from clinching yet another victory over the female yellow greens. They've been really working hard. Yes, they went to the Kalahari tournament, won it unbeaten, and now back into their third time, I beg your pardon, playing the Kwibuka tournament. And they look to be a team that is going to upset the female yellow greens once again.
I tell you, Bob, by the time I left Uganda, one of the teams that people in Uganda were talking about as might be champions in this tournament include Zimbabwe, Brazil, and Rwanda. Not so many people gave a chance to Nigeria and Malawi. But I tell you, this result will decide a lot, because the top 2 play in the finals and make sure that you win and get close. But one more delivery will be remaining in the Lilian Ude over and spell.
Yeah, I understand. It's always nice to predict, but again, I'll wax it on the onside, and this time round, a half tracker from Lilian Ude, the Chase's owner. They'll be looking for the third run, and these two very athletic they are. Is Roberta Every and Monica Rufino. Very good running between the wickets. As now they need only 3 runs to get. It's always nice to predict, but I'll tell you, the female yellow greens are, yes, it's nice to see that the Ugandans are predicting that they are favorites, but they're missing out 6 of their key players. Ivan, it's a bit too harsh to my liking, given that they have a lot of youngsters trying to see if they can get the right combinations in the batting department and even in the bowling department.
Still work to be done. But there was some athletic fielding there from Salome Sande, the experienced campaigner, saving that one right in front of her dugout. But there is a fielding restriction, a fielding penalty which should be given to the Nigerians. They have been bowling a little slow. So they will be having three fielders outside. And now there is a long talk, a long discussion between Oseyende and the captain before she comes in to bowl. Three more needed by the Brazilians. And what has come to haunt the Nigerians was those 63 dot balls in the first innings. If they had capitalized on them, maybe they would have had a little more runs on board.
That's 11 overs of dot balls. Something they need to work on and readjust as soon as possible.
Three more to get for the Brazilians and the spinner into the attack.
Plays it comfortably on the back foot is Roberta. It's just only 2 runs. Where'd you put your money? Do you think they will go into the last over here, Ivan?
When you look at the way the Brazilians have been batting, they've really enjoyed the spin. And it might be just a hit away here for them to pick the victory. The Brazilians, the drum is already back in their dugout. We hear the sounds after that previous single.
It's the Samba girls. Shot on that occasion, pulled away powerfully. They should be looking for the second, a little bit of a fumble, and that should be it for the Brazilians. Bouncing back from that defeat yesterday against the Zimbabwe high performance team, and they've made sure they've chased down 111 inside 18.2 overs against the female yellow greens.
We need to go and regroup very, very quickly. The female yellow greens, because they have another big match coming up against Zimbabwe women high performance. Bare handshakes as Brazil walk away victorious, picking up a win by 7 wickets.
Very convincing win here, Ivan. For the Brazilians, you can see they've put in a lot of effort in the last couple of months to ensure they've done the female yellow greens twice in the span of 1 year. A lot of work indeed to be done now for the new coach Theophilus. Let's have a look at the batting chart.
And you look at the way they have batted, the Brazilians built partnerships and made sure that they stick in and keep finding the runs. But nothing you do take away from the opening two. Lindsay Villas Boas, 35 of 38, and Laura Agatha, 26 of 20. Laura Cardoso came in the middle order with 13 of 10. Unbeaten on 9 of 23, Roberto Moretti and Monica Rufino, 18 of 19.
Of course, with the bowling charter of the female yellow greens, led by Lilian Ude, wicketless, went for 18 in her 4 overs, 11 dot balls. 1 wicket apiece from Shola Adekula, Favour Ezebi, and Christabel Chukonye. But the peak of the bowlers is Christabel Chukonye, who went for only 14 in her 4 overs, picking up a wicket with a very good economy rate of 3.5, I beg your pardon. But something to think about is the youngster Oseyande, who went for 20 in her 2.2, very, very expensive. And Adekule Shola, their key bowler, went for 19, picked up a wicket, yes, but in her 2 overs, 9.5. 11 extras again being bowled by the female yellow greens.
And you look at that batting card, it has been the Simmers who have been doing the magic for the female yellow greens. But the match somewhere there rating your cards. Adeshola Adekunle standing out with 38 of 44. Salome Sade, the express campaigner, before running herself out, 25 of 22. And Oseyende with the 17 of 14. 3 wickets for Maria Eduardo and 1 for Nicole Monteiro. Lara beaten very economical but wicketless. And for the Brazilians, has been Lindsay Villas Boas with 35 of 38 and Laura Agatha, 26 of 20, plus Monica Rufino with 18 of 19. 1 apiece for Adeshola, Adekunle, Favour Esiebe, and Christabel Chukonye, but not enough for the Nigerians pick up the win. The Brazilians win this game by 7 wickets, setting up another exciting clash, which will be happening between Brazil and Nigeria later on this afternoon. One of our co-commentators in Eric Nyomga will be coming to shortly the post-match presentation, so don't go anywhere. My name is Evan Cyprian Sajaben. I've been here with Eric Nyomgaba and Bob McCoy Songa. Keep around for the post-match presentation.
Good afternoon and welcome back for the post-match presentation. It is the game between Nigeria and Brazil. Earlier on, Nigerians won the toss and they elected to bat first, and they posted 111 runs for 6. Brazilians chased that one down in 19th over, and they won the game by 7 wickets. I'll start off with the Nigerians captain. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
And tough luck this game. What do you think you didn't do well?
I feel like it's a bad day in the office for us. We were really ready to score the runs today and come and defend. But I feel like, firstly, there were no enough runs on board to defend. Secondly, going into the second innings, we gave up too early, and I felt like if we had started fighting from the beginning, just like how we fought in the end, we would have done better. But going forward, we are going to work on that and go from there. Thank you.
What did you pick from the Brazilian side?
I love how expressive they were when they came into bat. They were really expressive with the bat, and how they continuously encouraged themselves while they were feeding, even when we were scoring the boundaries. Yeah, that's why I picked from there, and I feel going forward, I think me and my team will do better and try to come back stronger.
Thank you, and all the best in other games. Brazilian captain, please. Good afternoon. Big congrats. What do you think you did well in this game to win?
I think we had a good performance on field, on the bowling, and on the bat too. We changed a little things about yesterday and worked.
Did you pick anything from Nigerian side?
Sorry, again?
Did you pick anything they did well? I mean Nigerian side.
Yes, they bowled well, quite well, and the pressure on the field, they are so good. They have a good arm and a good fielding.
Thank you, and very big congs. And to present the player award, it is match referee Veronica Iriho, and there are two contenders. Eduarda, who really bowled well and picked 3 wickets for 31 runs, and the batter Lindsay, but again the player of the match goes to Eduarda. She will stay, she'll collect more. Good afternoon again.
Good afternoon.
Well played. And what do you think was the key for your success or for you playing well like that?
So I just have my plan. I trust in myself. I trust in my team, and that trust in my team like make me bowl well and make our team grow up.
Okay, thank you, and congs. It was a Kwibuka T20 12th edition happening here at Gahanga, and it was a game between Nigerians and Brazil, and Brazil came out the victors. And signing off, it's Eric Nyomugaba.
All right, good afternoon and welcome back to Gahanga International Cricket Ground. It is match day 2, game 6 of the 12th edition of the Kwibuka Women's T20 tournament live here at the Gahanga International Cricket Ground. The teams are done and dusted with their national anthems, but before we get started, let's find out what transpired at the toss with my mate Eric Neo.
Good afternoon and welcome back again. It's another game of Kwibuka T20 tournament 12th edition happening here at Gahanga main oval. It's a game between Zimbabwe, HPC and Nigerians, and Zimbabwe being the home team. The Adele, you flip the coin. Head is the call. And yes, yeah, it is tails. See ahead. Congratulations. What are you going to do and why?
We're going to bet first.
Is
The reasons being, this is a betting track and we trust ourselves to bet first.
and any change in your team?
Yeah, just one for Betty, replaced by Lorraine.
Thank you and all the best.
Thank you.
Favor, you lost the toss, and what would have done if you had won it?
Would have batted first.
And any reason why?
We just finished fielding. We were a bit stressed and tired, and would have batted first, so we get to rest a bit before. But regardless, we already prepared for both. We'll go in and compete.
Coming back from the morning game that you lost, did you make any change in your lineup?
Yeah, if Young Favor is going out, Rich and Samson is coming in.
Thank you and all the best. You heard it from the two captains, and Zimbabweans won the toss and they are going to bat first. Stay tuned.
Two teams clashing this afternoon is Zimbabwe High Performance team taking on the Nigeria Female Yellow Greens, and of course the news coming from the center is Adele Zimunu, the captain of the High Performance team of Zimbabwe, winning the toss and deciding to have a bat faster. As the two umpires make their way up there in the middle, we'll have a look at the two sides, of course, at the two team list of both sides. Zimbabwe, of course, led by Adele Zimunu, alongside Vimbai Mary Mutungwindu. Passionate Munorero will be a sub today. Ronyararo Passionate Pasipanodia. Kerry Ndiraya, with no surprise, will be opening the batting alongside Lindukule Mabera, Lorraine Pemiwa, Michelle Mavunga, Kudzai Kelly Chigora, Salem Princess Museka, Nyasha Gwanzura, the red-hotted Nyasha Gwanzura with the century on her back, alongside Lindrose Masina, and of course for the female Yellow Greens are led by Feva Esebi, Sarah Eti, wicketkeeper batter, Lilian Ude, Salome Sunday, Christabel Chukwonye, Esther Sunday, Favor the captain herself, Omosobo Egwakuna, Shola Adekunle, Jessica Biena, Usai Ende, and of course Rachel Samson make into the 11. Interesting game we have here on our cards. Of course, it is a double header for Team Nigeria, having lost their first game against Team Brazil by 7 wickets, failing, of course, to defend 111. And of course, the female Yellow Greens will look to bounce back in this particular fixture against the red-hotted the Zimbabwe High Performance team. I won't be alone, of course, here in the commentary box. I'll be joined by the gentleman who was out there at the toss with the two captains. Welcome, Neo.
Thanks, Bob. It's a lovely afternoon here, too sunny, and Nigerians are really looking to bounce back from the loss in the morning, losing to Brazil. The captain told me that they are going to do all they can to go back with the win as well.
Opening the batting, of course, for the Zimbabwe Women's High Performance team. It's none other than Lindrose Masina, who will be opening the batting, shot number 71. Alongside Kerry Ndriraya, who had a very good day in the office against the host team in their very first game, where they chased down, of course, 139. They have 2 wins back-to-back is the Zimbabwe High Performance team. They're yet to lose a game. They will be tasted by the furious bowling attack of Rachel Samson alongside the likes of Lilian Ude, No surprise, Richard Sampson will be opening the bowling, coming in from the pavilion end.
Yeah. The Zimbabweans really looking to do well as well, having won 2 games yesterday and looking to win this one as well. But again, Nigerians are not easy, also looking for this win, which will be their second. Yesterday, they beat Malawi. It is a lovely afternoon here, Kwibuka T20 tournament, 12th edition, happening here at Gahanga Cricket Stadium, and we are the main oval. At the start, Nigerians deploying extra cover fielder and long on.
Fast ball, up and over. Intentions are clear. She gets off the mark with the maximum. The sound of the blade can tell you a thing or two as she welcomes Rachel Sampson into the attack with the maximum.
Yeah, the bowler bowls that one a little bit fuller, and the batter was well aware of where to hit the ball and hits that one powerfully, and it sails over the field at long on, and it's a maximum from her blade.
Not a good start, you'd say, there from Rachel Sampson. Too low and short on the occasion, allowing her to free her arms. She has protection, only one fielder at long on. Shot again, pulled away. Not enough timing into the vacant region. But those settle for only 1 run, allowing Kerry Ndiraya to take strike. Kerry Ndiraya, who's always been very, very positive at the front. She loves using the power play in her favor. She hit 18 runs in the very first game against Belize Murekatete, Rwanda opening bowler. But yesterday, of course, she did have a go against Team Brazil as she fell very cheaply. Left alone wide on offer, says Gaston Iwizi, Rwanda International, alongside Veronica Iriho are the 2 umpires for this particular fixture. Ball a couple of extras in their very first game in the morning against Team Brazil is female Yellow Greens, 11 extras. Something they need to correct up front, given that they have a very good batting lineup, is the Zimbabwe high performance team. Straight back to the bowler. She draws fast blood. Is Rachel Sampson. No celebrations whatsoever as Kelly Ndiraya has to depart without troubling the scorers. Look at the celebrations. I tell you a thing or two. They know how big that wicket of Kelly Ndiraya is. It is 8 for 1 after 3 deliveries in our second game of the day.
Yeah, Sampson picks her first wicket, and it is a celebration for Zimbabweans picking, for Nigerians picking the opening batter's wicket, and she tried to hit that one with much power behind that one, but it wasn't connected very well because it went back to the bowler, and the bowler Rachel didn't do any mistake because she corrected that one comfortably. Next batter in is Rinyararo Pasipano, facing the 4th ball of this over from Rachel. The scoreboard reading 8 for 1.
Pasipanodia joins Lindrose Masina out there at the crease. She's been, of course, promoted ahead of the likes of Joshua Ganzula, Michelle Mavunga, and Betty. She would love to make a statement and capitalize on the opportunity given by the technical staffer. Up against Rachel Sampson, having picked the first wicket. Not an easy catch to take, especially given that she has a very long run up. And she made it look very, very easy, is Rachel Sampson. Sticking to the same field with a deep extra cover and long on, the only 2 boundary riders for Pasipanodia and Lendrose Masina. Soft hands Another dot ball, a very good comeback, having gone for a maximum from the very fast delivery of this particular encounter. Of course, the Zimbabwe high performance team will be targeting that 130 plus odd runs. Down the leg side, might have clipped her pad. But again, nonetheless, a very good effort by Sarah Etim behind the stumps. She's been very, very agile and electric behind the stumps. She's always the engine of these female yellow greens. Last ball to come from the very first over match day 2, game 6. Nearly ricochets it into her own stumps. Fortune favors the brave, they say. Gets off the mark is Pasipanotia with an inside edge that goes to fine leg as they pick up yet another single. 9 runs coming off the first with 1 wicket.
Yeah, head-to-head, Zimbabwe HPC versus Nigerians. Zimbabwe HPC coming in the victors amongst the two, but again, recently Nigeria beat them by 8 wickets victory during Patricia Kambarami Cup in Nigeria.
There you have it, the team list of both sides. Adele Zimuno, the captain of the Zimbabwe Women High Performance Team, Kellen Diraya already back into the dugout courtesy of that beautiful catch, a return catch by Rachel Sampson. Kuzai Chigora, Ndukule Mabere, Ndrose Masina out there in the middle, Michelle Mavunga, Nyashogwa Nzura, Lunyararo Pasipanodia, Vimbai, Salem Seka, Roren Pemiwa, and of course the female yellow greens led by Favor Sepi, Christabel Chukwonye, Esther Sande, Jessica Bieni, Lilian Ude, will be spinner Oseyende coming in from the airport end. Very good and smart tactics here from the female yellow greens using pace and spin. They love pace on the Zimbabwe high performance batters. She has a deep mid wicket and a long on in play. The only 2 fielders outside the ring. With offered on that occasion, hot hands and not enough timing. Straight to the fielder at covers. She didn't have a good day in the office with the ball in the first game. Is Oseyende. She took a blind over catch and dropped one. Not good figures in her bowling. Should love, of course, to make it up for her team, given the new cherry by the captain. Spoke about earlier in the first game, not an easy skill. Erica bowling spinner with the new ball.
We talked about this in the morning as well, giving a spinner the new ball. Gripping that ball might be that difficult, but again, it gives you the chance because the batter don't get that pace behind the ball that they are looking for. So that would create chances for the bowling side. The last game these two played off Kwibuka was in 2025, and the Zimbabwe team won that game by 10 wickets.
This time around, they have a very good chance to set a target. Is the Zimbabwe high performance team. Saying they went for 20 runs in her 2.2 overs. A little bit expensive with an economy of 8.5 in the first game against Brazil. With offered on the occasion, tries to pierce the gap between the covers and mid-off. Misses it completely. Interesting feel she has and the way she's bowling. She has the deep mid-wicket and the long on. Very smartly done, bringing in the long on inside the ring and sending deep extra cover. Given, of course, the way she's been targeting that off stump. It's a much, much better field set. Call for a big sweep shot gets the top edge. 2 fielders converging for the chaser. Should pick up a double with ease at these 2.
Monkobio is bowling really well. very well, bowling the ball, giving the ball the width, but again, with the cleverness, she took the fielder extra cover outside the 30-yard circle and set the backward point fielder in the gully, making sure that she bowls that one on the offside and let the batter cut the ball.
Caught in two minds is Rindrose Masina. Very good comeback there from Osayende. Quicker on that occasion. It's always nice, of course, as a spinner to force the batters to hit you down the ground. Given that she has a short third man in play, it creates that opportunity of that top edge, trying to force full ball and straight, playing it on the onside. A very good over. You would say they are going for only 2 runs in a very fast over. It's 11 for 1 after 2. There you see the table. Zimbabwe high performance yet to lose a game with a very good net run rate of 1.5. Rwanda having picked up their very first victory in this 12th edition against Team Malawi in the morning at Gahanga B. The second, and Nigeria, of course, with 2 points alongside Brazil. 2 points. Should be an interesting tournament, this particular 12th edition. It's Rachel Sampson to continue from the pavilion end, sticking to the same field as these two. Shot ball on that occasion, pulled away into the vacant deep mid-wicket region. A lot of work to be done by the two fielders. They will settle for only 2 runs. Keeping the scoreboard ticking is Runyararo and Rindose Masina. She's looked to be struggling is Rachel Sampson. Of course, she missed out in the first game. She's picked up a wicket, but she's been bowling it all over the park. Much better on the occasion. Straight to the captain herself, a short mid-wicket. Very strong players they are. Square the wicket are the Zimbabwe high performance batters. We've seen so far Nyasho Gwanzula scoring that century. 70% was on the onside. That's something they need to read and readjust as soon as possible. Try and force them to play you on the offside, where they have, of course, a deep extra cover.
It's Rachel Sampson bowling, about to bowl her third ball of this over, and bowling to Masina. Masina, who is really looking to be interested in that gap between mid-wicket fielder and short square egg, making sure that whatever she does, she accesses that gap because it's very, very huge.
Interesting field. They bring in the deep extra cover, sending a deep mid-wicket in the this time round. Should be an easy one for Salome Sunday, and boy oh boy has she taken a very, very good catch. Rachel Sampson picking up her second wicket. Very smartly done by the captain. She put Salome Sunday in that particular deep mid-wicket region for that particular shot and catch, and she has obliged. Is the most experienced player on that field.
Masina looked to be interested in that gap there at the mid-wicket, and the captain of Nigerians really didn't hesitate to put a fielder down there, and the very experienced one, and she didn't hesitate to pick that one with ease. It's another wicket for Nigerians. Zimbabwe HPC on 14 off 2.
To depart Rindrose Masina for her 905. You live by the sword, but you also die by the same sword, they say. She hit a maximum from the very first delivery in that particular deep mid-wicket region. And this time round, holding out in the deep. 2 wickets down. A very good start, you'd say, for the female Yellow Greens, having lost the toss. They are put in to have a ball faster already. 14 for 2. Courtesy of Rachel Sampson.
That brings a new batter on the wicket. It is Next batter in is Nyasha Gwanzura, about to face 3 balls remaining from Rachel Samson's over. Being the one that took Zimbabweans over the line yesterday, scoring a century, looking forward to do the same in this encounter.
A very good experienced player. She is not the first time, of course, she's featured in the Kwibuka tournament. Is Nyasha Gwanzura, the first centurion in this edition. Very strong player she is. They know the female yellow greens, this is the wicket they will be targeting as soon as possible. Had hands on that occasion and not enough timing from Nyasha Gwanzura. Straight back to Rachel Samson. She loves playing on the onside where they have long on and deep mid wicket. Very strong player she is. She scored 70% of her runs on the onside, as I mentioned earlier. 14 boundaries.
Yesterday, Gwanzura got most of her runs over these 2 fielders, Kaukona and Longon. So that's edged, outside edge, takes that one through third man region, and it's a boundary from Gwanzura's bat. She opens her count with a boundary, adding to the total. Now the score is 18.
Let's have a look at that again on the replay. Very good delivery. Squaring her up, went on the back foot, opening that full face of the bat, guiding it to third man region. She gets off the mark in style is Nyasha Gwanzura. She doesn't like getting bogged down by dot balls. She always look to be very positive and aggressive. Last ball to come from Rachel Samson. Already has gone for 6 runs and picking up a wicket. Much better line and length into the block call straight away from Rachel Samson. As we come to the end of the third, it's 18 for the loss of 2 wickets. Moving at 6 runs is Zimbabwe high performance team.
Yeah, I've been talking about how Gwanzura got her runs over Longon and Kaukona yesterday. That's where her 6s were going. And Nigerians did their homework very well, because if you saw, Rachel Samson was bowling on the offside, and more of the Yorkers to Gwanzura. But again, Gwanzura yet to find what to do. It's the start, and we are yet to see what she holds today.
So, and they will be bowling her second. Interestingly, we haven't seen Alina Ude to come and see if she can pick up a wicket with the new ball in. Of course, Osai and the spin. Nyasha Gwanzura, who loves playing a spin. She is a very, very strong player. 115 of 60 deliveries with 14 boundaries and 7 maximums. In the this time round, who beat backward point? A lot of work to be done by Christabel Chukwuonye as she keeps it down to only 2 runs. Again, a width offer there from Osayende.
Very, very quick outfield. Wondering why that one didn't carry to the boundary. But again, they managed to get a double from the Runyaralos bat. Zimbabweans going well, but again, Nigerians also managed to pick 2 wickets.
It is an interesting power play, you'd say. But again, I love the fact asking yourself why that ball didn't go to the boundaries, because Osei they didn't give it a lot of pace. Something she's been doing she did it in the first game and she paid the price. Would love to see her using the dimensions of the ground, force them to hit to the bigger parts. Pick on that occasion. What an effort by Christabel Chukwuonye at point. A very, very agile fielder she is. Much better loud appeal on that occasion. And the finger is up. Close and given. Very, very good bowling there from Oseyende. Not shying from being hit. Sticking to the basics, bowling it fuller, targeting that middle stamp. And boy, oh boy, has she picked up a very, very good wicket and big for the female yellow greens. Shuffled across, tries to play it on the onside. And the finger was up by Veronica Irio as they pick up their third wicket is the female yellow greens.
Very, very interesting. Umpire took her time, and from my point of view, that one looked to be pitching outside off stump. But again, it's umpire's call to make, and the batter, Runyararo, departs. And the projected score now showing 120.
This is a beautiful dream start here for the female yellow greens. They lost the toss. They were put in to have a ball first. They've managed to pick up 3 wickets inside 3.3 overs. Exactly, you would say what the doctor ordered for. They will be looking, of course, to bounce back from that defeat against the Brazil over 7-wicket victory. New batter in.
Nigerians in the morning bowl too many extras, hoping that they are going to reduce them in this innings because they know it took them to the lows.
Shot on the occasion, hard hands in the air, drop shot at the fielder at covers. At the Kule shoulder. Tightening the screws are the female yellow greens. They have already put the Zimbabwe high performance team on the back foot, having picked up 3 wickets inside the power play. How many more can they pick up? Shot again in the air this time round, again over that same fielder. They're looking for the double, but Joshua Gonzula is not the quickest between the wickets. Telling her new partner there, hold your horse. We need to build a partnership. We still have a long way to go. Very good bowling there, you'd say, from Oseyende.
Yeah, Oseyende bowling really well, but again, the batters are not looking to set their feet off the pedals. It's Runyararo and Gwanzura making sure that they utilize the power play.
It's not Runyararo. There is a technical issue. Runyararo departed, of course, struck LB in front by Oseyende. Shot pulled away. That would have been a catch, but it was hit with a lot of venom. It caught the fielder at short leg napping, allowing the ball to go all the way to the boundary. She is dealing in boundaries. Is Nyasha Ganzula? Have a look at that. Half track on that occasion. It was there for the taking. Gonna be very, very agile, especially fielding at short leg. The ball comes very, very quickly at you.
Yeah,
That will be the end, of course, of the third over. The fourth over, beg your pardon. And the score is 24 for the loss of 3. There you see a very cool and composed dugout. Having their lunch is Team Brazil, having picked up their first victory in the 12th edition against the female yellow greens by 7 wickets, chasing down, of course, 111 inside 18.2 overs. Christabel Chukwuonye, who was very, very tidy in the first game, went for only 13 in her 4 overs, picking up a wicket. He's been given the cherry in the power play, interestingly. 2 more overs in the power play. Have a look at her field set. She has a deep mid-wicket and then long on the 2 boundary riders. In the morning, she was operating top of off, kind of line on length. That was her channel. I don't mind Eric seeing her trying to replicate that bowling spell in the morning.
that's well bowled, big appeal, but again, umpire says that the height becomes the problem. Now, it's Chukwuonye who starts really well, but again, didn't get a chance to clear that batter. Chukwuonye, who did very well in the morning, looking forward to do the same in this afternoon game. Bowling to a new batter, and she's bowling from pavilion end, about to bowl her second ball of this over. That's well bowled again, drifting to the leg side. But Bata wanted to play that one with soft hands, but she misses it completely, playing that one with a thigh pad for just a dot. A very, very energetic wicket keeper picking the ball and running towards the bowler and gives it to her. She bowls the third one and well connected by the batter and straight to the mid-wicket fielder.
Very good movement there. You can see the movement in the air from Christabel Chukwuonye. One of the reasons you'd feel that they've given her an over in the power play to try and see if she can get a wicket or even put more pressure to the Zimbabwe high performance batters. 26 for 3 after 4.3. On the back foot again from Nyasha Ganzura. Very good tidy bowling there from Christabel Chukwuonye. Getting that lateral movement. Turning out to be a genuine all-rounder. Remember, she's been opening the batting for the female Yellow Greens. One of their best fielders at point, and now she's giving a hard time to the Centurion. Nyasha Ganzura goes on the back foot. Laura Pila. Again, she's threatened that pads on a couple of occasions in this first over of hers. Putting on a smile. Very young, talented player she is. Last ball to come. They know this is the wicket they are targeting of Nyasha Ganzura at the female Yellow Greens. Throws the kitchen sink at that one. A maximum it will be from Nyasha Ganzura. No sighters that she needs is Nyasha Ganzura as she closes off her over with a boundary, a maximum to be precise. 7 runs coming off Christabel Chukwuonye's first over.
Christabel bowls that one drifting to the leg side, and Ganzura didn't hesitate, took all the power that she has into that one, and it sailed to the boundary at the mid-wicket region, and it's another maximum adding to the total. Now the scoreboard showing 32 runs for 3 wickets after 5 overs.
Very good batting, you'd say, from the experienced Nyasha Ganzura. You can see in her century yesterday, 115 if I'm not mistaken, 85% came in boundaries, 14 boundaries and 7 maximums. She will take you on if you bowl in her zone is Nyasha Ganzura. Last over given to Oseyende to bowl in the power play. Plays it on the back foot, but straight to the fielder at covers at the Kule shoulder. They send a deep extra cover for these two. And the deep mid-wicket, the only 2 boundary riders. Goes for the big sweep shot, doesn't get enough timing on that. Should be looking for the second. But they all settle for only 1 run. Doesn't want to take any risk is Nyasha Ganzura as her partner had slid on the other end is Adele Zimunu, the captain. Coming in a little bit too early is the captain. The Yellow Greens will love to close off the power play without leaking a lot of runs. Laura Pila again, but that came off the glove. Very animated appeal from the female Yellow Greens.
Very, very loud. There are Nigerians outside there in the field. They are very loud, making sure that they use everything that they got.
Wides on offer on that occasion from Oseyende, unnecessarily done, says Sarah Etim behind the stumps. Might have injured herself. She doesn't look very, very comfortable. I'm not sure again, Eric, why she's trying a lot of things. It is the last over of the power play. You can't afford to bowl half trackers. Much better line and length there from Oseyende. Very good comeback, despite, of course, that she went for that extra. She's gone for only 1 run. Last 2 balls to come in the power play, 34 for 3. Gonna to be an interesting passage of play right after the power play when the field is spread.
That's connected again with that fumble from the fielder. They managed to sneak in a single and they got it. Yeah, Bob, what you said, I understand because now Gwanzura knows that she's remaining with one ball while the fielders outside the circle just two. But again, we saw her yesterday hitting the balls all over the fielders.
Short and quicker. Dot ball to close off the power play. It is a 35 for the loss of 3 wickets. Still moving at 5.8 runs and over is the Zimbabwe high performance team. As we do enjoy some of the highlights of the power play. Fast ball went for a maximum. Picking the bones out of that one, Rachel Sampson, but kept on bowling into the right channels as she dismissed Karen Diraya without troubling the scorers. Conan Bowl kept on getting those boundaries, and that was the catch, of course, caught by Salome Sande at deep mid-wicket. Nyashwa Ganzura getting off the striker with that well guided through that man, as she also picked up that short ball. That was the wicket. She took her time, was Veronica Iriho. The boundary again of Nyashwa Ganzura as she kept the scoreboard ticking. Christabel Chukwonye has been introduced back to bowl her second. She still getting that lateral movement. As also welcome Ivan Sajabi back.
Good afternoon, Bob. Good afternoon, Eric. I'm happy to be back in the comments box. We feel that Christabel Chukwonye is picking it up from where she left it. 7 from her first, not very bad figures there for her. And you see that they are not playing her comfortably. Look at that shot, it gets off the edge of the blade for Nyasha Gwanzura. Gwanzura using a lot of power instead of using more timing. Yesterday she used power and it worked out for her against the Brazilians, getting that 115 runs. But you need more timing, because every time you get that ball from the sweet spot of the bat, you stand a very good chance of picking up the runs. Projected score still 114. Might be chaseable if the Nigerians can hold themselves and limit them to that. That you see, there has not been control in the shots that are being played by the Zimbabweans. Going hard but not making some good timing. And again, some shuffles in the batting lineup. Yesterday we saw that the captain Adel Zimunu batted around at number 4. Then again in the afternoon she batted later. But again, feels like now the coaches, Toby Mbowe, have again put her the same part, at the same role of coming a little early when wickets are falling early. And it was a good power play there for the Nigerians, picking up 3 wickets right inside the power play. And they're trying to make sure they keep the Zimbabweans on the back foot. The Nigerians coming to this one on the back of a loss, having lost to the Brazilians by 7 wickets in the morning. But they are making sure that this is a game they do bounce back. And it is good for you in the tournament. Every time you lose a game, you bounce back to winning ways right away. 2 singles up front. A little full there and hit down to the sweeper. Misfield there, a run from Salome Sande. She might have run a little early. That ball spinning off the blade and it runs away to the boundary.
Yeah, Gwanzura hits that one perfectly. And the fielder at mid-wicket, it was a full toss. The fielder at mid-wicket really was just tensing because she wasn't really seeing the line the ball is going into. And she ended up missing that one. And it's a boundary.
Yeah, very rare. And they are coming in from Salome Sande. She is very, very good fielding in the deep. She has a lot of power. When you were so critical with her throws during that Brazilian game. But such things happen in games. Current 186 every over. And projected score now moving to 120. Look at that one there from Nyasha Gwanzura trying to scare out the bowler. And Christabel Chukwonye opts not to bowl. She gets back to her run up. Protection front of the square. Long on, long off. Deep mid-wicket and deep square leg are all in place for Christabel Chukwonye. And this is the final ball to complete this over. A little short and well guided to the boundary. Getting into the line of the ball and Christabel Chukwuonye concedes back boundaries. Gwanzura looks like she's again in the mood.
It is Gwanzura crobbling that one through fine leg region. It was bowled short, and you can't bowl that to Gwanzura. Very, very ready to hit that one, and she's always looking to hit every ball at the leg side. And Christabel gives a gift, and she connects that one very well to bring in another boundary, adding to the total of Zimbabweans.
Yeah, that is the shot. She just get it along the way because the ball was swinging inwards there for Nyasha Gwanzura. A bit of a slow bouncer coming in from Christabel Chukwuonye, and Gwanzura just getting under the line of the ball. It's expensive there for Christabel Chukwuonye. Her 2 overs have gone for 17 and 45 for 3 after 7 overs. And now we see Oseyende Omokobiho coming back into the attack there for the Nigerians. Off the blade of Adel Zimunu's bat, but work to do there by the fielder. Good work there. And they will only take a double. Some good running, some good wheels on for Nyasha Gwanzura and Adel Zimunu.
It's really interesting. Earlier on at the toss, the Nigerians captain said that they wanted to bowl first. From my own understanding, thought that they wanted to get Gwanzura early and make sure that they restrict them on their very, very low score. But again, it's not going their way.
Hit with the bounce. It is not going their way. Adel Zimunu picking up on that one very nice. Oh, that is some good athleticism there from the Nigerians. Cutting that one off to a double. You see that Adel wanted to get into the lane of the ball to hit that one on, but she doesn't time it well, and they will only take a double.
So far, so good for Nigerians, having picked 3 wickets already and managed to pick those in the power play. But again, Adel, Zimunu, and Gwanzura looking to be pushing the game.
Down on one, this time picks it up very nicely. 1 bounce, 4 runs. Adel Zimunu looks to be in the mood of scoring runs as she brings up another boundary for Zimbabwe.
That's well bowled again by Oseyende Omokobio, bowling that one shorter, and the batter Zimunu playing that one on the back foot and guides it to the fielder at long on.
Yeah, Eric, not only it was shorter, but a little pace off. Every time she bowled it quick, it has been easier for Adel Zimunu to swing through the line. But it's the partnership for them to break the Nigerians. 24 of 15 for Gwanzura and 13 of 13 for Zimunu. A little stuck into the surface and straight to the fielder. It will be a dirty ball. I feel that Gwanzura played it against the turn. The ball looked to be going away from her, then she just swung to pick up Salome Sande. A dot ball, much of a breather there for the Nigerians. Long on, long off, extra cover, and Kawakona at the boundary. Down for a pedal, connects, but not so well. They will only take a single, but it is a real nice looking shot. How she gets down into it.
Not using much power behind that delivery. Just made sure that she guides that one in a vacant region. That was a short fine leg, and she managed to sneak in a single again, ending the 8th over, 55 runs for 3.
Yeah, some of the fans who are watching this game right at the pavilion, some boys, some of the men who play for the men's team of Rwanda, right there at the upper Gahanga pavilion, making sure that they get a clear view of everything that is happening in this match. 55 for 3 after 8. Current run is 6.88. Score reading 138. Gwanzura 25 of 17 and Adel Zimunu 13 of 13. Favor Esibe, now the captain for Nigeria, should be thinking, how do I break this partnership? Because these two look to be finding the runs. She has taken a bowling change. She's gotten Christabel Chukwonyi out of the attack and introduced Lilian Ude, but that's the current partnership. 35 of 27, with Zimun contributing 13 and Gwanjura 21. But Lilian Ude being the go-to bowler, what does she do here for the Nigerians? The difference between these teams is that for the Brazilians in the morning game loved spin, but again for the Zimbabweans they love pace on. And look at how they took on Laura Cardoso in her 2 overs yesterday against Zimbabwe. She went for over 20 runs. That's much better there from Lilian Ude, just keeping it right. Top of off, and it is a dot ball to start off her spell.
Yeah, Lilian Ude really starting well, bowling a dot ball. And Adele Zimono playing a very handy knock, making sure that she keeps Gwanzula on strike.
Shimmy down the track, but doesn't tame that one well. Picks up the field at square leg, and they'll take the single. She did move that yesterday, getting down the ground and picking it up, but she doesn't connect. And feel that if it is raw pace coming to you and your Gwanjura, you can wait for it and then you go through the line. It is an interesting match. This is match day number 2 of the Kwibuka Women's T20 International Tournament. It is the 12th edition. 5 nations in this one. Top 2 into the final. Number 3 and 4 play for the 3rd placement. In everything you do, you have to make sure that you're within the top 2 places if you have a chance of playing in this final. And the fact that the record champions, Kenya, have won it 4 times, are not in this tournament. Uganda and Tanzania have won it 3 times apiece, are also not here. It means that Rwanda, as hosts and as the only nation which has ever won it in 2023, having defeated Uganda by 6 wickets, have a very big chance. But again, teams have come improved. When you look at the way Brazil played in the morning, really sent a very, very big message. And also Brazil playing some good cricket. Zimbabwe yesterday played some good cricket on top of the table already. They have won both their 2 games. And now Lilian Ude is struggling with her line backwards for her. Much better there from Lilian Ude. After bowling backwards, she now gets her line right and picks up the dot ball. And that's what is expected of you as a bowler. It is a tournament where games are coming quick and fast. Already Nigeria, we are here in the morning, lost to Brazil by 7 wickets and already back in action. You have to make sure that you keep learning and improving as the games go by.
Ivan, you see the way Zimbabweans are going. They're really giving respect to the balls that are bowled into stumps line. Swung and a miss from Zimono. That was well bowled by Lilian Ude, bowling that one on the top of off.
Gets that one very nicely and it beats the fielder. Another boundary. Good passage of play there. Lilian Ude swinging it backwards and making it easier for Adele Zimono to get it off the pads. The fielder there standing at square leg. That came a little quick to her and it is a boundary.
That was very well guided by Zimono, hitting that one to square leg region, and it was well connected, sailed to the boundary. Scoring 17 runs from 16 balls. It is Zimono Adele.
Athleticism down on the ground. Ade Shola Adekunle putting her body down on the line, and it is a dot ball. Quite many from Lilian Ude's first 7. And at the end of the 9th, 62 for a loss of 3 is where the board reads. Bowling change there for the Nigerians, and it is the captain, Favour Esebe, into the attack. Starts off with 2 dot balls. Good start. She comes into the attack, replacing Oseyende. And a good start there for Favour. And this should be the problem for the Nigerians, because the Zimbabwe high performance team loves it coming quick to them. So when you have more spinners, you really stand a very big chance. Favour Esebe doesn't always bowl. I remember during the 2024 Kwibuka, she didn't maul many overs. Up in the air, there was a chance of that catch, but because the bowler lost it, the fielder lost it in the air because of the sun, the chance created goes begging, and will take the swing. And I tell you at the moment, the single cannot hurt the Nigerians.
They're not going to be hurt at all, expecting Wanzura to do more and Zimunu. But at the moment, they're on the back foot. Nigerians so far doing good job.
Yeah, they need to come and pick up as many dot balls as they can. Every time the Zimbabwe HPC team will be saying the dot balls, they get on some bit of pressure, because when you get the dot balls, we feel like we are not hitting the ball well. Much better there from Favour Esebe. But look at her figures. 4 deliveries already. She's only considered a single. 4 dot balls there. Very good for the female Greens. And now this will be the final ball of the over. Bowling to her opposite number, the captain of the Zimbabwe HPC team. Cuts that one straight in the hands of the fielder. And it is taken. Good work there from Christabel Chukwonye. The ball looked like it was traveling away from her because of the spin from the blade. But she holds onto it dearly. And Favour Esebe dismisses her opposite number, the captain of the Zimbabwe HPC team.
The captain Favour, who bowled really well in the morning, comes back again and starts off with a lovely over and picks up a wicket. She bowled that one short, and the batter wanted to hit that one with much power, but again she missed it, not with the connection that she wanted, and ended up giving a catch at point.
I told you the dot balls will cause some bit of pressure. 17 of 20, 2 boundaries there for Adele Zimunu. And 63 for 4. Nigeria starting to pick back. As the teams take a drinks break, we do remind you about the message behind this 12th edition of the Kwibuka. It is a time where we come around to remember the lives that were lost during the 1994 genocide against the Tutsis. And that is the message. You remember, unite, renew. It wasn't so good because people of different ethnic groups, but within the same country, killed each other based on race. So it wasn't so good. We do preach against that message. And for us, for those who watch from Nigeria and those who watch from Zimbabwe, the biggest message should be that you do inform the people that the genocide really happened, because there are people who do believe that maybe it wasn't there. Maybe they are concocted stories, but it really happened. That's why when the teams come around during this tournament, they get a chance to visit the sites where you'll find the real evidence of what happened during that 1994 genocide against the Tutsis. Teams are then having the drinks, sorry. Nyasha Gwanzura holding on one end. 27 of 22 projected score, now reading 126. The teams are done with the break, the drinks. Nyasha Gwanzura holding on one side, 27 of 22. Good display there for her. 63 for 4. If they can get a chance, the female Greens of limiting Zimbabwe high performance team to something below 120, maybe they can come out and chase. And there is a change here in the comms. Enrique Nyomugaba will take a break, and I'm joined in by Enoch Gasana. Enoch, come to the comms. I've watched everything from the side, but what's your take on the proceedings so far?
Yeah, Team Zimbabwe women's high performance team have lost some wickets. They have lost their 4 crucial wickets, but the great thing, Gwanzura is still in there She have scored 100 yesterday, a crucial much needed 100. So I think we have seen what she can do, and she have got this capability and this ability of carrying the team through. So we do, and the team expects a lot from her.
It is a wicket there for Lilian Ude. Nyasha Gwanzura's off stump has been uprooted by Ude. The drinks give the Nigerians another wicket. Gwanzura going for a booming drive, but she doesn't close the line. Off stump is taken, and it is the fifth that goes. The ball Aito swinging away from her. She doesn't manage to get it away, and it is another wicket that falls. 63 for 5. Now the Nigerians have found their way back into the game. 27 of 23 for boundary falls, and when maximum at a strict of 117, Nyasha Gwanzura. But you'll have to show the Zimbabweans, you'll have to show the Nigerians her back.
Nyasha Gwanzura, who have caused a lot of troubles to scorers yesterday, this time around went out without troubling the score. I was saying that Zimbabwe and other viewers for us would be expecting a lot from that girl, but unexpectedly and unfortunately, she missed that connection. The line and the length from the bowler Lilian Ude was beautiful. So the timing and judgment, she missed a bit, and the ball ended up going straight to the stumps. And that's the end of a beautiful and exciting innings of Nyasha Gwanzura.
2 new batters at the crease. Salemu Museka Princess getting back to try and hit that one, but it is a dot ball. Michelle Mavunga is the other new batter on the other side. And this is an opportunity now for the female Yellow Greens to try and make sure that they get as many dot balls as they can, because Museka Salim and Michelle Mavunga will not start going right away. They will try and make sure that they start just growing into the game, and it has been a very good plan there, working out for the Nigerians, picking up the 2 set batters. Nyasha Gwanzura, who look to be well poised for longer innings alongside the captain Adele Zimunu. And the field set up there for Ude Lilian is 30 man down at the ground. Long off and long on, then cow corner, because they know Museka might be wanting to access the onside. Current run is still at 6.
And what I've seen, Mr. Ivan, is that Museka is playing but not going behind that delivery. If she can just manage to go beyond that ball, to go behind that delivery, at least she can just lean on the back foot and go off the mark.
And again, you see the way she's playing. She's at least moving her feet. We've seen most of the batter just throwing their bat, but first she's trying to get at it. But now the issue for Lilian Ude is that she's bowling it a little quick, more pace. So if you are Salem Museka, maybe you move a bit and you commit, then try and make sure that you hit the ball. Because she's bowling it at the 50th stump, you don't just afford to not get close to it. But it is an interesting over. One more in this over by Lilian Ude. Straight to the captain, and it is a wicket maiden over. What a display there from Lilian Ude. She picked up from where Favor SB had left it in the previous over. Favor picked her opposite number on the final ball of the previous over, Del Zimunu. Lilian comes and picks up the wicket on her first ball of the over and follows it with another dotty balls. And this maiden wicket over will keep Nigeria railed so much in the game. But that's the Malawi team at the back of another loss against Rwanda in the morning game. They have now lost 2. Lost Nigeria yesterday and lost another one today. But a young team which is growing into the game. They have players like Bridget Kasinja, Angela Lumbe, who were in the under-19 Division 2 qualifiers down in Kampala at Entebbe. So these two will later on be going for the other Division 1 qualifier for the under-19 women in Dar es Salaam later on in September. So even though they are losing games, but as long as they are learning, because look at this game against Rwanda, at least they crossed 100 runs. So it means they are picking up the lessons. 63 for 5 as Favor SB returns to ball over number 12. That half-hearted dive there might roll all the way to the boundary. She had to commit the field that covers and stop that one. Little short and wide. And Michelle Mavunga gets off the mark with the boundary.
Michelle Mavunga picking up that delivery perfectly and is finding the gap and sending it straight to the boundary. The chase was on, but Lilian Ude didn't make it on time. to save the day for Team Nigeria.
But it was a good ball there from Favor Esibe. It was turning in to Michelle Mavunga. Just that Michelle has been so good at creating the room. This time round, the field is well set, and Ude Lilian, who was a little weight in the previous delivery, has come into close, and she manages to cut that one off to a single. But when you look at the other guy, the Nigerians, their coach Theophilus Ebodeme is so much interested in this result. He's standing and he's really giving the energy. And you see the female greens always bring that energy when they come on pitch. A win here for the Nigerians will make it 2 out of 3 for them, and makes the table standings very, very interesting. So they will be looking forward to making sure that they pick up a result from this match.
Zimbabwe having 68 after the loss of 5, and previously when they were playing against Brazil, they have set 153 up in there. It's going to be taken 100ly. What an attempt, but unfortunately it's dropped. It's put down. It was going to be an interesting and a brilliant catch, but unfortunately it was put down.
Every time as a fielder, you get to the ball and you put it down, it becomes a missed opportunity. But these half chances always win games for the teams. Ade Shola Ade could not getting hold on to that opportunity. It was an opportunity of getting Salem Museka before she gets going. Hit down to the fielder. Nearly misfielded, but good recovery there from the fielder at long on. And manages to cut off the boundary. Salome Sunday not coming up to the party, but that is the missed chance there by Ade. Yesterday's game for Zimbabwe against Rwanda, Salim Precious Museka was out of the playing 11. She came in to replace Olinda Chare. And now, because of her play yesterday against Brazil, the coaches have given her another opportunity. We've come to the end of the over. The Rwandans having their lunch after winning their game against Malawi in the morning. 12 overs gone and 70 for a loss of 5 is what the scoreboard reads.
On your screen, you can see the results from previous games. Rwanda winning by 66 against Malawi in the morning. And again, previously we've seen Team Zimbabwe, HPC setting a huge score of the tournament, which was 153. And in the morning, we have seen Team Rwanda setting 174, which is now the highest score of the tournament so far. The swing and miss, and Michelle Mavunga, we always say yes and we always make it on time. And as Ivan Sajabi takes a short break, Emir Kiriza will be joining me here in the commentary box. And now Salem Seka is off the mark after that bye, and Michelle Mavunga will be on the strike. Lilian Ude charging in from the pavilion end. And Michelle Mavunga trying to give it a cut, but unfortunately she missed it completely. Lilian Ude who have taken that wicket off Nyasha Gwanzura. Much expensive wicket for Team Zimbabwe HPC. Plays straight on the stumps and it's driven, but driven straight to the fielder at the point. For sure, playing against a team like Zimbabwe HPC, which have set 153 against Brazil, it's a pretty game and a difficult game we have to take seriously. And look at the way Nigerians have managed to restrict them. Look at the way they have just managed to take their wickets earlier. What a great bowling. What a great pitch of delivery from Lilian Ude. Like for sure, I can say that Nigerians have bowled very, very, very great. Because at this stage of the game, Zimbabwe HPC used to be cruising into hundreds, and right now they are not even close to get to 100. Full toss and it's flicked away, racing all the way to the boundary, but there is a protection there, and the ball is stopped before it can even reach 45 yards, and it's Sunday Salome. Projected score is 118 runs, and they are just moving by 5 runs per over. Salem Seka having won after facing 8, and Michelle Mavunga is the one on the strike. Stepping out and hitting that one straight down the ground. The ball is racing all the way to the forbet mat and is stopped. And another single comes into the place, and that's the end of Lilian Ude's over. I'd like to welcome Emil in the commentary box. Emil, after that short break of lunch, how is everything? Where do you see this game heading?
Thank you so much. It is a beautiful game here between Zimbabwe HPC and Nigeria, yet to claim a win. Lost in the morning. I beg your pardon. They've won yesterday against Malawi and lost in the morning against Brazil. And today they will be asked to chase the total. And it will be an interesting game because when Nigeria wins this one, it will make so much troubles on the leading table. And if Zimbabwe HPC manage to win this one, they'll have 3 in 3. A chance of a catch up in there, dropped.
Michelle Mavunga giving it a chance, giving it a try, just transferring all her body weight on that delivery, sending it up in there. The timing was good, even the judgment, even the elevation was there, but the area wasn't good. There was a protection, and it was Lilian Ude. And unfortunately, Lilian not being aware and awake enough to see that one coming, and that's another chance. Went begging, trying to give it a try once again, but it's a swing and miss. Zimbabwe just needs someone like Michelle Mavunga. We've seen the way she was playing yesterday, just to step in and save the day for Zimbabwe. Otherwise, the way Nigerians are just keeping it tight, I'm telling you, it's going to be very harsh and tough for Team Zimbabwe HPC to set a huge total, all a total where they're going to be comfortable while chasing it, while defending it. We still have Salem Seka, who is 2 after facing 14, and Michelle Mavunga, who is 8 after facing 6. Stepping out and trying to go all over, and the wicket keeper grabbing that opportunity once, and it's a stamp out.
Favor the captain dismissing. Look at that, trying to step out and not having a full access on that ball. And very good work from the keeper. And yet to get a boundary after 10 overs is Zimbabwe HPC. Salem Museka not getting a touch, being dismissed on 2 of 15. And you can see the calmness in the dugout. Some players are warming up to get ready and see if they can add up on this total. As they have decided to have a bat first. And to remind you, they've won chasing and they have won defending. So they really know which one works for them. And yesterday, I had a chance to have a chat with the captain, Adele Zimunu, and she told me that they've seen that the pitch is very good to bat. It is a batting track. They will give themselves a chance. And today, they are moving on a current run rate of 5.41. with a projected score of 108. But still, it is very possible to build on that one.
Favor SAB there on your screens with 2 wickets for just 9 runs in her 2.4. She lost the toss, but everything other than losing the toss is working in her favor, as her name says, edging closer to that 50 milestone of T20 international wickets. The last wicket, of course, Salim Museka with her pedestrian knock. 2 of 15, moving past one in the air this time round. Should be another easy catch, and it is taken. Make that 49 wickets for the captain, Favor Esebi, who made the comeback in this particular side. And in no time, she is on a hat-trick. Very good cut there from Lilian Ude, who's been fielding every position on this particular ground. 7 wickets down, 74 runs on board after 13.5 overs.
Going on one knee, trying to slog that one, not getting enough connection on that. I don't think it was going anywhere further than that. And the captain, Favor ACB, leading by example. If you look at the scorecards, there 3 wickets for 9 runs with 1 ball to spare to complete the 3rd over of herself. And Vimbai Mutungwindu is dismissed on a golden duck.
Unnecessarily done, you'd say, Emil, having lost a wicket of Salim Museka after facing 15. The very first ball you face, you try to go big, resulting into giving a very easy catch to short mid-wicket. Hat-trick ball from the captain, Favor Isebi. There's no sleeping play. Interestingly, she sticks to the same field with the 4 boundary riders. Something, of course, I've seen in these last couple of days and months. Players not planning for that hat-trick ball. I would have loved to see her bring again a fielder in the slip cordon. Goes on the back foot, beats the outside edge straight away. What an over there from Favor Ezebi, going for only 1 run, picking up 2 wickets. As we come to the end of the 14th, it's 74 for the loss of 7. The projected score is still at 106.
Michelle Mavunga on the strike, and Precious Samson is charging in, stepping out and hitting that one up in there, and just a couple of bounces before it reaches to fielder in the deep, and a single it is.
Michelle Mavunga, very good all-rounder. Batting with a full power, doesn't hold anything back. She never leans back. She is always throwing her full weight on the ball and never going across the line. As she gets very close to the ball with that single she has taken, playing on long off, it says it all.
Rachel Sampson, who is back into the attack, she bowled her 2 overs in the power play, picking up 2 wickets. One of the experienced players, of course, in this female Yellow Greens team. They're doing, of course, some adjustments in the field as they send a 3rd man in play. She has a long off, long on, and deep mid-wicket. The 4 boundary riders for Lorraine Pemiwa and Michelle Mavunga. But again, here it has to be very interesting to see how Michelle Mavunga is going to bat with the tail, which, of course, has to be a very positive part for the female Yellow Greens, targeting the other end.
Michelle Mavunga with Lorraine Pemiwa, who you might be mistakenly thinking that she is a tail-ender, but I'm telling you, she can bat. Seen her batting. And Michelle Mavunga stepping out and clearing the boundary. It takes no time to get to the boundary. What a shot from her.
This is what they have been saying, that the way that Michelle Mavunga will be approaching these bowlers from Nigeria, Look at the way she stepped out, standing tall and boldly and hitting that gap and earning a boundary at the end. I think Team Zimbabwe HPC will need a lot of boundaries like this to set a huge total on the board, because they will need to be comfortable while defending the total score they are going to be posting in this very first innings. Projected score is still 109.
Earlier on, Nigeria managed to set 111 and Brazil chased it. So it won't be that easy for them to chase anything that will be put on the board, because you know when you're setting, you're not under any pressure. You throw everything you have, but again, you have to be strategic and technical enough. It requires so much skills to chase any total. It doesn't matter how much it is. So it will take a lot of work from Nigerians, and you cannot you can never say never, because the game is still on. When Michelle Mavunga is still on, she is still in the pitch on 13 of 9 with Loren Pemiwa.
Michelle Mavunga trying to step out and hit that one hard, but unfortunately she missed the connection completely, and that's marked the end of over number 15. The score on the board is 80 after the loss of 7. In the morning, we have seen Team Rwanda surpassing the total score that Team Zimbabwe HPC have set, and it was the biggest. It was the highest of the tournament. The highest previously was 153. It was set by Zimbabwe playing against Brazil, and look at now the display. Highest score of the tournament have changed to 174 after the loss of 6 in 20 overs, and it was Rwanda against Malawi. And this shows the quality of teams which are playing in this tournament, in this Kwibuka Women's Tournament, edition number 12. Because you have seen the way Zimbabwe was playing yesterday, you could not expect it to play like this today. But that shows the quality of bowlers of Nigeria. That one is hit straight, but he's straight to the fielder, and it's stopped before they can even come back for a double.
Talking about the quality of the games being played here, each teams here have players scoring half centuries, and unexpectedly those players are not the ones you would be expecting for hitting those half centuries. Earlier in the morning, an all-rounder from Malawi scored a half century. Belize yesterday scored a half century for Rwanda. And you know what Nyasha has been doing yesterday, even today. And yesterday they fall short after 115 of Nyasha. They didn't get that enough partnership to her, that they ended up on 153. And that was a failure, as the captain said. But today, look at what they are doing. They are showing that even if she doesn't play, as I talk about that, Loren Pemiwa had me well and said I'm not a tail-ender. And clearly placed that one in the gap for a boundary.
But that's, you would say, poor bowling from the captain, Feva Isebi. Too much offer width. And boy, oh boy, did she pounce on it. Got into the line. No chance whatsoever from the fielder at backward pointer. Had hands on the occasion. They will pick up a single at these two. They keep the scoreboard ticking. Is Michelle Mavunga and Loren Pemiwa. Talking about yesterday's game, of course, she scored 80% of the runs of the Zimbabwe high performance team. Is Nyasha Ganzula, but well enough, the female Yellow Greens got him early. They would love to capitalize that. Anything around 120 can be very, very challenging on this particular ground, given, of course, that they are lacking 6 of their key players in their side, the likes of Lucky Paiti, Peace Hussein, Anointed Akibe, the likes of Kehinde Amusa, the best player of the year in the year 2025. With that thing, of course, we come to the end of the 16th over. 4 more overs to come in this particular fixture. Match day 2, game 6. Scoreboard reading 88 for the loss of 7. How many more is the question? Can the Zimbabwe high performance team add on? Or how is the female yellow greens are going to tighten the screws to make sure they don't have a big task ahead when they come into chase?
Some sun charging in, and that's hitting there. Just couple of bounces before reaching the fielder, and they just rotated for a single. And the way Relane have been batting, the way she is swinging her bat, it really shows the assignment and what she needs. She wants to clear every single delivery. Emil, if you can look closely, the way she is swinging her bat, it clearly shows that you want to get a boundary every single delivery.
Mid-off, mid-on are in, are closing in. They've moved. They moved so many feet from the ropes. Thinking Lauren Pemiwa couldn't clear them. But I'm telling you, I've seen her batting. Pemiwa, you don't really want to take her that easy. And Rachel Sampson is bowling her fourth over. Talking about that, Ren Pemiwa trying to swing that, trying to see if she can get that gap between deep mid wicket and mid on. And as we talk about that, the current run rate is still at 5.39. If they can raise it up a little and they get on 6 point something, that they will be ending up asking Nigerians to chase 120 plus. As Zimbabwe women's high performance are cruising into 90s. Flicking that one, finds a fielder at deep mid wicket, and it is a single.
Michelle Mavunga and Lelen trying to do everything it can take for them to add a run to the score they are setting. They're just making sure that the board is kept ticking no matter what. One team is just looking for victory, and another team, they're just going forward to deny it. Samson charging in. Mavunga hitting that one up in there, but not well hit enough, and it clears a boundary. And another boundary comes into the place, a much needed boundary for Team Zimbabwe HPC.
Freeing the arms. The ball pitched a little bit fuller on the offside. And Michelle Mavunga saying, stop me if you can, by throwing her all weight on that one. And fielders at long on and long off are closing in together to stop that one. As this goes up in there, but the fielder couldn't get that one. And there is a communication there, very good running in the middle. And they got a double.
So far, we've witnessed 3 chances which went begging. And if they could have just managed to grab all of those opportunities, it could have been a different story. And after that missed opportunity, it marks the end of over number 17. And that's the dugout of Team Brazil, where they are just having chat, talking about the climate here in Rwanda. And it's a country of 1,000 hills. It's a country of tourism. Wherever you're watching from, if you get a chance, please come here in Rwanda and visit us. They have gorillas, mountains. It's a lot. It's a lot of things to visit.
As we get to the back end of the first innings, 17 overs done and dusted, 96. Only a hit away to get into that 3-digit marker is the Zimbabwe high performance team. Of course, they won the toss. They decided to have a bat faster. Lost their key players up front, but Michelle Mavunga is putting on a show of her own. 22 of 15. She struck her boundaries straighter. Very good player down the ground she is. They would love, of course, to see her play out all these overs. Is Michelle Mavunga. Christabel Chukwuonye comes back into the attack, having bowled the 2 overs. Went for 17. Yet to pick up a wicket. She was very, very key in the first game. Fortunately, she didn't get her team over the line, but she had very good figures. 4 overs, went for only 13 and picked up a wicket. Changing ends coming in from the airport end. Starts off with a wide. I would love to see the female Yellow Greens bowling a lot of those balls to Lauren Pemiwa. They are not to leak a lot of runs in these last 18 deliveries of the first innings. Still moving at 5.71 is Zimbabwe high performance team. Swing and a miss, a lovely change of pace there from Christabel Chukwuonye. Turning out to be a very good all-rounder. One for the future, you would say. But interestingly, she has no third man given the pace she's operating at. Anything that touches that blade will run away to the ball. They deploy the third man in play, the female Yellow Greens. They've been, of course, penalized for slow over rate. On that occasion, lovely shot again to make it much, much better. To bring Michelle Mavunga back on strike. They can only have 3 fielders outside the boundary ropes.
Clean bowled. Michelle Mavunga will have to depart on 22 of 16. Christabel Chukwuonye will claim her first wicket of the innings of the game today. Trying to step out, going across the line. And Christabel won't miss the leg stump, the off stump. And Zimbabwe women's high performance will lose their 8th wicket as Michelle Mavunga departed on 22 of just 16 deliveries. Very good contribution to the team's total. And Kudzai Chigora, the opening bowler for Zimbabwe HPC, will be the next batter standing on strike, asking for guide. And you can never take nobody easy in Zimbabwe HPC. They've shown that they can all bat to number 11. But Christabel Chukwuonye, after bowling 2.3 overs, up in the air, a chance of a catch, fielder running in, misjudged, dropped that one and fumbled. And they managed to take 2. And Mr. Enoch, with that shot, you see the aggression Kudzai Chigora Kerry started off with. It says it all. You can never take somebody easy. And Zimbabwe women high performance moved into 101 for 8 in 17.4 overs.
Swing and miss once again. What a way for Kudzai Chigola to help Zimbabwe HPC to jump straight into triple digits. And the amazing thing, since the departure of Nyasha Gwanzura, the story have been not the same. After 7.3 overs, they have only managed to add up 32 runs, and another wicket goes down is Kuzai Chigora, who came in with a lot of aggression, and unfortunately this time around she missed the connection and she will have to pay the price.
Going under the ball, but again not getting a full blade of the batter under on that ball is Kuzai Chigora Kelly, not contributing many, 2 of 3, and she had to depart. And Nigerians are taking the lead now, 101 for 9 after 18 overs. And Christabel Chukwonye bowling very well at an economy of 7, taking 2 wickets, conceding 22 runs in 3 overs. And now Roren Pemiwa, who was the one to get dots on, is the leading batter in the middle there.
Very fantastic over, you'd say, there from Christabel Chukwonye, picking up that big wicket of Michelle Mavunga. And of course, not allowing the Zimbabwe high performance team to get to that 120. Standing out to be the pick of the bowlers is Christabel Chukwonye. 1 wicket to go, 12 deliveries to come. Penultimate over to be bowled by none other than Linen Ude. Had hands on that occasion, not enough timing from Lindokure Mapera. You'd feel the female yellow greens have done a tremendous job at some stage. The Zimbabwe high performance were cruising, trying to get to that 120, moving at 6 runs and over, but they've made sure right after the drinks break, they've moved back that scoring rate to 5 runs and over, which should be an interesting chase. Into the pads, works it on the onside, unnecessarily done by Lilen Ude, allowing the Zimbabwe high performance team to pick up yet another boundary. Salome Sunday, normally my friends call it chasing leather. She has really chased leather in this particular game. She's dropped a couple. Look at that again on the replay.
Lilian Ude employing Sunday in the deep, at deep mid wicket. And Roren Pemiwa with Lindokure Mabera trying to get 120 for the team. And then it will be an interesting run chase for Nigeria. Lilian Ude being most economical bowler for Nigeria. After 3 overs, she had just conceded 9 runs, taken 1 wicket, but now after conceding 1 boundary and a run, she has conceded 14 so far after 3.3. Interesting field set, having that close mid wicket, very, very close to the non-striker, not allowing Ndokure Mabela the captain favor not giving anything for free. You work for whatever you get. And flicking that one, but there is a protection to keep it for just a single. In the favor, the captain won't even allow the fielder in the deep to get that one. She had to run all the way from the pitch to get that ball, and it is the last ball of the over to get into the last over of the innings. The score is at 107 for 9, and the projected score moved to 114. And Ren Pemiwa on 14 or 15. Clean balled. Lilian Ude, you don't really play with her. She has done it so many times. She has seen it all with a serious face. You can see she is not even laughing.
Picking up the line and the length correctly, and this marks the end of the very first innings. Zimbabwe women's high performance team not managing to go above 170 runs in 19 overs. And this really means that Nigeria women team will need 180 runs in 20 overs. We cannot go without saying that Nigerians have bowled very well. And this is the batting card for Team Zimbabwe women's high performance. Dindros Masina scoring 905. And here Nyasha Gwanzura scoring 27 of 23. Adels Moon, the captain, scoring 17 of 20. And Michelle Mavunga scoring 22 of 16. And Lolaine scoring 14 of 16. And others didn't manage to enter the 2 digits.
Those are the two partnerships, 43 of 39 from the captain Adel Zimuno and Nyashwa Gwanzura, and a very good partnership from Michelle Mavunga at the back end of 25 of 22 alongside Lorraine Pemiwa. 8 extras are bowled by the female Yellow Greens inside their 19 overs. And that's the bowling chart of the female Yellow Greens, led by Rachel Sampson, who picked up 2 wickets in her first spell in the power play, went for 29 with an economy a little bit expensive of 7.25. Very tremendously bowled by Osayende. In her 4 overs, went for 23, but the pick of the bowlers was, of course, the captain once again, Feva Esebi. 4 overs, went for 17, picking up 3 wickets at some stage. She was on a hat-trick with an economy of 4.25. Do not go anywhere as Team Nigeria will need 108 in their next allotted 20 overs. To enjoy some of the highlights as we take a short break.
108 runs from 120 balls for Nigeria to pick up a big victory against the Zimbabwe women high performance team. And here we come back for the run chase. The two umpires are already in the middle. Veronique Eroho, who will be standing alongside Niyibizi Gaston. The female umpire comes from Mohang and the male umpire comes from Nyamasech. But here we are for the run chase. An interesting game here on the cards. And it will be interesting for us to see where this result goes. Zimbabwe already on top of the table with 4 points from 2 games. Nigeria have lost 1 game and won 1 out of the 2 they have played. But a win here for the Nigerians keeps them in 6 because they might go on second of the table in terms of net run. And if they win well, they even have a chance of going onto the top of the table. My name is Evan Cyprian Sajabi, the comms. It is a whole long lineup of commentators. We'll be having Emile Richiriza, Enoch Gasana joining us here. But to start off the things, I have Eric Nyomugaba to start off this match. Eric, welcome back from the break.
Thanks a lot, Ivan. We are back at Gahanga Cricket Stadium, and it's the innings of Nigerians having to chase 108 from Zimbabweans HPC. And Ivan, are you feeling this sun as well? Oh.
Yeah, I tell you, I've come back. The last time I came to Rwanda was during the Challenger Trophy in Epan. It was very cold. Remember, by then it was even be very hard to enjoy a beer because it could be too cold. But again, it is too hot that every time, because I'm not used to this weather, every time when I try to sneeze, I bleed. So that's how hot it is. But it is a good times being around. Every time you see it hot, it means it is good weather for cricket. Esther Sunday and Christabel Chukonye are the 2 opening batters. Esther Sunday will be facing the first ball of this run chase. 1-8 to get from 120. Whereas Adele Zimunu, the captain for Zimbabwe Women High Performance Team, will be bowling the first ball. And here we go for the first ball of this run chase. All eyes onto the prize. No foot movement there, but adjudged wide by the umpire. And the runs already on board for the Nigerians.
It's Adele Zimunu starting off with a wide ball and making sure that she helps the Nigerians to get the scoreboard ticking. That's the first run on the board. She bowls that one fuller, again drifting to the leg side, but the batter couldn't get it past the fielder. It's a dot ball.
And that is a much better adjustment there coming in from Adele Zimunu. Her plan is okay and simple, bowling outside off stump. So when she bowls the first ball, it has gone wide, and now she brings it closer right into the block. Or try and make sure that she checks Esther Sun and picks up the dot ball. And Zimbabwe will need many of these dot balls because dot balls do create for you the pressure. And 108 runs means you don't have a lot of runs to work around with, so you don't afford to do any errors. Down the leg, and it will be wide. Some good athleticism there from the wicketkeeper Vimbaye Mary Muntu Ngwindu, but still a run will be taken, a wide and a run. Trying so many things at the moment, Adele Zimunu.
Yeah, Adele Zimunu starting off with 2 extras. And Nigerians needing 105 from 119 balls, required to get 5 runs every over. To bowl the second ball of this over, it is Adele Zimunu bowling from pavilion end.
Yeah, in the morning, Christabel Chukonye went without scoring, but that was a little bit of a confidence shot there coming in from her. And she'll need to make sure that she gets going, because as a team, you need to make sure that your top order gets for you the runs. When you look at the Brazilian game, the first 2 batters made sure that they find the runs played throughout the entire power play. So if Christabel Chukonye and Esther Sunday can play out the power play, even if they have about 30 runs, they stand a very big chance of winning the game. More adjustments there being done by Adele Zimunu. She's bowled a wide down the leg. She's bowled another one outside of stump. So she's kind of all over the place instead of making sure that she bowls that good line.
Yeah, yes, Ivan. It is Adele's Moon. Who can I say that with bowling she doesn't have much experience because she's bowling her 14th spell in T20 International, and she starts this one with 4 extras and 2 dot balls.
That's much better there from her. Make sure that you get that bounce. And you see that Christabel Chikonye is trying to lean back to get onto the bounce of the ball. But it is a dot ball. Good bowling there. Good adjustments. No runs have come off the blades, off the bats of the Zimbabweans. Sorry, of the Nigerians. So meaning that if she wasn't giving away those extras, the score would still be at 0. So she needed to adjust and make sure that she bowls into the good areas. A little confident there, Christabel Chikonye, because that one gets off the blade, but it is a dot ball.
Yes, Ivan. Whenever I see bowlers deploying such a field, deploying deep fine leg and third man without any fielder in the V outside the 30-yard circle, that means to me that she's going to bowl more fuller, but this time she's bowling it in the length. That was a big appeal, but again, it wasn't taken by the wicketkeeper, and the batters really used that opportunity of the fumble from the wicketkeeper and in a single.
Yeah, a chance created there by Adele Zimunu and Vimbai Montongwendu Mary not getting hold onto it. Christabel Chikonye nearly went out without scoring. Something must be following her, but she will be lucky that Mary Montongwendu didn't get hold onto it. And now the first runs off the bat for the Nigerians. Final ball of the over. Good looking shot there from Esther Sunday. It doesn't get to the gap, but it is a confident shot because it gets off the middle of the bat. Bring us to the end of the first over. Scoreboard reading 5 for no loss after 1.
Yeah, Zimbabwe should be looking to bowl like that Adele Zimon bowled, though she bowled extras. But again, the Nigerians always look to hit the ball at the mid-wicket region, cow corner, those ends. And it's really interesting field setting here from Zimbabweans HPC. If you check where the long on fielder is and check where the long on fielder is, there is a very, very big gap between those two fielders in the side screen. But again, the balls they are bowling, I'm not sure that these guys, they will manage to hit those balls over the bowler's head, because the bowlers at the moment, they are bowling a little bit shorter to make sure that the batters are playing in the back foot. It is Michelle Mavunga bowling the second over from airport end.
Yeah, Michelle Mavunga also getting ready to make a mark. She's been bowling some tidy spells, but most of her dangerous balls are when she bowls around the wickets. But now to start off the over, she comes over and it starts off with a dot ball. And now they are bringing on the helmet for Mary Montongwendu, meaning that the wicketkeeper will be now coming close to the stumps. The only issue with Mary is that sometimes when she's close to the stumps, she gives her many runs because she struggles going to the leg side to stop the balls. But she's come up. That's why you see they have brought on the helmet very, very quickly. Try to make sure that the batter does not get out of the crease. There is some pressure coming from behind. Good looking there from Chikonye Christabel, but it is another dot ball.
Yes, Ivan Mavunga bowling her 11th spell, having bowled only in 10 innings. And all those 10 innings, she went for 197 runs and managed to pick up 10 wickets. That's a big appeal. And umpire Veronique Riho didn't hesitate, raised the finger, and that's the departure of Christabel Chikonye, who departs on 1 run off 7 balls. And Mavunga registers a wicket on her name.
Yeah, it is the first wicket there for Zimbabwe. It was stuck in her crease. She shuffled across the stumps. Look at that. The only thing which could have saved her was getting some bat onto it, but she misses and allowed appeal there by the Zimbabwe women's high performance team as they do pick up the wicket. Christabel Chkonye fine get off the mark in this one, but just one run coming off. The 7 drivers that she has faced, not good figures there for her. She strapped LBW as she departs. Nigeria loses the first wicket, 5 for 1, and it will be Christabel Chkonye to depart. Jessica Bieini is the new batter in for the female yellow greens. 103 runs to get from 111 balls. Current run rate is 3.33 and required is 5.57. So there is still some more work to be done by the female yellow greens if they have crossed the line.
The 17-year-old Jessica Chinaza Bieni joining Esther Sandy on the wicket. That's well bowled again in the stumps line by Mavunga, and the batter Jessica Bieni decides to break that one.
Yeah, somehow Michelle Mavunga bowls it right in the good area and tries to rush you into the shot. And so far it is working out for her. No runs so far in her over. And for each and every delivery that Michelle Mavunga bowls, she tries to bowl it stump to stump to make sure that wickets are in check. Some width off that one. And you clear there the idea from Jessica trying to go for a cut shot. But it is called wide by the umpire way outside of the tram lines. Mavunga now leaving her initial plan. Seven extras so far being given away by Zimbabwe Women High Performance Team. I beg your pardon, 5. 2 full there, but not worked away by Jessica Bain, and it is another dot ball.
Yeah, giving too many extras. Nigerians didn't do that because we saw extras only from Chikuonye. But again, in the first innings, they managed to reduce those extras. Only Chikuonye who bowled 4. But the Zimbabweans, HPC as well, they are giving extras. And Jessica Bieni keeps doing what she's doing, breaking balls and balls. That's the end to the over number 2. The runs on the board, 6, 1 wicket.
It was a good over there coming in from Michelle Mavunga, giving her just 1 run, and it was a wait. But those are the table standings. Zimbabwe Women High Performance right on top of the table. They have played 2 games and won both their 2 games. They have 4 points at a net run rate of 1.51. Very, very healthy. Rwanda also bouncing from yesterday's loss. They have won their game against Malawi. And out of the 2 games they have played, they have won 1. They have 2 points, followed by Nigeria on 2 and Brazil on 2. Whereas Malawi, after losing 2 games, they are still searching for the first victory in this tournament. Widith and the cut away. Good looking shot there from Esther Sunday. You don't give her hands. What a way to welcome Adele Zimunu back into the bowling attack.
Yes, Ivan, like I've been talking, these batters, Nigerians, are waiting for any width, and they are going with their maximum power. And she cuts that one with full energy, and it sails to the boundary. 4 runs added to the total.
We saw her bowling it wide from Costa Belo Chikwenye in the first over, Adele Zimunu, and she wasn't hit away. But Salome Sunday is very, very good with that cut shot. Even if there is a third man, she can easily get it into the gap. So now she needs to try to make sure that she brings it a little closer to her. Another one backward of the square should run away. Back boundary is there for Esther Sunday. Adele Zimunu not maintaining her good lanes, but the umpire confirms that it is by runs. And the 4 of them runs for the Nigerians.
Yeah, you see, she's bowling here and there, bowling on the offside. The first ball that was clobbered to the boundary was a short ball that's drifting away from the batter on the offside, and she hits that one very well. This time on, she bowls on the leg side, and The batter misses it, but it hits a pad and drifted to the boundary.
Off the edge, and it is running away to the boundary. There was not too much control there, but a much better delivery there from Adel Zimunu. A little skidding it into the surface, but off the edge of Salome Sanders' blade, and another boundary. 4 boundaries in this over. This is turning out to be a very good over for the female Yellow Greens.
Yeah. It's Nigerians having their Christmas early in June, edging that one through third man region, and it's another boundary. So far, so good for Nigerians. 3 boundaries from this over.
Yeah, this is indeed turning out to be a very good over for the Nigerians. And that is the ball. She goes pace off a little, because when she came with raw pace, it got off the edge of Esther Sanders' bat and it went to the boundary. As soon as she goes pace off and maintains that top of offline, she picks up the dot ball. $90 from 104 balls for Nigeria to pick up this win. Another one off the edge and not taken by the keeper, not even stopped, but well done there by the fielder at third man, making sure that she cuts that one off. Final ball of the over yet to come up from Adel Zumun, but this has been a very good over for the Nigerians. 89 from 103. This over has picked the run rate from 3 to 6.71 and required is 5. So the Nigerians will need to continue scoring at the same rate. And the dot ball will bring us to the end of over number 3 with the scoreboard reading 19 for a loss of 1.
Yeah, Jessica and Esther going well so far. Now the Nigerians are required to get only 5 runs every over, needing 89 runs from 102 balls. To bowl the 4th over from airport end, it is Mavunga again to bowl the second ball of this innings, the second over of a spell. Current run rate showing 6.33.
89 more to get from 102 balls. And Michelle Mavunga is back into the attack. Down the leg, but not called wide by the umpire. Might have brushed something there. And you see the wicketkeeper there in some bit of pain because she's collided with the ball. It puts some bit of pressure if you're keeping from close to the stumps. But again, you're as a wicketkeeper, you can easily get injuries because the balls come quick. You need to be wishing that the bowlers can bowl to the plan, stump to stump or outside off stump. I love the way Mavunga bowls. She has that balls with a straight angled arm, just trying to make sure that she brings the ball back. And I tell you, if your release point is on this angle as a batter you're posing, you realize that the ball is coming to even when it is going to swing away.
Most of the time when you see a bowler releasing the ball in that way, you expect the ball to come outside, going away from you. But again, Mavunga is bowling that one on leg side. That's connected. The covers run out is the call, but the throw wasn't there up to the mark, and the batters really managed to get in the crease safely.
Yeah, a little risky, but they will do take the run. It is Kelly Ndiraya who fields that one nicely. And that could have been a run out if it was a direct hit from Ndiraya, but you see that on the first when she dropped the ball, it fell down. So she had to collect it again. If it was the first time pick up and throw, it could have been trouble. The protection there for Michelle Mavunga down third man and fine leg. down the leg, and it is wides and runs there for Nigeria.
Yeah, it's Omonkobio. Mavunga bowling the second over of a spell, having gone for only 3 runs and managed to pick up a wicket. The only wicket that they picked so far. Mavunga bowls that one, the blockle as well, but the batter was really there for the task and managed to stop that one as well. So far, so good for Nigerians. But again, Mavunga and the partners are making sure that they bring back them to the back foot. Balls that one fuller, but again, the batter just keeps stopping balls. She stops that one with ease and much comfortable. So far, 2 runs from this over, plus that extra run.
Yeah, it is the final ball of the over. She's changing the angle now, coming round. Michelle Mavunga off the bottom edge of the blade of Jessica, and it is a dot ball. Good over there for Zimbabwe women high performance team. Just 2 runs from that over. Look at the figures for Michelle Mavunga. She's off her ball 2 overs, picked up a wicket and considered only 3. And as we come to the end of the 4th over, 21 for a loss of 1 is the score.
Yeah, Mavunga made sure that she keeps asking questions. Bieni Jessica.
Yeah, the Rwandans keeping around to make sure that they do watch the proceedings here. They know yesterday they fell short against Zimbabwe and they haven't played Nigeria in this tournament. So they have to make sure that they do pick up a few lessons so they have a clue when they come into the action. 87 from 96 for the Nigerians to pick up the victory. And now into the attack. There is a change in the bowling attack there for Zimbabwe. And it is Kuzai Kerichi Agora who comes into the attack, replacing the captain Adel Zimunu. Starts with a wide one. Nowhere close to the batter, Kuzai Agora. But bowling some good raw pace there. And when you look at the leaderboard, Kuzai Agora has picked up 5 wickets at an economy of 5.65. All those 5 wickets coming in 2 innings in this tournament. So those are good figures for her. Not a very good start, but she will have to make sure that she continues doing the good work. She is second on the bowling charts. Lucy Marino topping that one. She has 6 wickets in 2 innings. Lucy from Malawi. And Kuzai will have to make adjustments to make sure that her side is not conceding many. She bowls some good raw pace with good control. Look at that. Bowls the top of off and it is a dirty ball.
Kuzai bowling and the balls are really taking off quick. And the batter, Esther Sandy, tries to work that one through point region. But again, no desired connection at all. It's another dot ball from Kuzai Chiagola.
Yeah, if she can continue bowling that area, she can pick up many dot balls. She goes down the leg and it will be wide from the umpire. But some raw pace coming in from Kuzai Chiagola. The extras looking to be so many. They will need to make adjustments so that they don't give away many extras. That is Karasta away pass to the fielder. But speaking about the extras, 12 extras have already been given away by Zimbabwe. Those 12 extras are very many because in the first innings, Nigeria gave away only 8. So Zimbabwe will need to make sure that they do adjustments because they are defending 107 runs. And you cannot afford to give the opposition side free runs. You have to make sure that everything they are scoring comes off the bat. More extras. 2 wides make it 14. And now runs is still coming for the Nigerians. Kuzaichi Agora trying to find something. She knows her side needs wickets, but she has failed to maintain that good line. And it is turning out to be expensive. Read the 5 runs in her first over, only one coming off the bat, and the other 4 being extras. So Chiagora Kuzai will need to make adjustments. That is a very good line there, extracting the bounce off the surface. Raw pace, and it is a dot ball.
Very, very quick. It's Kuzai asking so many questions to Esther Sandy, who is already on 11 of 13 balls. But again, she licked too many extras so far in this over.
She will need to bowl well and end the over well. But you feel like now she has somehow gotten her line, because she started picking up the dot balls, and that's what you would need to do. Still into the power play, you need to make sure that you're not giving away so many runs. And this game can still swing in any direction, because 26 for 1, what the Nigerians do have on board, puts them in a very good position before the field is played. If they can get close to 30, 40, it will be very good for them. But they have to take care of the wicket column, not lose another inside the power play. Up and over, it will land safe. A misfield there from the fielder in the deep will give them a chance of taking the extra run.
That was well connected by Esther Sandy, looking to play uppercut over the fielders. But again, there was a fielder at deep point, and managed to collect that one in a very, very short time, and they managed to sneak in a double.
And now it is the final ball of the over to come in there from Kuzai Chiagora. Beautifully bowled, and it is a dot ball. End of over number 5. Scoreboard reads 28 for a loss of 1.
For you who is just joining, it's Kwibuka T20 tournament, 12th edition happening here at Gahanga, main oval. It's Zimbabwe HPC taking on Nigerians. So far so good for Nigerians, having only lost 1 wicket. But again, Zimbabweans made sure that they keep them on the back foot, needing 80 runs. It's Nigerians.
Another bowling change there being taken by Zimbabwe. It is Nyasha Gwanjura who will be coming into the attack. 80 from 90, as we see some spin being introduced by Zimbabwe Women High Performance Team. Longo on and Kao corner, both at the boundary, as Nyasha Gwanjura comes in to make sure that he makes a mark for Zimbabwe. Starts off with a dot ball. Good start there from Gwanjura, forcing Jessica to drive, but Jessica not making too much access. And it is a dream start there for her. Square leg and mid wicket both standing close. Another dot ball. And you see, when you look at the field setup there for Kuzai Chiagora, she's made sure that Nyasha Gwanzula, she's made sure that it's Kuzai Chiagora who is fielding at that short third area, because the ball might spin away off the bat, because she's made sure that she's bowling off spin. So if the ball may turn away, so you need that protection. And even the point fielder, you see that the point fielder is standing a little backward in Kelly Ndiraya. So she's made sure that she has a very good field setup to make sure that she can get her chances. Touch and go right under the watch of the fielder. And they do sneak through for the run. The youngster there, Lorraine Pemiwa, tries to go for the direct hit, but Esther Sunday right in her crease.
Yeah, Ivan, speaking of the field setting, it's really interesting. You're bowling off spin, the balls are going into the batter, and then there's no short fine leg fielder, anything that goes to the pad, and then the batter gets that very little connection. The ball will be more like dangerous for the bowlers because the batters who manage to get runs there, you can see the very, very big gap at that side. Using only two fielders outside long on and corner. Well connected there by Esther Sandy, passing that through covers fielder, and it's another boundary from Esther Sandy's bat.
Yeah, Lindros Masin are not managing to stop that one as that ball is caressed away and it runs to the boundary. A all-coming boundary for the Nigerians. That boundary will raise off the pressure a bit. Leaning into the shot, and that misfield, if she had gotten it, you see that when she went to stop, she wanted to squeeze it from down instead of opening up her arms, and she just collects, and it is a boundary. Final ball of the power play. Caressed away, and it is another boundary. Back boundary is there for Esther Sunday. She's loved it a little wide from her, and she's cut it away for another boundary.
Yeah, it is the Esther Sandy who is making sure that she gets the use of those short balls that was bowled, as well as where the last one was bowled. And Esther Sandy leaning on the back foot and make sure that she gets the connection that she's looking for. And that one was dispatched to the boundary. 4 runs added to the total.
Yeah, that boundary will bring us to the end of the power play. 37 for 1 is the score as we come to the end of the power play. Current 186.17, required 5.07. Exactly 71 runs needed from 84 balls. A change in the comms, it is Enoch Gasana who will take on alongside Emilio Richiriza.
The first ball after the power play being bowled by Kudzai Kerichigola. Bowling to Jessica and Esther Sandy, who is already 21 of 18. Esther Sandy standing tall for the team, being the main pillar for the side. She knows how much value her wicket carries. And a very different story when Zimbabwe was batting, Zimbabwe HPC. Their top order batters collapsed a little earlier, which gave full responsibility to the middle order batters, likes of Nyashagwan, Adele Zimunu, Michelle Mavunga, and Lorraine Pemiwa, who came in a little bit late and allowed them to cross 100 run mark. That is a full pace from Kudzai Kerichigora, and the keeper couldn't hold on that one, allowing Esther Sandy off the strike. It is a bye and a warning from the umpire Gaston Niwizi. Kudzai Kerichigora offering full pace.
"69 runs required from 81 deliveries, and Kudzai to one with the ball. Person just trying to push Jessica Bieni back, and Jessica Bieni leaning on that back foot shot. It's still too early to decide, Mr. Emil, who's going to take this one, but the equation is way too simple for Team Nigeria. If they can just manage to get every single delivery, it's all about making sure that you are just rotating. The equation is going to be very easy and very simple.
So far, Nigeria taking the lead as they are moving over the required run rate of 5.17, and they're moving on 5.85. And that really shows how much this win means for Nigerians. Not really giving chances of getting out, especially Esther Sandy, who is well known for striking very hard. She is a very big hitter, but today she knows how much worthy her wicket is, and not allowing Zimbabwe HPC taking this win away from them, as Kudzai Chigora having a very interesting and aggressive field set. She only have Deep Fine and third man in the deep, and the rest are in the circle. They're on 40 for 1 after 7 overs. Very good start from Esther Sandy. And you can see the graphs here. Zimbabwe losing their very first wicket in the first overs. And for Nigeria are yet lost their first wicket in the third. And they kept it until the 7th over. But for Zimbabwe, they lost 4 wickets in that period. And that is showing how much they are ahead of the game. And what made the Zimbabwe HPC to even get to 108 was the partnership that was made in the middle there by Nyasha Gwanzura, Adel Zimunu, Michelle Mavunga, and Loren Pemiwa. They have to contribute in the middle. This is a very tricky time of consolidating. Nyasha Gwanzura cut away powerfully, clearly in the gap. The fielder at backward point couldn't get that one, and it is a boundary.
Much needed boundary for Team Nigeria. Nyasha Gwanzura picking up the line correctly and properly, and they feel that Gali couldn't manage to put her hands on that delivery, and the ball rested all the way to the boundary. The ball was not even racing on high pace, but not having a third man, not having person in the deep, they ended up gifting that boundary to their opponent. And you can see Nyasha Gwanzura changing sides. Maybe this can promise a change. Jersey number 69. Yesterday she scored much needed century, and it was the first one of the tournament. And this is day 2 of the tournament. We still have many days to go. Then you can ask yourself, you can wonder, what will you expect from a player like Gwanzura?
Deep mid wicket, long on, long off are the outside fielders for Nyasha Gwanzura after bowling that wide delivery and being punished for 4. Now changing and bowling straight into the stumps, which is very effective for the team and for her. Not an easy bowler, very experienced player, very quick, doesn't give much time to think about the shots. And Esther Sandy will say, no, you have to be slow, and the umpire is saying, give her time. Straight back to the bowler's end. Nyasha Gwanzura wasn't that quick enough to get that one. It was a chance of a catch, but half. And Esther Sandy is not anyhow giving a chance of a catch because she knows how much her wicket means for the side and for claiming this win. And if we can get the camera on the spectators out here at the ground, so much people are watching this game here at the ground, and this it shows how much this game means. It is a pressure game. Back to the bowler, straight back. Nyasha Gwanzura can't help but catch that one seriously and moving away. It is another wicket. Nigeria losing their second, 46 for 42 after 7.5.
Jiska Beni have been caught sleeping a lot of times. This time around, Nyasha Gwanzura not hesitating. The opportunity is created, and Nyasha Gwanzura, without clapping or without any hesitation, she grabbed that opportunity. And jersey number 17, Jessica Benny, will have to depart back to dugout. You can see the coach just coming to say, well done, young lady. You have tried everything and you have put all you could have put in. And the incoming batter is Sarome Sunday. Look at the previous wicket. She just played, trying to glance that one straight to mid wicket, and unfortunately she missed the connection, and she sent it back straight to Nyasha Gwanzura, and Salome Sand on the strike, playing straight to the hands of the bowler, and what a way for Nyasha Gwanzura to complete 2 overs, gave away 15 runs and picked 1 wicket off Jessica Biene. 46 runs on the board after the loss of 2, 62 runs required in 72 deliveries, and 8 overs have been played.
As you see on your screens, that's the coaching staff for Rwanda. Leonard Namburu, Adeline Tuizere, Baptiste Achizimana, and physiotherapist Tunes Arka, Theonest Yakaremye.
You have talked about the coaching staff, and then you have seen the cooking staff in the pavilion. You have seen the cooking staff, people behind every single meal that you take here at Gahanga. And I really know that you are a fan of food. Emil, I know you're a fan of food, so you have to give the credit to that staff of cooking.
There is a bowling change from the pavilion end. Salem Museka bowling her first over. A spinner, an off spinner, bowling to a right-handed batter. Driven powerfully through covers, and there is a protection there to keep it just for a single. Esther Sandy being joined by Salome Sandy, a very good striker of the ball. And it will be very tricky bowling to Salome Sandy at this end. The wind blows towards the commentator's box, and it will be easier for Salome Sandy to hit this way. A very narrow feet distance in her stance, high back lift, very low head, waiting for you. You miss a hit. That's Salome Sandy for you, but she will need to be smart to go about this run chase, trying to cut that one. But Salem Museka being a very good bowler, and Esther Sandy will go have a little and quick chat with Salome Sandy, saying you have to just touch the ball and you get warmed up by just rotating the strike. And Mr. Enoch, if there is one thing to do when you're chasing, is partnerships. We've seen it yesterday and even today. Salome Sandy yet to get the touch. But again, she will need to have a very good partnership with Esther Sandy. And that's what will help them to cross the line when chasing this total. And Salem Museka getting her 3rd dot ball.
Playing that one on back foot. It's Salome Sandy, who is still struggling to go off the mark. She has played 5 deliveries and still not finding a way to get a single run. Loud appeal, but umpire Gaston Niwiz shows no interest at all. He is not convinced, and that marks the end of over number 9. 47 runs on the board after the loss of 2. The current run rate and the required run rate, they are in a balanced equation. And in the very first innings, if he was not here, Nyasha Gwanzura departed after 10.2 overs, And after that, Team Zimbabwe HPC have not managed to add more than 45 runs. And that's where the story have changed. Michel Mavunga, who tried to step in for Team Zimbabwe and save the day, didn't manage to stay there for too long. So here for Team Nigeria, even though it's still too possible, they do have a lot of wickets in hand, but it's still too possible. If they can't manage to build partnerships, I'm telling you, it's going to be unbalanced equation and a difficult task. Mabela into the attack. What a way to start the spell for Mabela. Lindokule, jersey number 16. Cutting that one and finding the gap. A misfield, and Esther Sunday will come back for the second run. And this is where most of games are lost. If fielders can't manage to help bowlers, I'm telling you, it's going to be a different story. So Zimbabwe HPC will just need to be alert. We just need to be very attentive and cautious to every single delivery. Lindokule Mabela trying to keep it wide, but it went wider, trying to keep it tight. Cutting that one not powerfully enough, a run out chance, and it is. I'm sure it's out, and finger goes up from umpire Gaston Niyibizi. Look at the celebration, look at the laughters. The happiest is Zimbabwe HPC. Kuzai celebrating Lindokule Mabela, who took the third wicket, and the partnership here is broken. It was Esther Sunday and Salome Sunday.
Trying to cut that one, but there was a fielder at backward point, straight into the hands of the keeper. Did a great job removing those bails. And the big fish, Esther Sunday, after playing 25 of 24, is gone. And the ocean will be quiet for a moment. Salome Sunday, who is yet to score a run in 6 balls, will have to take the full responsibility and carry the team on her shoulder. And Lindokule Mabela, the swaggy girl, the swaggy lady, shot number 16, her grey dyed hair. I'm telling you, you don't really take easy on her. You can see the energy she's just got in the lineups. And having this, the field set, deep mid-wicket, long on, long off, a deep extra cover, backward point, bowling off spin to a right-handed batter. Oh, what a ball, tight lines. But again, trying to go outside off stump. Should be keeping it in the stumps. And Zimbabwe HPC trying to catch up the tails of Nigeria and see if they can equal the run and balls left. Oh my goodness. Lindokule Mabela not giving away anything for free. And now they need 58 in 61 balls. Only 3 balls difference. And they equal the run and balls needed.
Lindokule Mabela, continue. Umpire being friendly. It's Veronique Iriho. Mabela charging in. Swing and miss once again. Iguakun trying to be defensive, but this time around, Lindokule Mabela not providing time and room for Nigerians to do what they want to do, and that's dugout of Team Zimbabwe HPC. Physio getting ready to stamp in. You can see the laughters of coaches. And something, Emil, that we have to notice. You have seen Christabel have gone. Sunday have gone. Actually, they have lost 3 crucial wickets, which can win the game for them. So, if you're the coach, if you're the captain, what would be the strategy to be employed?
To remind you, it is Kwibuka T20I Women's Tournament, the 12th edition of this tournament. As we remember, unite and renew. We remember the lives of people that were lost in 1994 in the genocide against Tutsi that happened here in Rwanda. It's been 32 years, and we're playing this to honor the lives of them, as we're still in 100 days of remembrance. And they're in drinks break. As we in this drinks break, would like to have a bowling scorecard. And you see there on your screens, Michelle Mavunga bowling 2 overs, 11 dots, 3 runs, 1 wicket at an economy of 1.50, and Salem Museka at an economy of 1, Lindokure Mabera at an economy of 3. We cannot go away from the Kudzai Chigora's bowling, even though she conceded 9 runs in 2 overs. Very, very good bowling, apart from Nyasha Gwanzura, who went for 7.50 an over by 15 overs in 2 overs. 15 runs, I beg your pardon, 15 runs in 2 overs. But the rest are bowling good. And the captain, who struggled from day one, bowling those many extras. They bowled 16 extras so far in 10 overs. And the total is 50 for 3. And I'm telling you, since the game started, I mean the run chase, it is the first time for Nigeria to go under the required run rate, which is building the confidence and the momentum for Zimbabwe HPC.
Driven straight to the hands of the fielder in covers. Salome Sunday on the strike, still struggling to go off the mark. Cut away, and it's an edge, but the fielder at short third man was not aware of that. I'm telling you, it could have been a wicket under it's Nyasha Gwanzura. And Salome Sunday, who was struggling to go off the mark, is now off the mark with a boundary.
Short and wide, trying to cut that one. Not getting enough connection, but lucky enough, it got over the fielder at short third. And that was a boundary for Salome Sunday to get off the strike. I mean, off the mark. And Salem Museka conceding the first boundary. Bowling it now in the stumps. Tasting Salome Sunday if she could go aerial. Having an interesting field as an off spinner. Deep extra covers, long off, long on, and deep mid wicket. Mid off has moved like 10 steps away from the ropes. But I'm telling you, if Salome Sunday gets it right, she will do so much damage. Very high backlift. Full connection on that one. Beauty. Good shot straight into the covers region, but there was a protection, and it is a single. 53 in 56 balls. Now Salome Sunday is trying to get it back in the line, and Omosigo Egwakun are yet to get off the mark in 3 balls. Will be facing the last 2 balls of Salemu Museka. Back foot punch. A bit of hesitation from Salome Sunday, but still they've managed to get a single on that one.
Salome Sande, who was struggling to go off the mark. This time around, she's not taking any pause. Look at the stance. Look at where the bat is, driving that one and finding the gap between two fielders. And they'll be coming for the second one. A run-out chance at the keeping zone. Oh. And the Omosigo Egwakun, who was trying to go back to non-striking end. And Salome Sande said, no, stay there. Maybe she was aware that it's the last ball of the over, so she wanted to face the next over. 57 runs on the board after the loss of 3, and the current run rate and required run rate, they are in a balanced equation.
Lindo Kule Mabera coming in to bowl her second over to Salome Sande. Short pitch driven straight back to Lindo Kule Mabera, who is very energetic when bowling. You can even see that in the lineups. Driven powerfully towards the longer fielder. Up and over the fielder at covers, and there is protection along off. It is another single. Good going between those two, Salome Sande and Omosigo Egwakun. Salome Sande with an interesting stance. High back lift. Thick edge. Dropped. A chance of a run out there. Drama happening in the middle there. Kure Mabera creating that chance of dismissing a big fish, Salome Sande. And Kutai Kelly Chigora disappointed in herself. But again, it happens in the game. They just need to lock in. Driven powerfully down the ground towards the long on region. And it is another single taken. One more ball to complete the 12th over. As we will be joined by Ivan and Neo back in the comms box. And again, you can never bowl those full deliveries to Salome Sande. That will be skating on a thin ice. Short pitch down the leg, and it is racing away to the boundary. And they get another boundary. Omosigo Egwakun getting her first boundary.
Omosigo, who was struggling to get those scores this time around, she is off the mark with a boundary. What a way to go off the mark. And that marks the end of over number 12. 64 runs on the board after the loss of 3. The current run rate and required run rate, they are in a balanced equation. And there in the pavilion, you can see spectators coming all over the nation to witness Kwibuka Women's Tournament edition number 12. And joining us is Eric and Ivan.
Yeah, for you who is just joining, it's RC and the Kwibuka T20 tournament happening here at Gahanga main oval. We are the ground A, Zimbabwe HPC playing Nigerians, and Nigerians need 44 runs from 48 balls to win. That's Kuzai Chagola bowling that one on the leg side, and it is dispatched to the boundary through fine leg region, and that's an addition of 4 runs to the total of Nigerians.
Yeah, one thing about Nigeria is that they have made sure that they keep finding boundaries. Look at the final ball of the previous over, it was a boundary, and it was bowled to the pads by Lindo Kuhule Mabera. Now, Kuzaichi Hagora also bowls one to the pads, and it is hit away for 4. So it means that if you're in the Zimbabwe perspective, you need to make sure that you're bowling stump to stump or outside of stump, because the batters of Nigeria have shown that they are too strong on the leg side. You see, when you bowl it outside of stump, you pick up the dot ball. So that should be the lane there for Kuzai Chiagoda. 8 expensive in her spell, 13 in 2.2 overs. Yesterday she conceded less than 10 runs in 4 overs against the Brazilian team. So she need to make sure that she continues bowling that good line. Yeah, good bowling there. She's made adjustments, tried attacking on the first ball, but as she makes changes, she now picks up the dot balls. Some good display there from Kuzai Chiagola. She has some good pace and good action. Trying to go on the onside, but that one got off the bat, and it is a dot ball. This is match day number 2 of the Kwibuka Women's T20 International Tournament. All the games right here at Gahanga International Stadium. And when you look at the fixtures, tomorrow in the morning, Rwanda will be taking on Nigeria at this very ground. Then in the afternoon, Zimbabwe will take on Brazil in their second meeting. Then Malawi will square off against Brazil on Gahanga B in the morning. So make sure that you don't miss catching up on some of these games. One more to play in this over. After conceding a boundary on the first ball that was bowled down the leg, she's now been bowling the good lines. Hit and run, direct hit chance missed, and a single taken. 5 off Kuzai Chiagora's third over, and after 13, 69 for a loss of 3 is the score.
So far, so good for Nigerians, looking for only 39 runs to win this game from 7 overs. The dots were 64, yet the Nigerians bowled 49. They took 30 singles and 7 doubles, 11 fours, and 2 maximums so far. Yeah, to bowl the next over, it's Nyasha bowling from Airport End, big appeal, and Veronica shows no interest at all, indicating a wide ball.
Yeah, hit disappointing there for the wicketkeeper after making that loud appeal, feeling it has touched anything. The umpire stretches up the arms. But wicketkeepers have those cunning tricks. They always appeal even when there is nothing. But Nyasha Gwanzura creating that angle and the bowling round the wickets. But picking up 2 dot balls up front in the over. Sorry, picking up a dot ball after conceding a wide. That's much better. Current and required all in 5, meaning it is a close game which can swing in any direction. Into the surface with power, and the misfield will give them the single.
Nigerian batters going steady and smoothly, closing to the total. But things are still 50-50 here. Needing 37 runs from 40 balls. It is Nigerians.
More wides down the leg there. The balls of Nyasha Gwanzura are not turning, and they have remained down the leg, and it is wides. The biggest issue for Zimbabwe in this game has been the number of extras they have given away. They had a very big chance, but when you're not defending so many runs, you make sure that you're bowling good areas. Don't give away so many wides. So they should be making sure that they adjust and ball the good areas. That one just getting off the bottom of the bat from Omosigo, and it is a dot ball.
Now, yes, Ivan, what you said, that if you remove all the amount of the extras the Zimbabwean bowled, to be honest, this score would be around 60 required. It's Gwanzula bowling the 14th over, 2 balls remaining.
Yeah, one more ball remaining to play in this over. Zimbabwe has so far given out 18 extras. Those are very, very many in a T20 game. A dot ball to end the over. 3 runs off Nyasha Gwanjura's third over. And after 14, 72 for 3 is what the scoreboard reads. And 36 runs needed from exactly 36 balls for Nigeria to pick up this famous victory.
Yeah, it is the 15th over about to come, and Nigerians really looking steady and solid. They are looking for 36 runs from death overs, 6 overs to go from this innings. And to bowl the 15th over from pavilion end.
And I tell you, from elsewhere in the world, Bangladesh has sealed off a famous home series victory against Australia. They've won the game by 5 wickets and 36 balls to spare. What a moment it is for Bangladesh. But Michelle Mavunga is back into the attack with the dot ball, still creating that angle. She changes bowling ends. Started off her bowling from the airport end, and now she's come to the pavilion end and she's picking up the dot balls. This is her third over. And these dot balls will be much needed because the runs needed and the number of balls are very, very close. So need to continue bowling the good areas. Over the head of the fielder. Chance for them to pick up 2 runs. Good running, and they will settle for the second run. That's the advantage of running the first one first.
Yes, Ivan, there was a chance of a run out, but again, the throw wasn't that quick enough to get to the keeper, and the batter was already in the crease line. Very interesting field setting from Zimbabweans. What do you think of this field setting, Ivan?
I think despite that one going for 2 runs, it is a very good plan there for Zimbabwe that they are doing to make sure that the bowlers can bowl to their field setups. Oh, one of the players looks to be running off. Will be just confirming the name shortly. But interesting here from Zimbabwe. This one is cut powerfully and should go through the hands of the fielder. Backward point. And it is a boundary there from Salome Sande.
That was very well clobbered by Salome Sande, hitting that one at the point region, backward point, and getting that one through the field for a boundary. It was very, very well connected, adding to the total. Nigerians are getting closer and closer to the total. So far, so good. Batsmen on the wicket going well. Egokun playing a very handy knock, helping Sande staying on the strike.
She cuts it again, but this time round, she'll pick up the field at extra cover and they'll only take a single. And now, 29 from 32 balls. Now Omosigo has just one task of making sure that she rotates strike, because you've seen clearly that Salome Sande has been taking the liking to the batting of Michelle Mavunga. So play with soft hands and pick up that single and bring Salome back on strike. But there are changes being made in the field for Omosugo. All the fielders have come inside the 30, apart from one at short. Fine, they want to put some bit of pressure on Egwakon. A little fuller now, the plan not working out for them, because even when all the fielders were inside the 30, Egwakon manages to sneak through for a single.
Chiagola tries her best to get that one out, but again, there wasn't much elevation because she didn't throw the ball with much effort. So they sneak in a single. It is Salome Sande and Omoshigo Gwakun moving steady and slowly closer to the target. That's a short ball again, connected through point region, and it's another single from Salome Sande bat.
Here Nigeria playing some beautiful match here. They have made sure that they continue finding the runs, because they know that is what is needed for them to pick up the win. That's the other gout right in your frame. Their coach has been moving around right from the first innings. Ebodeme Theophilus, very, very passionate of picking up this victory. And he's kept on motivating the girls, saying, yes, look, we have this one in our hands, so let's make sure that we do cross the line and take it home. But after 15 overs, 81 for a loss of 3 is what the scoreboard reads for Nigeria. 27 more needed from 30 balls, and Mabera Lindokule back for her third over. A little quick and a dirty ball, but not a very good plan there to bowl. When you bowl it quick, anytime it gets to the edge of the bat, they can easily sneak for the run. Bowl it slow and extracts some bit of turn. She has extra cover, long on, long off, and cow corner. Lindokuhole struck down powerfully. Work to do for the long on fielder. First time pick up. I love that. But they are pushing quickly for the second run. There was a big chance that the wicketkeeper said if Likon Dindokula had gotten the ball and thrown it that end. But in the end, the Nigerians will take the second run, trying to put the pressure onto the field at long on Salome Sande and Omosugo Egwakun.
Not having the quick balls or quick throws coming to the wicket keeper or the bowler for them to work with and to get a wicket. That's well bowled again by Mabela, and it's another dot ball. Salome Sande on the wicket, having scored 24 runs from 31 deliveries with her partner Egukun. Connects that one from the back foot, but straight to the fielder, and it's another dot ball.
Good bowling now from Linokule. Going to the pads, and she picks up a dot ball, bowling it very, very quick into the surface, and you see the aggression there from Salome Sande. Anything coming to her, she will try and make sure that she goes hard with you. One more to play in this over by Linda Kohole. Hit back behind of the square, and it should run away to the boundary. She's been attacking the stumps, and this time round she's clobbered away boundary to end the over.
She uses the pace of the ball and follows the flow. Hits that one which was drifting down the leg and make sure that she connects it a little bit, and she gets that at the boundary for 4 runs. The total becoming 87 for 3, 21 more runs needed from 24 balls. Things getting down to the wire slow and slowly. Salome Sande on strike, making sure that she does the job. Big appeal, but not really. The ball was away from the leg stump. It's another dot ball. Salim Princess Museka bowling from pavilion end, having only three fielders outside the 30-yard circle. Guys, that one through, covers region for just a single again. It's Egokun keeps giving strike to Salome Sande, who is really taking the game from Zimbabweans. The game keeps going slowly getting closer to the end. Balls that one, and very good connection from Sande. And it's another single adding to the total. Now the score 89-3.
It is a game that can swing in any direction, but I tell you, Nigeria looking very, very well composed as they are still finding the runs into the gap, and a chance for them to pick up a run. They only take a single. Now the fielders of Zimbabwe women high performance team realizing that they have to fight with every run, and they're not giving anything away easy.
Nigerians don't want to take it easy because if they win this, they go back winning 2 games today. Having lost to Brazilian, they will be winning their first game, and adding to the one that they won yesterday, they will be on 2. Their opponents, Zimbabweans, are looking to win this one and go home with the 3rd win. But again, I'm not sure if Begokun and Sande are there to make it easy for them.
They still have wickets, so they need to make sure they keep attacking and finding the runs. 19 in 21 off the inside edge, but it will be a dotty ball. And Eric from the interesting parts of the world down in Mexico. Today the FIFA Men's World Cup of Football will be bowling off, where Mexico will be taking on South Africa. 8 p.m. in Kigali and 9 in Uganda, East African time. As that one is all struck. A fumble, and that might be a run out. Oh! Mary Vimbaye Muntungwindu not completing the run out, and it is a double taken by the female yellow greens.
Big and biggest of the drama here. The field chipped in a very, very quick throw, but the wicket keeper couldn't collect it like she wanted. She was wondering where the ball was. Yeah, the ball was between her legs. And the batter just gave it all that she had and dived. And she was in the crease safely. Bowling the 4th ball of this over, it is Salim Princess Museka. Salome Sande to face the 5th ball of this over, which is the 17th one. Egukon playing a very, very good knock, helping the partner Salome Sande, making sure that they get their team over the line, knowing that they need only 21 runs. Plays that one on the back foot, very well punched, and it's through covers for the 4 runs. Another boundary coming from Salome Sande's blade, adding to the total. Now the score. Check how she played that one. Is in the line of the ball, straight bat, and make sure that she gets that one through the gap.
Yeah, it was a shot of too much control. Well guided as that one goes to the boundary. 96 for a loss of 3 is what the scoreboard reads after 17 overs. Eric, as we continue with this passage of life, I wanted to pick up your thought on who might win the opening game of the Football World Cup between Mexico and South Africa.
I According to the statistics, I think Mexicans will be the favorite one. But again, you never know. Who knows? They all qualified for the World Cup, and it's a game between them. And let's see whoever does well will go home with a win.
Yeah, but back to the business here. Back to the exciting clash. You did not make a prediction, but Michel Mavunga is back into the attack for Zimbabwe men high performance, trying to play that one down the ground. There is an appeal of LBW, but the umpire says it might have been going down the leg. Picks it up very nicely this time round, and all the way it is a maximum. What a good looking show they are coming in from Omosigo Egwakun.
Omosigo Gukun been there, just taking things easy, giving strike to Salome Sande, but this time she gets a desired connection and clobbers that one over the longer field. And it's another maximum from Egokun's bat, and adding to the total of Nigerians getting close and very close to the end of the game and to the target.
Yeah, the maximum also brings up the 100 runs. Don't mind the graphics. Good batting here. Creams one away, and the misfield will give them a chance to pick up a double. Good wheels on there for Omosigo and Esther Sunday. What a good passage of play here for the Nigerians. I think the plan is now that they don't want the game to reach into the final over. They want to finish it before it gets in the final over, because every time it gets in the final over, there is some bit of pressure onto the batters. 4 more to end this game. Pick it up again. There is a fielder. It goes all the one. That is the winning shot. What a stroke there from Omosigo Egwakon. She told Esther San that what you have been doing, I can't do better. And she sealed off a famous victory there for the female Yellow Queens.
Yeah, Mavunga didn't want to bowl from that side because she started from that side, and she was bowling many of extras. This time on, she changed and came back to the side, and she bowled only 4 deliveries, and 2 of them were dispatched for the maximums.
Lagos, Abuja, Kaduna, Edo. This win, a sweet one, will sound all over. The Nigerians, the female Yellow Greens, have picked up a famous victory. It is a victory of resilience, winning this game by 7 wickets. What a performance there from the female Yellow Greens.
Very well played by Nigerians, making sure that they get over the line. Igokon playing a very good knock here, helping Salome Sande. And at the end, they all managed to take the game at the end. It's Nigerians winning by 7 wickets.
Yeah, the commiserations, the bear hugs. What a moment it was for the female Yellow Greens. Salome Sande don't take anything away. Her batting display. 39 balls she has faced and scored 34 runs. Has really been the standout. A few run-outs here and there, but Nigerians holding themselves together and making sure they do pick up the victory.
Very well played by Egukon, who started off slowly, giving strike to Salome. But again, at the end, she managed to hit those ones, 2 big maximums, making sure that she gets things done before they get into the last over. It is a win, and a big one for Nigerians, who are happiest of the 2 sides at the moment, going back home with a win.
Just waiting for the batting card of the female Yellow Greens, but what a performance they have really put on, making sure that they do win this game, bouncing back to winning ways. Good batting display there from the female Yellow Greens. And if you just joined us, I would love to remind you that in this particular game, It is the Zimbabwe women high performance team that won the toss and opted to bat first. Managed to score 107 all out in 19 overs. And finally, Nigeria crossing the line. Esther Sunday, before running herself out, had already contributed 25 of 25. But the unbeaten 34 of 39 from Salome Sunday will be the standout. Oseyende Omokiboho also 14 of 4. And in the end, the female Greens picking up a 7 wickets victory. 1 wicket apiece for Michelle Mavunga and Nyasha Gwanzula, the other one falling to a run out. 18 extras given away by Zimbabwe high performance women, and it will be something for them to do because they weren't working out with so many runs. My name is Evan Cyprian Sajabi in the comms, and we've been quite many. Emile Ruchiriza was here with us, Eric Nyomugaba, and one of our very own in Gasana, Enoch, will be coming to you shortly with the post-match presentation. So make sure that you keep around. But before the post-match, I'd love to tell you about the upcoming games for tomorrow. More interesting games will be coming your way. And in the morning at this ground, Nigeria will be looking at carrying the momentum as they take on Rwanda. Whereas on the other ground, Brazil will take on Malawi. Malawi is still searching the first victory in this tournament. And in the other games in the afternoon, the second meeting between Zimbabwe and Brazil will be happening. So make sure you keep around to hear the commiserations and the celebrations, because the songs are already on for the female Yellow Greens.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back. It's a post-match presentation. It's a Kwibuka Women's Tournament, Day 2, and it was a great game between Zimbabwe and Nigeria. And in the very first place, Zimbabwe have gained the early advantage, and they have won the toss, and they have elected to have bat first. Unfortunately, Zimbabwe have won to Nigeria, and Nigeria, they have won by 7 wickets. I would like to call upon the captain of Zimbabwe in the very first place. Please, captain, get closer. Tough result. What do you think made the difference?
Actually, I think we played below our standards, and I think we didn't go to our standard in both bowling and batting. So we go back to the drawing board and look how we can fix in the next games.
You do have a lot of games to play ahead. How do you assess your batting and bowling performance today?
Like I said, we're going back to the drawing board and go and look around how we did wrong in both. In this previous match, we lost. So, yeah, just going back to the drawing board and start afresh.
Okay, good luck and all the best in upcoming games.
Thank you.
And first things first, I would like to call upon the player of the match, and he is the player who have got 3 wickets, scored 17 runs, and she is none other than the captain of Nigeria, Favor Esebe, and the one to hand over the trophy will be Diane Ishimge, the third umpire. Congratulations on the win. What do you think was the key factor behind today's victory?
I would say the key factor for us was not giving up, even when it was hard, even when we knew they were a good side, not giving up, pulling through even when we were very tired and stressed after the first game. That was the key factor for us.
How do you assess your batting and bowling performance today?
I would say it was very good. I mean, we were unlucky in the first game. We didn't do well. We didn't start early. We didn't start defending early, so we lost the game. But we didn't think about that. We took a very good momentum into the second game, knowing that Zimbabwe is a very good side. We didn't want to relent. We wanted to try regardless, and we're happy that breakthrough came in and we won.
Apart from you, who is also the captain and player of the match at the same time, who do you give your credit in your team?
It's a team sport. It was a collective effort. I would say well done to all my teammates. We all did well.
Please, can you manage to send a message or to say a thing to those who was following you live from Nigeria?
I want to say a very big thank you. We see all their support. We saw their messages starting from the first game, and we'll keep trying to make them proud. Thank you.
Thank you, and all the best in upcoming games, Captain.
Thank you.
That was it from the post-match presentation. It was Zimbabwe and Nigeria playing here in Kigali, Rwanda, and it's Women's Kwibuka Tournament. And Nigeria, they have won this game by 7 wickets. Please, tomorrow we are having another exciting games. Please don't miss.